Good evening and welcome to the November 17th meeting of the East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire. Present. Councilmember Freely. Here. Councilmember Atkins.
Present.
Councilmember Ziegler. Councilmember Cummings.
Present.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Present.
Councilmember Butler. Okay. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Holiday Ingram, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Let's see. Do we have anyone here this evening for the invocation? It's not on my agenda. Come on up. Come on up. Be ye also ready? Just state your name for me.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Councilman. My name is Reverend Sharp. I am an associate minister at Victory Baptist Church in East Point, Georgia.
Okay, thank you so much. Reverend Sharp with Victory Baptist Church at East Point, Georgia will provide our invocation tonight, followed by the pledge to the flag. If you all can stand and remain standing.
Amen. Let us pray. Our Lord, O Lord our God, we thank you. We call upon you this evening. We ask that you rest, rule, and abide over this meeting so that everything that is done and said here will honor you and that it will benefit the people of East Point. Father, we thank you for what you've already done, and we thank you in advance for what you're going to do. We give you all the praise, the honor, and the glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Our Sergeant at Arms this evening will be Captain Robinson. Thank you so much for your service. This time, can we have a motion to adopt the council agenda?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, so we did have a late addition to the agenda today, and I have some procedural concerns. This item was added to the agenda just 3 hours ago. Did not go through a work session that's required under Rule 15 of our council rules. Major policies, decisions, especially those involving legal authority, financial implications, require proper vetting, legal review, and the time for staff to properly vet that. So for the record, Rule 15 is council members may place an item on the agenda provided the item has first been to a work session prior or presented to council for discussion at a prior council meeting, and all associated paperwork associated submitted by the clerk's office by the established deadline.
And which agenda item are you referring to?
I believe this is number 8.
Number what?
8.
8. So I wasn't aware that the item was added to the agenda as well, but it is added as a presentation.
Okay.
And not necessarily an agenda item. If there is a desire or at any point we get to talking about that agenda, that presentation, then whether or not council takes any action, I think that would be appropriate at that time, but it's not added to the agenda. You're right, Rule 15 does deal with the items on the agenda.
Gotcha.
But generally, presentations are kind of just added. So thanks for that heads up, and when we get to it, the presentation about it, I know the government shutdown ended the day before this aired, so I'm sure we'll have that discussion. Any other discussion on the agenda?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I spoke with Yolanda Johnson this afternoon, and she stated that for number 6, the senior insurance enrollment, they won't be able to make it today to do the presentation.
They won't be able to what?
They won't be able to make it today to do the presentation.
So did she indicate,
Her sponsors that were going to be talking about it.
did she indicate a date?
She did not, no.
Okay, so we can just remove Again, that's a presentation and not technically in the agenda section, but it can be removed, and they can place it back on at whenever the presenters are available.
Okay.
Any further? So, the senior insurance enrollment is listed as a presentation, but just in abundance of caution, a person who made the motion to approve the agenda, staff is indicating that that item is not ready. And I'll just say clearly for the record, agenda items would be either in consent or in the agenda item section. And so since that's above the line, and Mr. Jones, is that your understanding it's a staff item, that you like that item, the presentation pulled for this evening?
Forgive me, Mayor, I'm still trying to get situated. Could you tell me what item you're talking about?
Item number 6.
Yes, that's also my understanding as well.
Okay, so you're pulling that item from the presentation list?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there is a motion to approve the agenda, just items under the consent agenda, agenda items. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the approval of city council minutes from the November 3rd regular meeting of the East Point City Council. Is there a motion? Moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the public hearing, and these are 2 zoning items. I'm going to turn it over to our solicitor who's standing in for our city attorney to read the zoning public hearing rule.
Public hearing procedures. Before adopting any change to the zoning maps or text of the zoning ordinance, the City Council shall hold a public hearing following the public hearing by the Planning and Zoning Commission where a recommendation was made on the petition. Public hearings before the City Council shall be conducted as follows. Subsection A. The presiding officer will call for a motion to open and close the hearing. Subsection B. The presiding officer or his/her designee will introduce the proposed zoning amendment before the City Council. Staff will then be called upon to present the Planning Commission's recommendation and summarize the staff's written report. Subsection C. Persons both favoring and opposing the proposed amendment will then be provided an opportunity to address the council. The applicant for the proposed amendment or applicant's designated representative, if any, will be entitled to speak first, followed by other speakers in favor of the proposal for a total of 15 minutes. Those who oppose the proposed zoning amendment will then be permitted to speak for a total of 15 minutes. By majority vote, the council may increase the total time for speakers provided that each side is given the same amount of time. If there is more than one speaker for a side, the presiding officer may limit the time allotted to each individual speaker other than the zoning applicant. The zoning applicant may reserve a portion of his allotted time for rebuttal. Subsection D. Speakers must adhere to rules of decorum. Prior to speaking, each speaker shall identify himself or herself and state his or her current address. Each speaker shall speak only to the merits of the proposed zoning decision under consideration, shall address remarks only to the council, and shall refrain from making personal attacks on any other speaker. The presiding officer may refuse a speaker the right to continue if, after first being cautioned, the speaker continues to violate the rules of decorum.
We get a motion to open the public hearing regarding rezoning request for property located at 0 Headland Drive from R1 Single Family Residential District to R3 Multifamily Residential Zoning District with a concurrent variance. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded that we open the public hearing. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The public hearing is now open, and I will turn it over to staff to open up the public hearing with the overview presentation.
Thank you. I'll have our Director of Community Planning walk us through this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow council. Kimberly Smith, Planning and Community Development Director. And we also have with us Mr. Lee Kelly, Assistant Director of Planning and Community Development. In reference to this item, property located at 0 Headland Drive, case number P2025RZ-003-08. The applicant is Latiqua Johnson. The property is approximately 0.73 plus or minus acres. The applicant has requested a rezoning from R1 single family to R3 multifamily development with a concurrent variance from section 10-2065 EC, side yard setback from 6 feet to 3 feet. The property is currently zoned R1 single family residential. The future land use map designation for this property is a neighborhood center. Typical zoning districts allowed in this area from this future land use map is EI, which is our educational institutional zoning district, R3, which is our multifamily, and C1, mixed use, and our commercial redevelopment, our CR zoning district. This allows for a variety of commercial professional offices and high-density housing. And as you can see on our future land use map, the property is located on the corner of Headland and Ridgecrest. As far as density is concerned, the property has a total lot area of approximately 0.73 plus or minus acres, just almost an acre. According to the future land use map, 6 to 8 dwelling units are allowed per acre. However, as stated, the property is not quite an acre. So in this example, the density allowed would be 4.38 to 5.84 units per acre, or 6 units per acre. Staff recommended denial of this application. However, the Planning Commission recommended denial. The next. That's the end of our presentation.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
You can come forward. You have the right to open up the public hearing. Comments?
Hi. My name is Latiqua Johnson.
Go ahead.
Okay. I was under the impression that I was presenting today, just speaking.
You can present.
Okay.
Present, speak. This part of your presentation or
Okay.
comments.
Okay. Once again, hi, good evening. My name is Latiqua Johnson. I'm the property owner and applicant of 0 Headland Drive. Today, I want to discuss the rezoning request for 0 Headland Drive from R1 single family to R3 multifamily. The original request was for a side yard variance setback, but I am tonight requesting an official withdrawal due to being able to abide by all setbacks required to move forward with approval. Okay. All right, so vision for the property. The idea is transforming an underutilized corner lot into vibrant multifamily housing. Again, the property is 0 Headland Drive. Current zoning is R1 Single Family. Requested zoning is R3 Multifamily. The proposed use is multifamily residential housing, and it's owner occupied. So that means that I'll be living on the premises as well. The number of units proposed is 8 units, with unit sizes of about 1,800 square feet, about a little over 14,000 square feet building. Each unit 4-bedroom, 3 full bathrooms, parking garage, 1 4-car parking pad. And just a front visual of the rendering. And that's the rear with the parking pad and the garage. Tonight, I kind of want to go over the staff recommendation and Community and Planning Commission concerns. So staff planning recommended R3 zoning approval with conditions supporting a 6-unit layout, no variance, confirming that the proposal meets the intent of the R3 district, compatible to surrounding zoning requested, and aligns with the city future land map use and comprehensive plan. Planning Commission had a few concerns. Concerns number 1 was approval would be considered as spot zoning. Concern number 2 was the 8-unit multifamily proposal may not be fully aligned with future land use plan. And we had a meeting with the community, and their main concern and only concern was traffic increase in the area. So to address concern number 1, rezoning justification, as you can see at the bottom, there's a GIS map of the city, and in the red square, this is 0 Headland Drive, the subject property. R1 single family is in yellow, R3 is in multifamily is in orange, and the pink is commercial. So currently the zoning is R1 single family. It allows for only 1 home on a .731 acre lot. This lot is about 3 to 4 times larger than the surrounding R1 parcels. It prevents efficient use of land, resulting in significant underutilization. Why R3 is appropriate. It aligns with the surrounding mixed land pattern shown on the map on the left. R3 and C1 districts R3 and C1 districts coexist within the same block. The site's corner location and large lot size makes it a candidate for medium density infill housing. Why is this not spot zoning? This parcel is directly adjacent to an existing R3 zoning and shares a boundary with C1. It creates compatibility with directly adjacent R3 district, and rezoning does not isolate a new district. It extends an existing R3 pattern and adds a transitional buffer between R1 and C1 lots. Variance withdrawal request. The original variance request included a reduction from a 6-foot side yard setback to a 3-foot side yard setback due to the shape constraints of the lot. After reviewing staff's feedback, reevaluating the survey of the land, refining the building layout, and the 8-unit design has been adjusted to fully meet all required setbacks, lot coverage, and dimensional standards under R3 zoning. I am requesting an official variance withdrawal because the project proceeds with the full code compliance in 8 units. And here's the site plan with meeting all 4 setbacks, 35-yard front yard, 2 side yard, 6-yard setbacks, and 25-foot yard rear. Concern number 2, why an 8-unit multifamily proposal aligns with future land use. As you can see to the right, this source is from the East Point Comprehensive Plan, page 81. Pretty much talks about the future land development patterns. This project directly implements East Point's neighborhood center goals. Multifamily housing, 68 units per acre, I'm proposing 8 units. Zoning district, R3, I'm proposing R3. Revitalization of infill and underutilized parcels. Right now it's an underutilized parcel and infill lot, which we're looking to revitalize. And also rear parking site designs. Concern number 2 continued, why an 8-unit proposal versus 6 units? So to the right is the figure from the City of East Point zoning ordinance, pretty much describing the amenity packages and the density bonus available for multifamily and condominium projects. So explicitly states R3 code, multifamily townhome and condominium projects require a minimum of 2 amenities. So on the lot, allotted is 6 to 8 units per acre. The lot is currently 0.731 acres. So the calculations based on up to 8 units times the 7.31 acres give you about 5.85 units, which is a total of 6 max units. Per the R3 code allows up to a 30% bonus. That means an additional 9 plus amenities. So if the base units is 5.85 units times the density bonus, that gives you an additional 1.76 additional units. And if you add those up together, that gives you 7.6 units, which is equal to 8 max units. So in conclusion, 8 units are in with the allowable density for a 0.731 acre lot when the 30% bonus is applied and required amenities are provided. And I wanted to give an example of amenities qualifying for the 30% bonus. It's not limited to these, but these are some of the examples, which is enhanced landscaping, benches and seating, architectural lighting, bike racks, gazebo, hammock, walking path, community mail, and architectural fencing and decorative entry. And lastly, the traffic concern from the community members. To your right, this is a figure, the threshold of traffic impact study. So from the City of East Point rezoning use permit and concurrent variance application, this is the traffic threshold per city standards. So a traffic study is only required for only 700 plus multifamily units. My proposal is 8 units, which is less than 1.2% of the threshold. The impact is negligible to daily traffic increase, far below threshold study. But I didn't want to be dismissive of the concern, so I conducted a traffic impact study anyway. The traffic impact study was conducted and mailed out to all nearby residents and council and staff. In conclusion, the traffic study came to be about 60 trips per day, 6 to 8 vehicles per hour, which is less than 1 vehicle every 8 to 10 minutes. Traffic load would be less than 1% of Headland Drive capacity, and approximately 10,000 vehicles per day per corridor volume. So the level of service would be A, B classification, which means free-flowing traffic with negligible delay. In conclusion, the proposed 8-unit community would generate less than 1% of existing traffic volume. The roadway would continue operating at a level of service AB, meaning smooth, free-flowing conditions. No roadway or signal improvements are necessary. And this is just a rendering showing the consistency with neighborhood center design goals. To your right, you have the City of East Point Comprehensive Plan, page 81. We're just showing the design goals with front street, sidewalk, building, and rear sidewalk, rear parking or side parking. And to the left is the proposed 8-unit, mimicking that design as well. Next is just the elevation of the front and rear of the design of each unit. And this is the final layout or the floor plan. 4-bedroom, 3 full bathroom, 1-car garage, living. Benefits to City of East Point. The project delivers timeless architectural value, aligns with the city comprehensive plan, and meets all R3 dimensional and setback standards, hence why the variance is withdrawn. It provides 8 high-quality, brand-new family-sized homes, create options for families who need more space, 4-bedroom, 3-bath, and parking, supporting walkable area with community feel, and redevelops and revitalizes underutilized corner lot and productive housing. It also expands the base for local businesses, which strengthens the local economy. And just to recap, staff recommendation and community city planning concerns. Staff recommended 6 units with no variance. The updated layout fully meets all three R3 requirements, which resolves staff's previous 6-unit recommendation that was based on the previous variance request and no density bonus. The project now accommodates 8 units with no variance, maintains quality, and includes 9+ amenities qualifying for a 30% density bonus. Concern number 1, spot zoning. The site is directly adjacent from an existing R3 zone, extending, not oscillating the R3 pattern, which creates a logical transition between residential and commercial areas. And concern number 2, future use plan assignment. This project fully is consistent with the neighborhood center goals, supports infill housing, 6 to 8 units per acre, revitalizing underused land, and includes 9+ amenities qualifying for a 30% bonus, which equals 8 units total. And lastly, the project is 8 units total, which is less than 1.2% of the traffic study threshold per city requirements. A traffic study was conducted proactively to ensure that the transparency and confirmation of minimal impact. It confirmed impact was less than 1%. I am respectfully requesting rezoning from R1 to R3, which is consistent transition and efficient use, variant side yard setback withdrawal. And also, this project will add a long-term value to the city of East Point while respecting the city standards and community character. One last thing I wanted to say to close. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share this vision. I want to say I am not a corporation. I'm a regular person, a member of this community who has put my own resources together to purchase this land. My intention is simple and honest, to create a place where I can live and where other families can live safely, beautifully, and with dignity. I've followed every requirement placed before me. I've listened, I've adjusted, and I've shown flexibility and given adequate communication at every single step. This project does not take anything away from the community, it adds to its value. I understand that the concerns come from a real place of fear of change, and I respect and empathize with that deeply. Change is never easy, but change is how every single home in this community came to exist. Every house here today was once an empty parcel, just like mine's, and someone one day was given the opportunity to build. The families who live here today now have a home because of the opportunity was granted, and all I'm asking for that same opportunity. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, how much time is left?
36 seconds.
Okay. Ma'am, you can have a seat right there. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of this application? Anyone who would like to speak in favor of the request for rezoning property located at 0 Headland Drive from R1 Single Family Residential Zoning District to R3 Multifamily Residential Zoning District? Anyone who would like to speak in favor? Okay, you can reset the clock. Anyone who would like to speak in opposition, please come forward. So you can just come forward one at a time. Anyone who would like to speak in opposition to the rezoning of property located at 0 Headland Drive from R1 Single Family Residential Zoning District to R3 Multifamily Residential Zoning District. Did you reset the 15 minutes? Okay. You can go ahead and state your name.
Good evening, Mayor Holiday Ingram and council members. My name is Anissa Abernathy. I live at 2223 Ridgecrest Lane, And tonight, I speak on behalf of the residents of Ridgecrest Lane, Ellenwood, and Headland Drive regarding case number P2025R2-00308, the rezoning application for 0 Headland Drive. On Thursday, October 16th, your Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously voted to recommend denial of this application, and I urge you tonight to uphold the recommendation. Your appointed commissioners carefully reviewed this applicant's proposal and found it failed on every substantial ground. First, it violates your comprehensive plan. The plan designates this area as suburban residential with a maximum density of 4 units per acre. Her original proposal said 8 units, double your plan standard, and was just changed when she heard pushback. Second, the developer claims neighborhood center justification, but your plan requires neighborhood centers to have retail, services, and public amenities on major corridors. This wooded corner has none of that. It will just have 8 rental townhomes that will be rented and benefit the owner. Third, this is spot zoning. Every property on Ridgecrest Lane and Headland Drive until the commercial intersection of such Headland and Delow is R1. Rezoning one parcel to R3 singles it out for special treatment, benefiting the one developer at our neighborhood's expense. Fourth, the variance request fails legal standards. They want to cut side backs from 6 feet to 3 feet at a 50% reduction, not because of unique property hardship, because 8 units wouldn't fit the proper setbacks. That was self-created, not grounds for a variance. Fifth, this provides 0 public benefit. Our community receives no service, no amenities, nothing. Developer receives double density and reduced setbacks from maximum rental property. 6, there's been no traffic study, despite which was claimed today. No neighbors of mine have received any information via mail, call, or email. And finally, overturning your Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation sets dangerous precedent. It tells every developer, whether they're professional or part of the community, that analysis does not matter, that R1 protections are negotiable and comprehensive plans are just suggestions. Your Planning Commission did their job. They analyzed this application against your adopted standards and unanimously found it fails. I, Anissa Abernathy, along with my neighbors, respectfully ask that you uphold the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation, deny the R1 to R3 rezoning, deny any side setback variance, and protect R1 residential character and your comprehensive plan integrity. You all have the authority to stand with your commissioners, your community members, and uphold sound planning principles and protect our neighborhood. We urge you exercise it, and I thank you for your time.
Ms. Abernathy,
Yes.
could you just state your name your address? You stated your name, but not your address. Our rules require address. as
Okay,
well.
Anissa Abernathy.
No, you stated your name. I need your address.
Oh, 2223 Ridgecrest Lane.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person who would like to speak in opposition can come forward at this time.
Good evening, Ernestine D. Pittman. I had not thought to come up here until I heard Ridgecrest Lane. The late Harold Williams lived on Ridgecrest Lane. I got to know that neighborhood like my own. He would turn over in his grave if no one from the city who has been here any time in our communities did not stand and rise to defeat this proposed 8-unit, it could be 1 unit with 8 different flats in it. We don't need development on every corner because there are trees there. Ridgecrest Lane, the first street down from Delow and Headland. You have the laundry, then you have the Break, and then you have Ridgecrest. Those are homes over there. Single-family homes, legacy homes, ranch, and split levels. They have beautiful yards, and we don't need apartments cropping up on the corners. Because I see this one here, next you'll be trying to throw one behind my house on Ben Hill Road between Dodson Drive and McCoy Place. We've never thought to what's in the ground, what's behind those trees. That's a creek. Did you know that? We don't talk about this when we come up here. But let the residents start having problems with it because you don't know the city. You don't know the waterways. You haven't studied. And you come and the residents come up here who have made investments on Ridgecrest Lane. They have bought homes over there, inherited homes over there. They don't need 8 apartments with no play area, no area for the children, or even for whoever there to turn around. And that's a cul-de-sac up there. Did you know that? You go up there, you're going to coming right on back out. And Hetland Drive, no. On the corner, no. Even if it did fit the comprehension plan. People who buy property and make investments, the largest one that they will ever make in their lives, when they buy a home and stay there until they're well up in age, such as the Queen here, 79. I don't want apartments, 2, 3, or 4, or 5 sitting behind me. When I get ready to move out of my house, I'm going to a place where plenty of them. That's where I expect to be. And there's no little boy that can run to the store for you there. Right up the street, diagonal across it, that land there been there for ages. Nobody wants to buy it and develop it because there's a creek there. And what are you going to do about that? Will these homes be on the stormwater line? Stormwater pipes that I saw tonight that did not have one out there on Commerce Drive. Now we sit here, you all sit here, and you hear people come up here talking about their homes. These homes mean something to them. They are the ones who have been here, stayed there, and continue to stay, regardless of what we get or do not get from the city by way of amenities. And I heard them talk about amenities. And the amenities first came up because of that development there that they want to put behind Dollar General on Hetland Drive. And that's when we started trading off with amenities. We've been here a long time, and we intend to stay here a long time. We do not owe anybody a home who does not already have one on the street on which we live. That does not say we shouldn't be welcoming to those who want to come, but you don't come and force your lifestyle on us. We blend, we compromise. But we should not bend on what you have lived and worked and paid for 30, 40 years. Ridgecrest is not the place for this. I looked up here, it doesn't blend in with any of the homes over there. And those are not shanty homes over there. It's not shanty at all. And Harold Williams, he would be up here with a crew around him because I'd be the first one. We'd have been picketing all day, up and down out here. So I ask you, council members, vote no, because it is not right. She said no one had gotten in touch with them. There may not be a neighborhood association of 500 feet, 750 feet of them. Somebody should have been in touch with them. And they talk about the residents there, they're old like I am. Some don't drive, some have never driven. but that does not mean they don't have a place and a value here in East Point. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, how much time is left?
5 minutes, 32 seconds.
And so how many more people want to speak? I want to make sure we get everyone who wants to speak in opposition. And so, ma'am, you can come forward and give your comments. Council, at some point, will need to entertain a motion to increase the time allotted.
Hello, good evening. My name is Myra Oviatt. My address is 2171 Ellenwood Drive. I'm an 18-year resident of East Point. I've been in this home for 18 years. We are at the intersection of Ridgecrest. If you look at the map, these are two dead-end streets. We have cul-de-sacs at the end of our streets. So in addition to everything that my neighbor Anissa Abernathy mentioned, the traffic is a large concern because anytime there's an impact to Headland and DeLow, we feel it acutely. It cuts through our neighborhood immediately. And you'll see an uptick in traffic, and per the illustrations there, that traffic for these homes would dump out onto Ridgecrest as well. So that's a concern. I am also concerned about the sort of Swiss cheesing of our codes. You all have set this comprehensive plan. This is asking for basically an outlier to that comprehensive plan and for a spot variance, which goes against what you all have set into motion and what has existed as far as the R1 residential zoning. We were not consulted regarding the traffic study. I'm not clear who was, so that's confusing to me. I also have a neighbor with me who lives next door. None of us had heard about this traffic, and in fact, we brought it up at the planning and zoning meeting. So I'll keep it short. Please, please go with the recommendation of your appointed planning and zoning board. They heard our concerns at that meeting. They asked a lot of questions that, fully aligned with their confusion and understanding of how things are written in your code. So please, please deny the variance, deny the setbacks, and deny the, uphold the comprehensive plan that you've adopted. Thank you.
The next person in opposition may come forward at this time.
Good evening. My name is Sabrina King. I reside at 2331 Ridgecrest Lane in East Point. I've been a resident there for 40-plus years, and I am opposed of this project. Again, I did not receive any information regarding the traffic survey that was done, and I'd just like that to be on the record of my denial of this request. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to come forward? Madam City Clerk, what's the time?
3 minutes, 42 seconds.
And the only reason why I'm asking for time is not to say that everyone can't speak. I'll just need to make a motion when the time runs out to allow for additional, ask council to make a motion for additional time.
Good evening. My name is Jackie George, and I live at 2357 Ridgecrest Lane, East Point, Georgia. And I've been a resident in East Point for 40-plus years. And I also would like to say that we were talking about, as Ms. Pittman was mentioning, people that live on the street. A former chief of police lived on our street also. So my only, make it very short and brief, please uphold what you said in denial of this project. And let me also say that I never received information. I was not even contacted anything about a survey on traffic. I know she mentioned that the traffic wouldn't be that high. No one can control traffic. You can't tell someone when they can go down the street and when they cannot go down the street. So I don't know how you're going to control if this is a unit of 8, and I think you had 40 spaces for parking. So if you look at those 40 spaces plus the person that owned the apartment, then that's 48. So you're looking at 50 people or more going down up and down our street. How are we going to get out our driveways and everything like that? So I say, please deny this. And I understand we would welcome you if you want to move to our neighborhood, but build you a single-family home and live in the house.
Anyone else in opposition come forward at this time?
Good evening. My name is Elaine Frazier. I live at 2345 Ridgecrest Lane, and I have been a resident on Ridgecrest Lane for about 40 years. What we as residents can appreciate about our street and our neighborhood is that we don't have a lot of crime. We don't have a lot of disturbance. We don't have a lot of noise. And we would like for our atmosphere to remain the same. But to add an entrance from Ridgecrest to a development would bring a lot of traffic. We have elder people and younger people who walk our streets daily. We don't need the addition of fast-running cars and a lot of traffic. So for these reasons from me, I am against redistricting, rezoning from 1 to 3. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to the request for rezoning?
Good afternoon. Beverly Granite, 2311 Delow Drive. Deny, deny, deny. This so-called traffic study, I don't know when it took place. This doesn't affect me directly, but it's going to affect me and the people on Ridgecrest, homeowners, been there for years. The young lady said that she had done all of her requirements. Well, one of the requirements would be to notify the residents of this community. And being the president of the neighborhood association, whoever said that we don't exist, we do. We don't want it. We don't need it. I don't understand why everywhere there's a piece of dirt, East Point wants to build some apartments or some townhouse. And what's really being said, it would be a rooming house. That's exactly what it would be. And we are tired of being dumped on in Ward 8 with whatever you all think you want to put there, you think you can. We as homeowners have had enough. Our city manager told us at the meeting down at Shelton and on about what you've got to do and how difficult it is to rezone. I think you better think again. We are tired, we are exhausted. The young lady said she met the requirement. I would ask her to reach out to the residents and she would realize and know that's not needed there. All that's going to do is just make a congestion. We don't know who will be coming in there, and that's going to be nothing but a rooming house. She know it, and you all know it. So we are asking you all, as mayor and council, to please deny, deny, deny. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? Council, ma'am, you can come forward, but I'll have to ask for a motion before you speak. The rules give us 15 minutes for each side, but by majority vote, the council may increase the total time for speakers provided that each side is given the same amount of time. So this time, a motion to extend the time for speakers to speak in opposition and against would be appropriate.
Madam Mayor?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Madam City Clerk, instead of doing a countdown clock, I need you to count up. So I need you, because the amount of time, whenever we conclude the opposition, we're going to give that same amount of time to the side that's in favor. Good
Hello.
evening. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Irma Bell, and I reside at 2292 Ridgecrest Lane. We've been there since 1982, and Anaya Prim is my niece. But anyway, we've been there for a long time, and we've had many good years. All our years have been good there. and we don't want it to change. And just like everybody else has said, it's a beautiful neighborhood, and this would really change it. It would not be the same. We walk down the streets and push our grandchildren now, down the streets, and we can just, we've not had any major problems there. And this right here, it doesn't even fit. It really doesn't, because there's homes there, and it just doesn't fit. It's not the place for it, so I'm deny. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition, come forward at this time.
Teresa Nelson, 1732 Neely Avenue. There's been quite eloquent remarks already made, and I certainly could not add to what has been said, because I certainly agree with what they're saying. But there were 2 points that I saw, because I received notice of this rezoning, and the first thing that struck me was this rezoning. In her application, it listed they would have 5 parking spaces per unit. 5. Now, 2 makes sense. 5 is going to require a great deal more concrete area for cars to come in and come and go. It also opens up the door for potential Airbnb location, because it's centrally located, close to the airport. It's a popular place because it's so close to the airport. So with all the parking that is going to be proposed to be there, that to me could create a serious problem, not just with traffic, but just with their existence and quiet existence in their neighborhood. And even more so, I saw the slope of the land in driving past it. One of the big concerns, of course, I have in my house, in my neighborhood with the old Montessori property, is the slope and the drainage. And you're adding a considerable amount of hardscapes. You are also removing a phenomenal number of trees, and I heard nothing about tree save. I've heard nothing about stormwater protections, and I've heard nothing about why there's a need for such a large amount of parking. This is going to create a serious stormwater issue for those residents behind it and beside it. So I ask you to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? It's a public hearing on a request to rezone property located at 0 Headland Drive from R1 Single Family Residential District to R3 Multifamily Residential Zoning District with a concurrent variance. Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? Madam City Clerk, how much time?
1 minute, 1 minute, 57 seconds.
1 minute, 57.
Yes.
And you said there was 36 seconds remaining before we went to the opposition, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all help me with my quick math. That's 2 minutes and 33 seconds. And so, is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor? If not, this time will be allotted to the applicant for rebuttal. Anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the rezoning request? Ma'am, what's your name again, applicant?
Latifah Johnson.
Ms. Johnson, there's 2 minutes and 33 seconds that you have if you'd like to use for rebuttal. At this time, I'll provide any additional statements. Madam City Clerk, you can check something.
Okay. I just want to address the communication. Each resident was communicated adequately about the traffic study. I even seen one young lady who came up here who said he wasn't notified, actually had the communication in hand as well. I just kind of want to go back to what someone was saying as far as it not abiding. This is the actual map. And in the area is multiple community and commercial lots in that area. There's a large R3 rezoning in that area, and the rest is single family. So this is not spot zoning. There's a mixture of different types of zoning in this area, and it would not contribute to any disarray in the area as well. I want to say, once again, that I am not a business, I am not a corporation, I am not a greedy developer. I'm a hardworking class citizen, just like everybody in this room, who took my resources together. I lived about 5 minutes away from here in College Park, and I purchased this piece of land in hopes to build something for me and other families around. So with that being said, I understand once again this is an older neighborhood and there is change that is happening and that is occurring and people are fearful. But a lot of the things that people are fearful about are being regulated through the municipalities. As far as stormwater retention, I cannot build this properly without it being permitted through the municipalities properly. As far as, I'm sorry. I think that's it. I just want to address that, but that's it. Thank you.
Can we get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. If council desires to take any action on this item tonight, there will be a need to waive the first reading.
Madam Mayor,
This would be an ordinance. Councilmember Butler.
I would like to open the floor for discussion and possible action on the item.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Butler.
Yes, ma'am. Do we have anyone from planning and zoning?
Mr. Jones, would you like to come up?
Director Smith will. Thank you, Director Smith. How you doing?
Good evening.
There's a question about the notification in the community. Was there a meeting held with this community, with the developer, about what the developer proposes to do?
Yes, the Community Zoning Information Meeting took place on September 16th via Zoom platform, and there were approximately 6 community members in attendance that spoke in reference to this case.
At that time, did the community members express their disapproval?
Yes, they did.
Also, traditionally too, the developer would go to homeowner association meetings or homeowner club meetings to discuss it before they brought it to planning and zoning. Do we know if that occurred in this case?
You would need to speak with the applicant. I'm unsure if that happened or not. The community's engagement has been satisfied through the Community Zoning Information Meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to say this, and then I'll yield my time. I respect the young lady's effort and her entrepreneurialism, but I don't think it's fear that the residents have of this development, and I don't think it's change. I think this development does not fit in that area. Those homes are long-standing homes with nice lots. Those people keep their lawns manicured and they keep their community clean and safe. And this, I admire her spirit, but it's just the wrong property. You can't put townhomes adjacent to single-family homes that sit on almost an acre lot. And so I will not be supporting this rezoning for that fact.
Councilmember Freely.
Thank you. A couple questions for you, Ms. Smith. I was a little confused in the beginning of your presentation. Did staff and commission recommend denial, or was it split?
Staff recommended approval with conditions and denial of the variance application. Planning Commission recommended denial of both items, both the rezoning and the variance request.
Okay. And can you just quickly go over the conditions that the approval was sort of hinged on for staff?
In reference to staff's recommendations, the first condition of approval of the rezoning, based on the future land use designation for neighborhood center, which allows the use of 6 to 8 units per acre, staff recommends the proposed development to consist of no more than 6 dwelling units, based on the site being a little under an acre of 0.73 plus or minus acres. Condition number 2, a minimum landscape buffer with evergreen plantings shall be installed along property lines adjoining single-family homes pursuant to Chapter 6 landscape development requirements. Condition number 3, the applicant shall complete an infill process pursuant to Article J, building elevations, and it shall be reviewed by Planning and Zoning Division of the Department for compatibility with neighborhood character. Condition number 4, based on the applicant's submitted site plan, staff recommended denial of the variance to reduce the side yard setback from 6 to 3 feet, as it would no longer be needed based on condition number 1. And just to be clear, for condition number 1, and based on the property not being quite an acre, the number of units that would be allowed would be no more than 6. I think the maximum number was 5.84 units per acre.
So, given that what happened? So given that the applicant is still intending to do 8 units, would your approval still stand? I'm a little confused on that point.
The applicant asked for what the applicant wanted. After staff's analysis of this, we stand on providing a condition to maximize the number of units at 6.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And then I have a couple questions for the applicant.
Hello.
Hello, thanks for your presentation. So based on that question just now, so are you prepared to do 6 units, or you're only intending to stick with the 8?
Yeah, I am prepared to do 6 unit if it comes down to that. The reason for the 8 was due to the amenities available. So there were minimum base 2 amenities. So if you were able to do 9 amenities, then you would have the 30% density bonus, and that's where the 8 came from. But yes, I am prepared to do 6 if that's recommended, yes.
And then I'm just a little confused with the comments from different people. These would be townhomes for purchase or for rental?
Due to the economy at this point, the best option is actually rental. Long-term rental, yes.
Okay.
Well,
sorry.
Can I add that the reason being, because today and age, the average home annual percentage is well over 6%. So at this time, I'm not looking to do affordable housing, but affordable living for individuals at market rate. Average houses right now is about $375,000 to $400,000 per year. $400,000 purchase. So this is the reason for the rental, because it's not affordable for most people to purchase these homes at these prices with these interest rates.
Okay, thank you. And then what is your rationale for the number of parking spaces? It does seem like a pretty high number.
Well, the rationale, and it could be reduced, but it's just for comfort living. It was nothing extra for any Airbnb usage or anything like that. It is a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom, and it's only 1 garage. So parking is actually, that recommended amount of parking was to reduce any, I guess maybe guests or residents to be parking actually on Ridgecrest Lane to withstand people parking in the area and not spilling off into the street. That's why that was recommended.
And last question, and I don't know, this might actually be for staff, but that stretch of Headland, there are no sidewalks, correct?
On Headland Drive, there is.
On that stretch?
Yes, there is a sidewalk on Headland Drive, yes.
Okay, all right. That's all, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So, first, there was no meeting with the neighborhood, and there is a neighborhood association, and the president actually spoke. Secondly, the entrance, it's only one entrance, and the entrance would be on Ridgecrest Lane, which would be a huge impact on that neighborhood. And it will also cause problems if the fire department had to get in, because it would literally be one way in and one way out. And that is actually right in the back of me. And former Mayor Pittman is correct. Harold Williams lived on that street for many, many years, and he would be right down here speaking out about it. And also, for that many parking spots, you have to think about it. Yes, there is a garage, but there are 4 additional parking spots, which would actually be 40 parking spaces. Whether there's rental, Airbnb, that's not a good fit for that neighborhood and for that lot. And actually, that area also is a overlay district. And there are certain things in that overlay district that's allowed and not allowed. And what is R3 is actually across the street, which is the behind the Family Dollar. That is R3. On that side is R1. So you have, in the back of that is Barbara J. Realtors, that little store, and then the pawn shop, which is at Headland and Delowe. Everything else around that on Ridgecrest is single-family homes. Single-family homes. And when you talk about building apartments for rental, there's a high turnover rate for rentals, which is actually going to be a rooming house. And there are illegal rooming houses already, 2 are on Delowe, 2257 and 2267. And I talk about this all the time. And then there was an illegal rooming house right there on Ridgecrest, which caused a problem for the community. So this will cause an even bigger problem. So, and I had that conversation. And I have to go with what the people say, what the people want. They have to live in the neighborhood. They have to deal with the traffic. They have to see what is going on. And and it's not that people don't want change. So to say that to them is kind of insulting, because people change every day. Things change, but people know what they want in their community, and they know how they feel in their community. And basically, you're talking about building something, but if you have all this parking, where is the amenities gonna go? Because if you actually look at the lot, it's not that big, because you have that vacant lot, which is on Headland and Delowe, that it backs up to what those apartment was. So that lot is not really that huge where you can put all this at. So for me, I'm gonna have to go with what the people who live on the street say. And from what I see on that corner lot, it's a no. And also, so if you mailed it out to everyone, because I didn't get a notice, and I'm on Delowe, and I'm sure the people on Delowe didn't get it, but for someone who lives on Neely Drive, they got the notice, and the residents came down here and said they didn't get a notice, then something is wrong. But I'll yield to see what anyone else has to say.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I had a couple questions for the applicant. I didn't catch it quite earlier. How much are you charging for these units?
For rental?
Yes.
It would be market rate, so depending on the time. somewhere between 1,800 and 2,200.
Okay. And, yes, I'm curious too what the communications with the neighbors look like. Could you describe that, please?
So the communication was through the virtual, flyers were sent out to each person within 500 feet of the subject property, and we had attendees virtually online where I presented, and we had feedback from the community about traffic impact. And also because pretty much I conducted a traffic impact study and mailed it out to all community members as well. And Ms. Sharon Strope also, at the last meeting, she pulled me aside and talked to me about it because she received it in the mail also. And she said she also received calls from different people in the community asking for more feedback and more clarification of the traffic study that they received, actually. So me and her were in emailing and communication. I exchanged communication with her so we can set up actually a secondary/third meeting to kind of communicate more with people who didn't really understand what was being mailed out to them, but unfortunately we weren't able to get that third meeting together.
Thank you. And you did purchase this land, correct?
Yes.
One of my mic keeps cutting off. Did you do any research on single-family homes or anything like that?
Single-family homes?
Or any other use of the land? Any other use of the land? Since you did, any other use of the land? Besides, I mean...
Yeah, well, it is, single-family, yes. Mm-hmm.
So would these be considered townhomes?
Yes.
Have you looked at any other, I guess, when you say housing diversity, I think the biggest issue I'm hearing is they don't want townhome aesthetics in the neighborhood. Have you researched like a single-family home that's not a townhome?
I did do some research. Well, I understand that they don't want townhomes, but these are considered single-family attached with a 4-bedroom, 3-bath. They're not apartments, you know, so
That's a distinction to be made. So yes, so they're not apartments. And so the application process, will you be in charge of deciding who, so is there?
Yes, because I'll be living there as well, so it's personal.
And how much would they have to make, I guess, a year? Is there a limit or a minimum?
So typically it's usually 2.5 times the rent. So the annual household probably would be probably together at least $50,000 if you want a rough estimate.
And that's probably at the 18, because before you said 1,800 to 2,200?
Yes.
Okay. And then I have a question for, thank you so much.
Okay.
This for Director Ms. Kim. Thank you for your presentation. So I was taking notes earlier. So they were saying that staff recommended this with conditions, and even during her presentation, she was withdrawing her variance application because it was no longer needed. Is that because she met all the conditions?
The variance for the side setback wouldn't be needed if she abided by condition number 1, which would cap the number of units at no more than 6.
Okay, so I think she also stated in her presentation that she's in full compliance. I guess if she moves the capacity down to 6 units? Is that what I'm hearing? That was the only thing, that's what the variance was for?
She did say that she was in compliance with multiple things, and, you know, we just have to stand by our staff report and the information that we provided. I would say that staff wouldn't agree with some of the items that were mentioned, that that she stated she was in compliance with. I think the easiest way is just to stand on what we stated in our
I guess I was thinking my other question, because she went point by point and kind of rebutted, I guess, what the recommendation or what they said was wrong. Like, do you have anything that stands out to you that was not correct?
When she stated that she was in compliance with the units per acre, that was incorrect as far as staff is concerned. And I can't think of anything off the top, but there were some items in there. As stated, the easiest thing that I can state is that we stand by the information that we provided in our staff analysis.
Okay, thank you. Are you?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Smith, if you would stay there, please. In the presentation from staff, you talked about the designation of this particular parcel. It is within the neighborhood center designation.
Yes.
Is that correct, what you stated?
Yes.
Okay, and the reason that I'm asking that question is because our speaker number one, Ms. Abernathy, she had mentioned that it was suburban residential. Is that a part of the neighborhood center, or is that adjacent to, or is it a different designation?
If you see in the corner of the, if you're able to see on the screen,
Yes.
for the future land use map designation, there's a small triangular corner that is designated as suburban residential in pink.
Okay, and that clips the subject property.
On the corner, yes. Yes.
There's something going on with the mics. I have everybody in. I think I have Councilmember Martin Rogers, Councilmember Ziegler, Councilmember Cummins. But if everybody can
Mine keep going off.
Huh? Councilmember Shropshire would be round 2, once I go through everyone, but if you all can deselect your lights, because it's triggering and going in and out. Go ahead, Councilmember Atkins.
Thank you. So over 90% of the subject property is the neighborhood center.
That's correct.
Okay. And given the fact that it is within the neighborhood center, I'm assuming that this particular parcel is a part of neighborhood center as a part of the comprehensive land use map because of the very iconic Headland and Deloe intersection, that particular node. Is that correct?
That's most likely one of the reasons that it's designated as neighborhood center in the comprehensive plan.
Okay, and I see that this is an enlarged area of neighborhood center. So what I was really also wanting to know is what are the actual boundaries of this particular neighborhood center node? Do you have a map that shows the boundaries of neighborhood center?
We'll do our best to pull it up for you.
Okay. That is all that's in the blue, that would be
Yes.
neighborhood center?
Yes.
Okay. And with this being designated as neighborhood center and a part of the comprehensive land use map, the process for developing the comprehensive or building the comprehensive land use map, it goes through the public process, it goes through planning and zoning, and it also comes to mayor and council for approval. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm asking those questions because I just want to make sure, and for the record, just to know that it's not administratively done. The administration just simply does not say, this is neighborhood center and it's what it's going to be. It goes through a whole process.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And in deciding what was going to be neighborhood center and engaging with the public, was it the commercial area at Headland and Delowe that helped to contribute to that? And I saw that of the zoning classifications for neighborhood center, R3 is one of those. And it looks like if you would go back close to the subject property, it is directly adjacent to pink. Is that, what designation is the land directly next to it? It's not this particular map, Mr. Kelly, it was a different map. I think it was the zoning classifications.
The surrounding property for the surrounding zoning, to the north, the property is zoned C1 neighborhood commercial in C1. To the south of the property is zoned R1 single family residential. To the east of the property is zoned R1 single family dwelling unit. And to the west is C2 conditional, which is our commercial business district.
So the subject property is surrounded by commercial to the north, commercial to the south, commercial to the west, and R1 to the east.
Yes, and there's a small sliver that is connected to R3.
Okay. And can you point that out, please?
It's the orange.
That orange
Yes.
there is R3. Okay. And that faces Delowe. All right. Okay. And topographically, how does the land slope? I heard some comments about stormwater runoff, and so I just wanted to know in which direction the land slopes.
I'm not completely sure about the sloping. Anything dealing with land development on the property would be handled at the land development stage. At the rezoning stage, it's really not typically looked into at this stage, the details of sloping and all of that sort of thing. So I don't have that information at this time.
Okay, thank you. Curb cuts not on Headland, correct?
Excuse me?
Curb cuts not on Headland?
The proposal for the curb cut or entry for this property is currently proposed at the Ridgecrest Lane entry.
And can you go to the slide where it talks about the amenities for R3? I think there's categories, and it may be 9, perhaps, different amenities.
You're making reference to the applicant's presentation?
It may be the applicant's presentation. I might be confused with that. It might be the applicant's. I think that this is it here. And so I know that the applicant had stated that the property, or she's proposing, I believe, 9 amenities. And I would want to see that bumped up against what the categories are. It seemed that some of them were in the same category. If they're in the same category, does it count as an individual amenity or a single amenity?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
So, for instance, where it says number 1, pool and cabana, if they do a pool and a cabana, are those 2 amenities or does that count as 1 amenity?
The pool and cabana, that will be
Because it's one section.
1 amenity.
Okay. That's what I was thinking, that it would be 1, okay. Because I was trying to figure out the calculation that the applicant was using. I wasn't able to look at the amenities that she mentioned against the amenities that are part of the code. because I think it could give her more density increases, but I think that there are several amenities that are in the same category, which should count as one based on what you're just telling me.
Okay.
Okay, all right. The other question I had, it's of the applicant, actually. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Johnson, are you aware of the direction in which the land slopes? And I'm asking that question for a very specific reason. Stormwater issues and mitigating stormwater issues are a serious matter. And so if the land is sloping toward particularly residential properties, then that would be a concern. It seems like there's residential on the east side. So do you know in which direction the land slopes?
Unfortunately, no, I do not. That's something for probably the civil engineer. But what I do know is during permitting, stormwater is very important because the property is more than a 5,000 impervious sectioning. So with that being said, it will have to go through a rigorous process to even be permitted because stormwater is a big deal because it's above 5,000 square feet. So that would be handled at permitting, land development permitting.
Okay. And I'm making an assumption, you can correct me please if you need to. Is this your first project?
It is.
Okay. And the reason that I asked that question is because I do have a level of concern around properties where it's not fee simple for sale. And so making sure that the property maintains an aesthetic and upkeep. And if it is multifamily with 6 units or 8 units, making sure that those things are always addressed, code is always addressed. It's a concern if it's particularly your first project, which is the reason I'm asking the question.
I understand that. Thank you for your concern. It is my first development project, but I have a strong team with many years. I also have my own project management experience as well. And before I actually purchased this land, I had a small duplex in College Park where I lived, and I started managing that as well. So I do have experience with managing tenants and also operating small and multifamily.
Thank you. I believe that those are all the questions that I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, and thank you so much for your presentation. And what I want to say is, as it relates to rezoning, I generally don't support rezoning requests, especially when they conflict with the recommendations of the Planning Commission or the planning and zoning staff and members of the community. With that being said, I live in a community, Heritage Park, and across from that community is Savannah Walk. And I'm sure at the time, approximately 25 years ago, when council, the then members of council, they voted to rezone light industrial to residential. But they did not have the forethought to think about the airport operating now 24/7, the traffic that is on the 2-lane road, or just the impact that being in an industrial space has on the community of people that live there. So I am always just leery about going against the grain when it comes in reference to how it's going to impact people that live in these communities. So I just want to say that I'm not going to be supporting this. I can't just, in good conscience, I cannot support this rezoning. Thank you.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. And I have a question for the applicant. Maybe I missed it, but what amenities were you planning on putting in?
So in the category, I know this is from the R3 zoning, it does state that it's not limited to these, but these are just some examples of some amenities. And I do want to kind of point out Councilman Atkins, with the point that he was making as far as would it be considered in the same category, I guess we might need more clarification for that, but from my understanding, these are individual amenities, and it's not limited to that, and obviously, permitting will have to say yea or nay to this, but these are some of the examples of what I was suggesting in the area. And it's because it is a small community, it's only 8 units. It's not like it's a 50 or 60 or 80 unit community, so a pool wouldn't be feasible or anything like that. But small things like this would add to the community feel and community walk of life.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. If you don't mind coming back up, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So the question, actually, that Councilmember Ziegler, I know you just talked about, she asked you the question about the amenities, but you still didn't say, I mean, from that list, what is it that you're proposing to put there? I mean, I know there was a list that was there. What from that list are you considering to put there?
Yeah, so these are, and again, it's not limited to these, but it would have to go through permitting for sure. I don't have specifics, but these are examples: enhanced landscaping, benches, architectural lighting, bike racks, gazebos, hammock.
I know that's the list, but what are you picking off of the list? That's what I'm asking.
To be honest with you, these 9 right here probably would be the most ideal. But again, it would have to go through permitting, so it may be something more than that. But as far as these were 9 adequate ones that I thought would be nice for the property.
So you're prepared to do these 9?
Yes.
Okay. And I know we talked earlier about with the community. I know there was some confusion on who received the traffic study. No. Did you actually have a meeting? I know the community met at the planning and zoning meeting, but did you actually have a meeting with the residents in Ridgecrest?
Yes, well, you said, yeah, we did have a meeting, the virtual meeting we did have, and then I put out the traffic study because the concern was traffic.
Okay, and how was this, because I know a lot of the residents said they didn't receive it. Was it mailed to each resident, or?
Yes, it was mailed. But they're stating they didn't see it.
Right, so,
but they,
all right, what is the square footage of each unit?
1836.
1836, and I know you said just with this day and time, just the price. You never considered selling any of the units? I mean, I understand the climate and just, interest rates are high, but I mean, still, people are still buying houses, townhomes and stuff like that, so.
Well, it's not completely off the table, no, but I was looking to do rental because it was a little bit more safer, but yes, they're definitely up to quality to sell as well.
Okay, now I know the initial proposal was to do the 8 units. You said you considered 6, but because it is a residential area, had you not taken into consideration building, I think, two homes on those lots there, or putting a home there, and said, I mean, I understand that you said, I know that you wanted to live in one of the townhomes, but did you not even consider, I mean, I understand getting the most bang for your buck, I do, but still, when we talk about what is in that community, what is existing there in that community, was that never a consideration for you?
To put one single family home for myself?
Well, you could have done, I mean, the lot, I mean, if for all practical purposes, if you could have put 2 homes there, was that never a consideration for you?
2 homes, no.
Okay.
Just from a building standpoint, and to be honest, for my pockets, it wouldn't be feasible. I know it sounds counterproductive, but it's more feasible for me to build more than less, honestly speaking.
Right, I mean, I understand, get more bang for your buck, and so I did ask the question about that. So it's not 100% off the table that you would consider selling the units. I know your thing right now is to rent the units.
Yeah, that is, but I'm very flexible. Like I can, it's not one on the table.
Just, and I don't know, you may not know exact number, ballpark for what would be a list price for the townhomes if they were for sale?
To be honest with you, because of the market, it would have to start at 375 minimum, probably.
Okay. And one more thing, I know we talked about the, with the parking spaces. And just because I know there are 4-bedroom units and there's only a one-car garage.
Right.
From how, I think when we looked at the schematics of how it was set up, would there be parking?
I don't know.
Is there
I don't know if that shows or depicts. It's kind of small.
Yes. So that green area, that's the buffer? Is that the
Yeah,
buffer?
that's kind of showing where the parking pad would be at, yeah.
Okay, so the white part, I see the little green things there, that would be the entrance to the carport, I mean to the
Yes.
garages.
Because we kind of wanted to abide by the rear parking design for neighborhood center. So that's why we went with that.
So towards the back, are those going to be, are those the additional parking spaces?
No, the four would be right at each unit. So the one-car garage and then the green that you see,
Yes.
that is not shaded in, but that's showing the parking pad. And I think I want to show you a better rear view of how it would look.
Okay. So going into the garage, and then they'll have that additional parking space.
Yeah.
That's in front of the garage.
Yeah, and this is just for, the parking can be lowered than but it was just to make sure that we didn't have any parking spilling over into the street.
Okay. Thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I was actually given the notice on Monday at work session when I received the letter in the mail. And before we got here on Monday, I received a call. Actually, we got an email because we received the email today from a resident who had attended the meeting. And we had conversation, and I asked, had you met with the neighborhood? And it was stated that there was no neighborhood in that area, and I believe I said it is. And yes, we talked about another meeting because from the email that I received from the resident who were against it and they spoke, and then the other resident that called me that Saturday in reference to it before I got here on Monday and received, I guess, what is called the traffic study or whatever it was that I received on Monday. But at the end of the day, this is not going to fit what's there. It's not compatible to the houses that are in the area. And no one is against building, and the question has been asked several times about a single-family home and the amenities. Well, there are no rooms for any amenities because the lot is not big enough. So there's no room for any amenities. And basically what they're talking about adding, it just basically goes with the apartment, with what you're building, the bench, the walking. You already have sidewalks on Heldon, a bike rail. That's part of what you build. If there are no more
comments.
Oh, well, then I'll yield. Thank you.
Yeah, just briefly, Ms. Jones indicated that this is a small development. It may be small for you, but for the residents who live here, this would have a large impact on their quality of life. And in the seats that we sit in, we have to prioritize the quality of life of our residents, our supervisors, over business development desires. And oftentimes we try to come up with a win-win, but we have to lead with ensuring that we're doing all that we can to minimize the negative impact on the quality of life of our residents and the people who live here. We have other zoning districts in other areas in the city where we have said we want more density We want an urban feel. We want, and that's more in our downtown area. Even the residents or the neighborhoods around downtown have residential zoning because those are neighborhoods. They're close to the urban core, but in the urban core is where we're really focused on density and allowing more density. This area is R1, very residential. There are properties that have substantial acreage. I mean, it's just really a residential area, and I don't think it's a place that this council has envisioned allowing density. And so while 8 units might not seem a lot to you, how large is this lot? How large is the land?
It's a little less than an acre.
So 8 units on less than an acre.
Yeah.
We have some homes that are on an acre, right? And so I think, again, applied your entrepreneurialism and wanting to develop. I think it's important when people choose to come to cities that you look at what exists and you look at the neighborhood and the character and the feel that's there and kind of respect that, because when we get here, our supervisors come and they tell us how they feel about it. And I don't think that this is a legal, I don't know that you've met all the legal requirements, but there's also a duty that we have to make sure that we maintain the character of our community, and that we do allow, as I said, density in other areas of the city and places where we do want this kind of density and even higher density, right? But if we start to allow proliferation of density to spread into our residential areas, I don't think East Point is a city that is looking to grow to 100,000 residents. I think our sweet spot is probably around 50,000. But if we start allowing density like this throughout the city, then we end up in a position or in a space where this council has not envisioned that we go through the different plans that we have. And so, this is very challenging to want to put 8 units with 4 bedrooms in each unit on less than an acre. That's potentially 32 people if one person is in each bedroom, plus 5 parking spaces. That's a lot on one area of less than an acre of land. And so I just wanted to make sure that I share my feedback in this. I may not get to vote. I only vote if there's a tie. But I share and join in with the concerns of the community about the density in this area. That's why it's not zoned for that. If it were zoned for that, then we probably wouldn't even be having the conversation, because you'd already have the zoning as a right. But there are other locations in the city that are zoned for higher density, and so maybe looking at those areas to be able to see what opportunities might exist there. I don't see any lights on. I will go back to Councilmember Shropshire. Oh, let me say this, I'm sorry. I did indicate before we started that if council wanted to take action on this, a waiving of the first reading would be required. But however, since there's a recommendation for denial, ordinance has not been drafted for council. And so if there is a desire to approve this, then the first reading would need to be held so that an ordinance can be drafted to be read for this. But if there's a desire to deny, an ordinance is not necessarily needed for that based upon the past action of council. So I just wanted to clarify that a waiving of the first reading is not necessarily required unless council plans to take action on the ordinance in a manner that would require an ordinance be approved. Councilwoman Shropshire.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I make a motion to accept Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation to deny.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we accept the recommendation by Planning and Zoning to deny the rezoning request and concurrent variance. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is, can I get a motion to open the public hearing on an ordinance for special use permit for applicant Richard Winfrey, request for habitable accessory structure per section 10-2130, located at 2478 Wood Hill Lane. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So move.
There's a second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. The public hearing is now open. Mr. Jones, I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'll have Director Smith walk us through this item.
Good evening again. In reference to case number P2025U-004-08, property located at 2478 Wood Hill Lane, the applicant is requesting a use permit for a habitable accessory structure pursuant to section 10-2130. Planning Commission and staff did recommend approval with 3 conditions. The first condition, applicant shall adhere to all applicable state and city codes. Structure must meet minimum requirements of habitable accessory structure pursuant to section 10-2130, the zoning code, and the most recent international residential code with current state amendments. Condition number 2, Planning and Zoning Commission shall have final review of approval architectural design pursuant to city codes and guidelines. And condition number 3, the applicant and owners must reside in the principal structure or the accessory structure at subject location and adhere to all city short-term rental guidelines and provisions. That's the conclusion of our presentation at this time.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. You can start the clock. The applicant can come forward at this time and speak.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, staff. In this case for 2478 Wood Hill Lane, I am representing the owner, Robin Shipp. She's a longtime resident of East Point. She is wishing to put this habitable structure in her property so that she could live in the structure and her family stays in the main house. She did say that I could share this. She's doing this primarily for health reasons, to be close to her family, and also live on her property. So when she came to me to assist her in this project, we met all the guidelines that were required by planning for this particular zoning process, as well as all the city guidelines. The company that I have, we do zoning, permitting, design. So we put everything together for her, and we came up with the design, the location, the elevations and everything in accordance with East Point, from planning to permitting specific. So I would like to show you the property, the design of the habitable structure, as well as the location of the structure on the project. So. He had went across. I think he still had it from the other meeting. Okay.
While they're pulling up the
We'll just go from
presentation,
there.
staff, I don't see an ordinance for this item. Go ahead, Mr. Winter.
Okay.
The ordinance is not in packet online.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so the main house structure that's currently there is a brick home ranch with a lower level basement. The property slopes from front to back, so the lower backside of the property you can't see from the street. If you go into the backyard of the property, you can see on the lower left side the habitable structure is the location. It's a 30 by 15 structure, totaling 450 square feet. It has 1 bedroom, 1 bath, excuse me, with a small porch on the front area. Again, we made sure it met all requirements, including that the original structure and the habitable structure are less, as far as the density for the entire property, it meets all those zoning requirements. The location of the habitable structure is within the building area that will be observed even further during the permit process. And I think that's it on the actual location. Are there any questions on the site plan? This is the interior design of the structure. As you can see on the right-hand side is the bedroom with closets. There is a small office area. The bathroom is in the middle, and then the living den kitchen area is all on the left side of the property. And again, the porch structure is at the top in the front. One more elevation photo. And the last photo was the elevation of the structure. The home is an original brick structure. What is not shown on here is a water table. The siding would be the exterior with a water table of brick that will match the existing home as close as possible. The home was built in the 50s, 60s, so that would be the goal of the habitable structure. So, and again, we checked all the guidelines and permitting items that would need to be observed after this phase. And that ends the presentation.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone else desiring to speak in favor of the application? Anyone desiring to speak in favor of the application for a use permit for 2478 Wood Hill Lane for a habitable accessory structure? Anyone desiring to speak in favor? It's a public hearing. Anyone desiring to speak in opposition to the use permit application for a habitable accessory structure at 2478 Wood Hill Lane?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
You in favor or against?
In favor.
Okay, we still on in favor. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I have two questions that staff may help with the gentleman here. Since we've discovered that houses in C and D have their own, when the subdivision would build, stormwater system, that will figure greatly if you're building a second structure. If you are not on the city's stormwater system and the resident has these pipes in the front yard or wherever, they are not on the city. That can really run the cost up of building that on that property. a secondary residence. And I don't see anything here with that. And I know that creek, we have creeks all over the place. I'm finding that out, went back and searched that. But the plan doesn't show anything about a state, about the stormwater, the city's stormwater system. Is that on that property? Is there something that needs to be addressed so that the person who's going to put the house back there will not all at once have to stop building to start to try to get hooked up to the city or do elsewise? That can really cost money. Thank you.
It's a public hearing. Anyone desiring to speak in favor may come forward at this time. Anyone desiring to speak in favor? It's a public hearing. Anyone desiring to speak in opposition to the request for a use permit for 2478 Wood Hill Lane for a habitable accessory structure come forward at this time. Anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Can I get a motion to close the public hearing, please? Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Since there is a recommendation for approval, there is an ordinance granting a use permit for a habitable accessory structure per section 10-2130 for property located at 2478 Wood Hill Lane, also known as the parcel number, in the R1 Single Family Residential Zoning District. If there's a desire to take action on this item tonight, the waiving of the first reading would be needed. Freely.
Madam Mayor, I move to waive the first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Any further action on this item? Councilman? Oh.
Sorry, did you call me or?
Both of your lights. Councilmember Atkins. Go ahead, Councilmember Atkins.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we approve an ordinance granting a use permit for a habitable accessory structure per section 10-2130 for property located at 2478 Wood Hill Lane, also known as parcel number 14, my eyesight is not that great, 14-0197000200689 in the R1 Single Family Residential Zoning District.
Councilmember Fripp. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Do we have any public comments this evening?
We have 13 public comments this evening.
The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. The city clerk shall make the public comment form available in the City Hall lobby prior to the start of the meeting. All speakers must complete a comment form and provide a completed comment form to the city clerk between 6 p.m. and 6:25 p.m. prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Should the speaker desire to give his or her time to another speaker, he or she may do so by notating what speakers shall receive the time on his or her comment form. Provided that the speaker given his or her form that he or she gives all or part of his or her time up to 3 minutes to another speaker, for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves and their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speakers may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, you may call the first speaker.
The first speaker is Ms. Beverly Grant.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council and residents of East Point. What I was going to speak on. One of the things I want to speak on is our modern stations where those trash cans are. Most of them are overflowing, and it looks really bad for the city. And I do want to thank the East Point Police Department. I was at the Delow Village, I think that's the apartments, and I had my head down, but I was actually talking to Martyr, and they came because some, I guess, resident has seen me, and they thought that I had passed out. So I want to thank our police department for acting, and thank the residents. Everything was okay. And also over on Camp Creek, our exit and entrance, we don't have enough for the disabled and people who are using their scooters and motorized vehicles. It's a mess over there. I was over there one Saturday, and a gentleman actually got out of his vehicle and stopped the traffic so I could cross. At our station there, that East Point precinct there's a bus stop, but there's no entrance or exit point. So anybody that's disabled, you can't get there, even if you want to catch the bus there. Let me see, what else? Was something else I want to talk about. Well, I want to talk about the project and the rezoning, but I guess we have taken care of that. And the speeding, they was talking about the speed limit. Delow and Headland, sometimes you think you're on a racetrack, and that's like 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. So if we could address that, it would greatly be appreciated with the residents over there. And Harris Jr. parking lot, they finally got it paid, but all of the tar got on the sidewalk. So the sidewalks really looks bad with that tar on there. And hopefully I don't know who's responsible for that, but it looks really, really bad. And I think that's it. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Up next, we have Ms. Jacqueline George. She gone? Okay. All right, Ms. Marie Terry.
Good evening. I wasn't expecting to get up here this evening. Miss Grant was supposed to use all that time. But I'm back. And how is everybody doing? It's Marie Terry, 2855 Sibling Road. I've had a hard time in this city. But one thing I do want to talk about is the sidewalks. I walked my sidewalk today, half of it. I want to thank Jeff Reed for that. I did walk my sidewalks. And I'm looking forward to having all the way up to Cedar Avenue, back then to the city. I am here, and it was a tough election. I've never seen a city like this city before in my life. Since I've been here in this city, I've had a rough time. I'm back, and to let everybody know, every city council sitting here, the city manager, I want you to know. I want East Point Police Department to also know. I have never been arrested in your city. I have never spent any time in your city jail. There's been some rumors and there's been some action taken, but I want you guys to know I call names when I talk. I will be filing some ethics complaints. One is going to be on Council Lady Carrie Ziegler. Okay? I've been mistreated, I've been abused, and I've been accused. Not only that, one of you all has violated a lot of laws in this city, especially when you go to the news media. I think y'all need to try to recant what y'all told that news media about Marie Terry. Okay? I'll say it again. It was a very, very, very discriminative preference election. Never seen nothing like it before in my life. Never. And y'all appear to yourself being professional. Service City, I don't trust any of you guys. I trust Marie and I trust God. And I want the residents of this city to know. There's been some bad dealings in this city. Since I've been here in 2015, I've ran 8 times in this city. Y'all need to go back to somebody's table, and it definitely won't be mine. It definitely won't be mine. This is a bad, poorly ran city. And I call myself one to run in this city? No, I count myself as more worthy than that. Y'all had me thinking that my worth came from y'all. My worth don't come from you guys. My worth don't come from you guys. But I can tell you one thing, I look forward to making y'all work for me. I look forward to that.
Up next, we have Ms. Myra Oviatt, and my apologies if I said your name incorrectly. She's gone too, okay. Great. Anita Smith.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I am here because I have a complaint and I want to know if y'all know anything about it. This spring, there was a woman taking pictures of the apartments. I live at 2320 DeLoe Drive. I'm speaking in reference to the DeLoe Village Apartments at 2360 DeLoe Drive. This spring, there was a woman, and she gave me her card. She was outside on Cecilia Leah taking pictures of the community apartments next door and even into my driveway. And I approached her to ask her why and what was the reason. And she said that they were in the process of tearing down the apartments. Well, first of all and foremost, there was a small sign that was posted at the apartment saying that they gave a specific building and stated that it was very small and stated that some units would be placed there. Come to find out, they're talking about the whole complex. It's going to be torn down, demolished. Then she told me, well, we're going to rebuild it up and we're going to bring the community, the people there back in. I don't care about that. That's not my concern. I want to know who gave them the right. And she said that it had not been necessarily, I asked her had it been approved by East Point, but she said that she was waiting to hear from Fulton County because it was a Fulton County project. Well, my concern is, I don't know if you all know anything about it. I did talk to Ms. Swapshaw about it, but I want to know who knows about this, who has approved this. My house is directly next door, so that means that I'm going to be bothered with the boom, 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 and the asbestos and everything else that goes along with that. That's going to interfere with my property. And I want to know if anybody know anything about that, and if so, has it been approved? Because the lady said that, that's what they were waiting on. So if anybody can address that and give me any information regarding that, I'd appreciate it, because I want to know what are you going to do to protect my property. I've been there for 40 years. And I have had to put up a lot with the apartments, a lot with the traffic up and down the street, cracks in my walls. When I call Jeff, nobody does anything, and I put up with a whole lot on DeLoe Drive, and this is the last of it. So I want to know if anybody can tell me anything about this project, and has it been approved? Thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Anissa Abernathy. She's gone, all right. Okay, Beth Flanagan. Gone too, all right. Linda Dean.
Good evening. It's been a long time. My name is Linda Dean. I preside at 2621 Church Street, Malibu Point Apartments. We are still having trouble there. We're having trouble with the in and out of homeless people. You can't go to the washateria and wash because there's a man sleeping in there and won't let the tenants in. We're having a problem with the outside security and the inside security of our building. I've been there 8 years, and that was when the apartments was built 8 years ago. And that's been an ongoing thing. We even have a problem with a lot of in and out traffic from the community. And that's not just talking about Wine Down Wednesday. That's talking about everyday traffic. You cannot sit on your front porch, the ones that have them, and be comfortable without noise coming through there. And we have trouble with water, of course. They do not do what they need to do for the community. We have talked with the resident manager, asking her to present things to water, and that was a month ago. We haven't heard anything about water, want to talk with us, because me, I want to face-to-face a person. I want to face-to-face a company to let them know it's hard, very, very hard for senior citizens to find a place to stay where it would meet our income. And everybody know that stays anywhere. We want things done properly. If they could go downtown Atlanta and build 2 more apartment buildings, but they can't do what needs to be done out here, no, I don't think that's right. And I want East Point and whoever else, I think Malibu Church has something to do with it. I want y'all to get on their backs, be the monkey on their backs, because I can do that too. But I want the real thing done. I'm on fixed income. I can't go nowhere right now. And my husband and I, we both are handicapped. So where are we gonna go? What income gonna take? What apartments or housing gonna take us? We can't afford it. And we want everybody to stand on top of water, not behind them and not in front of them. Because the only way they built that complex is through East Point. And we want it done. We want it done. It should have been done 8 years ago. Do y'all know we have went through this and now from 8 years? It's going on 11 or 12 resident managers. Thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Paris Hambrick.
Hi, I'm coming in behind Ms. Linda Dean. I'm new to this community. I haven't been here 2 years yet. I'm coming with the same issue that she just spoke about. I was just recently hospitalized, stemming from having a leak mold issue that I went back and forth with them for almost 5 months. They never came to address it, try to really fix it. They just did some little patch-up stuff until I got code enforcement involved. So code enforcement, City of East Point Code Enforcement, Mr. McGee is involved with it now. But they still haven't done like professional mold testing to make sure that mold isn't actually in the property. And I mean, not the property, in my unit, but it's more units there. Every few minutes, units are popping up with mold, leak issues, structure issues, water, standing water issues. And then I find out the apartment that I'm in, I haven't been there, I'll be there 2 years in March. And the carpet was stenched when I came in there. And I was bullied when I reported it. And the reason that I didn't fight back then was because my husband had recently died of cancer. I'm not trying to draw empathy or nothing. I'm just saying why I waited so long to speak. And I was bullied a little bit, and I was afraid of retaliation, and I needed a place to stay. But then when it got serious was when I started wheezing. I don't have asthma. I literally had to leave my bedroom window up to be able to breathe at night. And it's not safe to leave for a female. I live on the bottom floor, to leave the window open at night, you know. And like I said, and then after that, I was hospitalized. And there still wasn't any seriousness, even when I did the formal complaint with Mr. McGee. So now, when I've done formal complaints with the Department of Health and the Housing Authority, now they were rushing in my apartment, trying to rush in there today without notice, without giving me advance notice. And I already got permission from Mary Reed, one of the corporate managers, to not, for them to not bother me for a minute, to let me recover from the hospitalization. Actually, this is my really first outing in over a week. I felt it important to make it here for my voice to be heard, because I think not just me, but everybody in our community, we deserve to be heard. And a lot of people are in fear of retaliation and losing an affordable place to stay, that they're not speaking up. But people's healths are at stake here. You know what I'm saying? And not just the security issues, the break-ins in the cars, the camera's not working. This is a tax credit property. It's supposed to be a habitable and safe place to be, but it's not. And it's like nobody care.
And I'm sorry to cut you off, but the time just went up. Did someone else come with you? Is there someone?
Just Ms. Lundeen and a few other neighbors, but they're not speaking.
They didn't sign up to speak?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I was just wondering if someone else could give you some time.
I'm sorry I got long-winded. I'm just passionate about what's going on.
Thank you.
And want my voice, our voices, to be heard, and somebody to stand up with us to get some things done over there.
Okay. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Up next, I have Mr. Willie Jackson.
Give my time to Ms. Pittman.
Okay. When I get to you, Ms. Pittman, okay? Because somebody else next. All right. Miss Maddie Parham, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Which one? Miss Maddie? In the green jacket? Miss Grant? Yeah, okay. Yes, Miss Maddie? Miss Maddie? No, okay. In the green jacket? Okay, yeah. Yeah, You're not speaking, Miss Maddie? Okay, all right. All right, what about Melvin Godfrey? Mr. Melvin Godfrey? No. Okay. Okay. Miss Pittman, I have you, and Mr. Jackson, you giving your time to Miss Pittman? So Miss Pittman, you'll have 6 minutes.
Good evening again. People are going to think I'm still on the council. They see my face so much tonight. But I really want to thank 3 other council members for bringing a motion to the floor, not once but twice, to discuss the stormwater problem that we have here in the city. That's Councilmember Mitchell, Rose, and Shropshire. Really appreciate that, and the city manager has a recommendation tonight that I just know is going to be great and good, because I've been praying for him. Seriously now, I am very, very disturbed. We know we have trash in D.C., from the president throughout his cabinet. We don't need it here. We want to wipe it out and wash it out. I was very disturbed when I learned that invitation by E-Bright was being circulated for the seniors ball. Now, I'm about tired of that event. We know The city cannot spend taxpayers' money on a ball where all seniors are not notified of it, and every year a select few are invited. I am tired of paying for other candidates' votes. I am tired of paying for freebies on the city that homeowners get in D and some in B, that's not in A, and that's not in C. Now, when a candidate signs up for office in August, that means any expenditures that you're doing that could be remotely thought of as to try to curry votes is a conflict of interest. Councilman Butler knows that. He also knows that legacy voters are your older voters. So he has a senior ball. Let me tell you, I'm a senior too, but I'm about tired of East Point seniors being looked upon as the poorest of the poor. Many of them are much better off than two people working with children who do not have the money in all. If I want to go to a dance, I'm going to one with people I know and like. Now, I'm threatening to show up at this ball with a whole lot of seniors who didn't get invited. And I want to know what judge of law is going to tell you or anybody else there, security, she can't go because her name is not on the list. I want to see this list of all seniors who received this email because I didn't. And I've talked about this in the past. You need to stop. And I'm going to be writing up an ethics complaint, and I'm going to ask for a reimbursement of the money because this is nothing but a political ploy. And for last week, for a former council member to stroll in here with a T-shirt on and come to this podium and make campaign speeches was the worst thing that could have ever happened in East Point. East Point been in the city for over 135 years. We know better. And the people deserve better from the people that's sitting up here now. And tonight, I want to say this. I am calling names. I used to live on the press at my house. They didn't come and sit all, they just come straight to the house. If that is what it's going to take, then we'll do it again. Because what has been going on in this city needs to stop. You sat up here tonight, you didn't have a meeting, a work session Monday night because you didn't have a quorum. Didn't have a budget committee meeting, didn't have a quorum. If you don't want the job or have time for it, stop getting that check every other Thursday and resign. And let somebody sit up there who will do the job. I served 10 years on the council. I was never absent. Went to budget committees meetings. Didn't know what it was to sit up there and talk about my budget. You don't have a budget. You're not a hired person. You're elected. And you need to understand that. And tonight, hopefully, Mr. Willie Jackson is going to get his yard fixed that had sinkhole started in it last December. Almost December again. $3,000. The dance is going to cost more than that. It's ridiculous how we spend taxpayer money and we're supposed to sit back and love it. Well, I don't love it. And when we start going through these work orders and where work is being done in this city, if you can't come to my house and rake my leaves and cut my shrubbery in the back, I don't want you over there doing it in Ward D or Ward B. I don't want stormwater projects done in Ward B. That's not done elsewhere in the city. And we're going to come back with that because we're definitely not through with that. I have 4 different ordinances on stormwater. My name's on all 4 of them. You don't use my name in vain. No. So we're going to deal with that. We have a new city manager. And Mr. Jones, I don't have anything against you personally, but we've had some bad actors, and it's because of council members that influence employees that cause them to do some terrible things. I'll be back. Thank you.
Lastly, we have Ms. Teresa Nelson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Teresa Nelson, 1732 Neely Avenue. The more digging we do, the more intriguing and infuriating the information found becomes. The city spent $193,505 for direct expenses for the May Wednesday Wind Down concert. They spent $117,021 for the July event. And these amounts do not include the amounts that were attributed to Councilwoman from Ward A and her visa expenditures and her reimbursement request at times. The documents received also had very few. I applied for and got did an open records request for the receipts as requested. The documents received had very few actual receipts for purchases. Nearly 3/4 of her expenses had missing document form noting misplaced receipt. Actual receipts do not note the purpose for the purchases. While catered food was obtained for the events from local chains, many receipts around the time of each event are for food purchases by the councilwoman. For example, though This Is It Barbecue was paid $879 for the June 23 concert. Not included were Amazon expenses for $163, Jason's Deli for $244, and Wayfield Foods for $75. What few Amazon receipts were produced require a magnifying glass to read or are totally illegible. Odd receipts or forms for misplaced receipts include O'Reilly's Auto Parts, gas purchases, wireless Bluetooth speakers, GNC, Home Depot, and my favorite from Target, hand towels, tea, honey, and suit hangers. There are numerous missing receipt forms and visa charges for several online services such as Meta, MailChimp, Patch.com, LinkedIn, Sponsor Pitch, etc. The same council person claimed I did nothing while on the council. I regularly met with her and all other neighborhood associations and their leaders and sought information from them on what they wanted done, and then I wrote legislation and got it passed to carry those goals out. I also fought to help bring this city into compliance with federal environmental laws passed under President Richard Nixon in the early 70s. The list of what I accomplished would be too long, but one thing I did not do was spend so much taxpayers' money that the fiscal well-being of the city was threatened and the citizens were robbed from improvements, and our employees should have received better wages and benefits. Fortunately, she was not reelected. Thank you.
Any more comments?
No, ma'am. Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
All right, we will now move to comments for council. 2 minutes or 3 minutes? I can't remember. 2 minutes. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, and let me address these comments. So, for everything that I spent, there is a receipt. And again, I will go back to the riders. Did you ask for the riders? Because you make it seem like I was just out here spending, but all of my charges can be verified. Every last one of them, Ms. Nelson. And you know what, Ms. Nelson? Yes, you were at my neighborhood meetings, but you brought nothing. The only thing that you did as a council person was did a tree ordinance, the reason why they have to have an arborist to cut it down. And you didn't run again because you know you weren't going to be elected. But let me move on. So since you want to talk about credit cards, let's talk about what the staff spends on the credit cards and what the city manager allows to be spent. Like one direct report went to Home Depot. He also bought alcohol with his credit card. He also spent it and took flights to Texas, Houston, and Austin, and paid hotels. But did you ask for staff receipts to get that? No, you didn't. You want to continue to come down here and try to make up all these lies because you failed as a council person. That's mighty white of you.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for those who attended the council meeting today in person, and for those that are also on via live stream. Wow. I wanted to, I haven't asked, but I'm asking for, this Friday will be the day that I do my distribution for my 100 Givings of Thanks, which is a Thanksgiving giveaway that I do for the city employees. So my ask is that I use the customer care parking lot. I've done it in years past. So I just wanted to make sure that I have permission to use that. The time is, it'll be this Friday from 10 to 12 o'clock. So,
Is that a
so I'd
motion?
like to make a motion for the use of the customer care parking lot.
Second.
The motion and a second, use of the customer care parking lot for, so you made a lot of statements, and then you said you want to make a motion.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes,
Just
it's
clear what the
for the
motion
use of the parking lot, just for distribution of the baskets that I give out for the city employees. And that's going to be from 10 to 12 this Friday.
That's the motion.
Yes, ma'am. Then I'd like to
Stand, Councilmember
Yes, my second still,
Atkins.
my second still stands.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Go
Thank you.
ahead, Councilmember Cummings.
Okay, I yield. Thank you.
Councilmember Martin Wright.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank all of the people that came out for public comments tonight, Ward D residents, and also council members. Mark your calendars for December 6th from 10 a.m. until 12 noon for the final Ward D community gathering at the Word of Faith Love Center. That's located at 2435 Ben Hill Road. I'm asking guests to please bring one non-perishable food item to be donated to a local food pantry. Also, my neighbor in my community is having a community consignment coat drive on December 7th from 1 o'clock until 5 p.m. And she is asking that donations be made of new or gently used coats. And you can text her at 404-551-6109. And lastly, I would just like to thank staff members for the Ward D Community Beautification Update to our utility boxes. They've gotten a makeover and they look wonderful. So that is a little beautification. So if you see those utility boxes, just take a picture and post it for everyone to see. Thank you.
Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just would like to say to Director Reeves and his team in Public Works, I did drive down Sylvan Road today. The sidewalks do look great. I saw the silt fencing that also are extending toward Cleveland Avenue, so I know that that's coming. So thank you guys for getting that in, particularly because Sylvan Road is so heavily traveled, and so not only do they look good aesthetically, but for safety reasons as well along Sylvan Road, so thank you. Want to talk about the comments from Ms. Dean and also Ms. Hendricks in Malibu Apartments, Mr. City Manager. This was concerning to me because today I also received a phone call from Fulton County. We had a senior resident who lives in one of the communities here in East Point also complained about mold in her unit, also complained about being bullied by management, and I don't know what is within our purview, Madam Attorney, in terms of what we can do, but I know that people do need places to live. They are afraid to even talk to management about some of the issues, and I'll get all that information and pass it on to your office, Mr. City Manager. But health and safety concerns, and then the bullying of management, if that is in fact true, I think need to be addressed. People do need safe, healthy places to live. And the final thing I'll say is Councilmember Martin Rogers alluded to it. I met with Ms. Douglas in Ward D a few weeks ago, and she talked about the utility boxes, and so glad that that's done. I did put her in contact with Mr. Swain, and so I know that she's probably excited as well. Glad to see that that art is moving toward the west and getting in Ward D. I yield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Officer McGee for what you do in code enforcement. Really do appreciate you. I want to say thank you to Thomas from Power, because he and I were up at 1:30 in the morning trying to figure out why the power was out on Redwine because of the car accident. And I do appreciate what you do for the city, going beyond the call of duty, and I appreciate you taking my call at 1:30 in the morning. I would like to say Happy Founders Day to my brothers of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. Mr. Jackson, I'm sure we're going to come to a solution to that problem today, I hope so. And to former Mayor Pittman, every senior is invited. I'm sorry you did not get an email. That did not come from me with the invitation, but you are correct. Everyone is invited until we reach capacity. And I'm not sure where that email came from, but I make sure that seniors take control of that whole event. You know, my job is to try to just facilitate. So I do apologize that you did not get an invitation, but everybody is invited. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. And I would also like to give a shout out to Thomas Mangram from Power. We have had a lot of complaints with different streetlights and things out, and he's always very responsive, and I really appreciate that. I know that the residents appreciate that too. And then I also wanted to give a shout out to Robert Whitehead from Sanitation. He's also been proactive in cleaning up some of the illegal dumping in Ward B. And so I just wanted to extend a thank you to him as well. Thank you.
Any other council members? So I want to start by saying congratulations to the council members who were reelected and to the council members elect. We do have a runoff for the mayor's seat, and early voting starts on this Saturday, November 22nd, through November 26th, which is the Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving. So that's early voting. East Point Library will be an early voting location. And Election Day will be December 2nd. There are a few other early voting locations, but the one in East Point, in the city of East Point, is the library. And on Election Day, you will have to vote at your assigned polling location. So early voting is November 22nd through November 26th, and Election Day is December 2nd. So you have until December 2nd to vote. Thank you to the residents of East Point for passing the municipal option sales tax again, for renewing that, which ensures that right now we're getting around $400,000 a month to be able to make repairs, maintain, and actually install infrastructure for our water and sewer system. We inherited over $326 million of water, sewer, and stormwater infrastructure needs without funding, and so this provides around $400,000 a month, which is about $5 million per year. Yeah, that does not come from taxpayers directly or from fees like raising your water fees. It actually is a penny sales tax that anyone pays when they come through the city of East Point. That helps go towards that. So it's ensuring that our residents aren't bearing the brunt of that infrastructure. And let me just say, the city of East Point is not unlike any other city in the state that's dealing in the country that's dealing with infrastructure needs. Next, we will go to our TAD redevelopment plan presentation. At our last work session, I think it was last month, we talked about this. There was a presentation, and they indicated they would be working on coming back to us at tonight's work session to share with us information about where we are with the TAD redevelopment plan. So I will turn it over to Attorney Charles Johnson, along with the consultant, to share an update with council.
Everything you said is correct, so I will not repeat any of it. We are here tonight to get feedback from council in advance of the public hearing that is recommended to be scheduled for early December about the configuration of one or two proposed TADs. Mr. Koski is here from KB Advisory Group to talk about the progress they've made and to get some feedback from you.
Thank you, Attorney Johnson, Mayor and Council. It's good to see you again. I was here not that long ago to introduce the idea of TADs at behest of Mr. Johnson. So it's good to see you again. So this is now conversation number 2 at this mic in front of TADs. And as Mr. Johnson says, the idea is that we're trying to potentially get a redevelopment plan to pass at least one TAD, if not 2 TADs. Potentially, we got some talking to do, but to pass a TAD at least before the end of the year. And we talked about why that's important to do it before the end of the year. Don't have to do it before the end of the year, but there's a reason to do it before the end of the year. But what we want to do tonight is not go back over what we've done already, but to talk about what the boundaries of a potential TAD might look like. So again, we're kind of just, I'm acknowledging, sort of skipping over like the conversation of should we have a TAD or not, right? So these recommendations we're going to talk about tonight assumes you would like to have a TAD, right? Potentially, or at least consider a TAD. So this is your current TAD. It's called TAD number 2. It's TAD number 2 for the record because TAD number 1 was closed. You have a lot of those real sales taxes flowing because of Camp Creek Parkway. That was helped along a long time ago because of TAD number 1. That closed. Now you have the potential to create at least one more TAD. Just so you know, this is the current TAD. Number 2, colloquially called the Corridors TAD. You can see that it covers most of downtown and kind of out a bit to the east. And then along the corridor, and so that TAD is functioning. You know where City Hall is, Owens, Illinois site, you can see called out over here. So this TAD, the parcels within the red boundaries, now the red line that snakes through, that is public right-of-way. But where you see the gold, if you will, light gold, that is the parcels that are in the TAD. Those parcel values equals 5.7% of the city's overall property tax digest. That's important, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. But again, that TAD is 5.7 of your digest, so counted by the value of the parcels. So this is a proposal. This is not even this is the first time you all have seen this, so this can be tweaked. This is an idea. This is a starting point of what might belong in a redevelopment plan. We've only got a short amount of time if we want to do this, so we're here tonight to kind of get some feedback, because the next time I come, I'll have a redevelopment plan ready for you to consider, and that's when we'll have a public hearing, potentially, if you guys schedule that. But these two areas, one in purple at the top, we'll call it the North TAD. For lack of a better word right now, the South TAD is in blue, the sites are in blue. The parcels in blue down there would potentially, if we kept them all in there, be connected by the right-of-way, so that because all parcels have to be contiguous, but in Georgia, cities and counties put non-contiguous parcels in TADs together and connect them by the right-of-way, like you did in TAD number 2. So if you see the parcel all the way down at the far southwest corner, southwest corner, that's not connected to another TAD parcel, but we could if we wanted to keep it in there. Okay, so two TADs. You say, why 2 TADs? The reason is your TAD number 2 won't allow you to connect these 2 TADs. You can't cross the paths of TADs. One parcel cannot be in 2 TADs. 1 inch of right-of-way cannot be in 2 TADs. They have to be separate, right? So if you wanted to identify in these 2 areas as economic development priorities, And really, that's the question. What are your economic development priorities? If you think that these two areas are, and the parcels that we've highlighted, then those could be your next two TADs, potentially. Okay, now, I mentioned the value piece, right? And so, it's important to know, if you look, the most important thing, because you already saw the map on the right, but feel free to keep looking at it, but I really want you to look at where it says digest as a percent of East Point total digest, right? So, you can see your total digest, it's 1.7 billion in value. That's how much East Point is worth, property taxes, as determined by the Fulton County property tax appraiser, minus your exempt properties, which don't pay property taxes, right? So, how big is this north parcel, the purple? 2.6, 74 number of parcels, but it's 2.6 of the value of the overall digest, right? The south is 109 parcels, but less of a percentage of your digest because these parcels are not worth as much, right? So on a per parcel basis, the north is worth more. That doesn't really matter, but just so you kind of can understand what you're reading there, right? The corridors TAD is currently 647 parcels, so that's already exists. Corridors TAD exists. It's the ones inside the red boundary that we already discussed. So if you wanted to have both of these TADs, you could. With all of these parcels, you could, for lots of reasons, but particularly because they're less than 10% of your overall property taxes. So if you wanted both of these TADs, we could get them, you could consider them, you could, if you wanted to consider them, right? Like, we don't know how the vote's gonna go, but if you wanted to consider them, we could do it one of two ways. And I'll work with Attorney Johnson and your attorney's office to figure out which way we're going, but seeking input, you can have one redevelopment plan that takes in both parcels. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. You guys, we can go over pros and cons on that, and I can get into that. I think the cleanest way is to have two redevelopment plans, one for each section, but it doesn't have to go that way. I'm happy to do one redevelopment plan with two TADs. So we could have two redevelopment plans, one with each, a north redevelopment plan, a south redevelopment plan, two TADs, two plans. There's logic to that. Or we could have one plan that brings in both. There's logic to that, but I would say option A is, if you had to ask, I would say go with option A, but we can do option B. Okay, so that's something we're gonna have to figure out quickly. Maybe not tonight, but we'll figure it out. Potential for new TAD creation. All right, I want to point out, right, and I mentioned this last time I was here, we were your consultants for Economic Development Strategic Plan, so I can't help but remind you that we had, that the plan you all passed, that we wrote, but it's your plan now, we had pointed out the parcels in green, right, as potential redevelopment sites. Some of them, so dark green, so some of them are already in your corridors, right? There's a reason why they're dark green, okay? There's a reason why they're dark green, which we can get into, but not tonight. Some of them, most of them are already in your one TAD that you have, and then you can see where the other ones that were called out are in here. The only thing that's not called out, because it already has a name on it, is the Owens, Illinois site, right? So we understand when we started this conversation with you all that that was, among all the other things, a high priority, right? An empty site that could use a redevelopment tool. All right, so the one question we have for you, and I hope you have ability to maybe review this so that we can, keep thinking about this after the meeting, is, does this make sense to you, all of these parcels? We've heard from some of you all that the priority is vacant sites and vacant sites and vacant buildings. Vacant sites and vacant buildings. Not all vacant buildings are going to be worth saving, but definitely some might be for adaptive reuse. So that's kind of the priority. So we've kind of tried to say, where are the vacant sites? That's easy, no buildings on them. Where are the vacant buildings? We know that. And where might there be vacant buildings in the future, in the near future, that you want to work on? So that's what those are. This really comes right from your LCI plan, your Willingham Drive. You can see this is, so this TAD could theoretically be considered an implementation plan for your Willingham Drive LCI plan, because a TAD would help you implement projects out of your Willingham Drive LCI plan. Plus, you know that there's a discussion around Owens, Illinois site that this could help as well. So, one thing to consider, again, last thing, this is really the last thing I'm going to say. So, okay, here's the potential proposal. And remember that this gets you to 9.7%. So that gives you 0.3% of your tax digest value to maybe create another TAD if you wanted to. You could have another, that would be down the line. I'm just saying you could give yourself flexibility if you wanted it. Oops. From doing your economic development strategic plan, I know this site over on Lawrence Street is ugly and potentially a great TAD project. I don't know, I do know a lot of the details. I'm just throwing it out there just as not to say you should put it in this TAD, because I don't think you could actually put this in this TAD. You can see it butts up against TAD number 2. So to get it in this TAD is probably not going to happen, but you might want to have a TAD for that site someday down the road, eventually. But as the values in your current TADs grow, they're gonna maybe cross over 10% at some point as they grow, and that's fine. You don't have to take them out of TADs, but they're gonna potentially grow above 10%, and at some point you won't be able to create any more TADs or put any sites in your TADs. So just know that if you have, okay, so look at the bottom 2 lines, 9.7%, right? That's what I was showing you before. So that's fine, you can do that. This site is not actually worth very much on the tax digest. And so, you could fit this one in too. You could even have another TAD. I don't know that you want to do that this year, but I'm just pointing out how that might work. But that over time, as this grows, because you're so close, you may not be able to slip this in too far down the road. So that's kind of like the main things I wanted to talk to you about as we really, dive in deep on writing this redevelopment plan for your consideration in December. And I'm really kind of looking for any guidance you want to give me. Again, my firm and me have helped cities pass over 50 TADs, so we know what we're doing here. So we can get this done if you want to. We can help you get this done. But I need, give me some feedback, input. What do I need to know as we finalize this redevelopment plan and bring it to you for consideration? We would assume that we would send it to you before the public hearing so that you all can read it before the public hearing, and then the public can have an opportunity to weigh in on it. So there's some timing we can talk about, but mostly I want to first talk about the boundary. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that updated presentation, Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Koski. Question for you. So I was getting a number of 9.6, but that's you probably rounded up. It was probably 9.6 something to get 9.7. Is that right? Okay. Yeah, I was getting 5.7 for TAD number 2, 2.6 for TAD, North TAD, and 1.3 for South TAD. But there's
definitely rounding going on, yes.
Okay. So my questions were answered about the North TAD. I wanted to make sure that Oakley and Millage and those streets were there, and the bigger map showed that. For the South TAD, I know that we've got Owens, Illinois site, and then there was another slide with some green. Right. And that was not included in the blue. And so is that the hotel, are those the hotels along Virginia Avenue?
It's a great question, yes. And so you can look here, right, on this TAD, this map, and then if you watch, boop, it zooms in a little bit, and then you can see those green the green parcels at the very south. Yes, that's what might be called the hotel district. They don't have to be in the TAD, but that was in the strategic plan that there may want to be focus on the hotel. So our thinking was, because you all agreed that maybe someday there wants to be a focus on redevelopment of hotel property or more, some sort of help down there, it's right there. So we said, let's propose to put it in there just to see if there's enough room to leave it in there. I will also point out that there is incongruities in this map. This is an old map, so the numbers are right, but I just noticed that if you look at this map, right, there's potential to put a lot of properties in down there, but depends on the value of them. And so I don't know if you guys can turn around and look and see, but if you can see my pointer, but this parcel is vacant. So that parcel is vacant. These parcels are not vacant, so we have versions with them in and with them out. Those are hotels as well. So basically this whole, right here, all of this is basically what we would colloquially call your hotel district.
And it's in the south, it's proposed to be in the south.
Right now it is, but it doesn't have to be, so.
That was going to be my question,
Yeah.
because in the green, I wasn't sure if the green was in or not. One slide, it's green.
Yeah, sorry. The green just means, the green covers up the blue here. It just means that we wanted to point out that that was in your redevelopment plan, not the redevelopment plan, your strategic plan, your strategic plan.
As a focus area.
As a focus area.
Right.
But again, you don't have to do anything about that. We're just pointing it out. And really what we did is we wanted to get this up. This is the max, pretty much the max. And we can pick things out of there if they don't need to be in there, but if you wanted a tad, this is about as big as you could get with the focuses that we have heard that you might want to focus on.
Okay. No, I just wanted to make
Yeah, no, it's a good question.
They were included, because I think it's an important area for us to focus some attention on and have an economic development tool to encourage development and investment in that area, because it has another return called hotel motel tax. If we do it, so then we get some additional dollars for those things as well. So
100%.
I just wanted to make sure.
And by the way, those hotel motel tax dollars are not captured into the TAD. So if you have, more hotel rooms than you had before the TAD and they're in the TAD, that's fine. Like that money's going to flow in, just like it normally would, whether it's in a TAD or not. The TAD only captures the ad valorem property taxes increment, just to be clear. But yeah, so that's a good reason to use a TAD where there's other tools that don't get in the way of each other.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Just a few questions. So I know we closed out the Camp Creek, and this current TAD, how many TADs can you have at one time?
There is no limit to the number of TADs you can have. There's other limits, but in terms of the sizing of TADs, it's just about this 10% of value can be in your collection of TADs. So there's cities in Georgia that are right at the limit with one TAD, and there's cities in Georgia that have as many as, right now, the biggest is 8 TADs, but it's only.
But it all still is on that's still on that percentage?
Yes.
Okay.
The value percentage.
Okay, and I know you had talked before for your last presentation about the advantage of getting a TAD approved before year end. So explain that again about the 2025 and let me.
Yes, it's a good question, and why we would want to hurry up from here on out. Because when you pass a TAD, whether you pass it in January or December 31st, the day that you pass that resolution to approve a TAD, that's the year in which you set the base value. So what that means is that if you all decide to pass a TAD in 2025, every parcel that's inside of your TAD will continue to send into the general fund the same amount that it has in 2025 going forward while the TAD exists. So we're locking in the base, we're freezing the base of whatever parcels that are in the TAD. So that money continues to flow into your general fund just the way it always has off of each of those parcels, whether they're in a TAD or not. What's in play is what's on top of it, the increment, the growth. So you want to, if you're going to use the TAD effectively, you want to lock in the base value as low as you can, because then everything above, every pit of growth helps fund the TAD, right? So if you wanted to, for example, and I'm realizing Owens is spelled wrong, that's really bad of me, I apologize. We'll fix that in the plan, there won't be a mistake in the plan like that. Sorry, but if you wanted to focus a TAD on a project like Owens, Illinois, and that project was going to start moving dirt and maybe increase the value this year or next year, you want to lock it in this year so that you can capture the increase. But also the key to a TAD is not just about values, it's about sending a message to the development community. And so y'all's actions send a lot of messages to the development community. Tonight you send a lot of messages. And at every meeting you send a lot of messages. And so by having a plan, you're telling the development community we're open for business. We want to help a development plan with a TAD. We want to have we're at the table with you, developer. We want to help you try to figure out how to grow the economy of East Point. And that's what this TAD says to the development community, so that's another reason to get it out there and tell people, come on, we got sites, let's do, and the lower the base of that, the better that looks to your development partner, future development partners.
Okay. And another question. So I know you spoke about, I know you have a north TAD and a south TAD. And what would be the pros and cons of, I know you talked about doing them together versus separate.
Well, so if we do them together, we're going to have to, in order for it to pass muster with the law, we're going to have to make a story that says, not make a story, but tell a story that says these are basically under the same conditions. North and south are both, we're going to end up, we're working on it now, but basically saying if they were together, that this general area, not boundary, but this general area that's these TADs are going to be in, those are, we're going to call them, industrial, legacy industrial areas, and they have similar types of problems. And so we're going to lump them together and work on them collectively. A bigger TAD potentially allows you to move funds around between the two areas. So you could potentially raise money in the north side and spend it on the south side if they're in the same TAD. If they're not in the same TAD, you can only spend money where you raise.
So the north is for the north, the south is for the south.
Yes.
Okay.
So again, I don't know that either is a deal killer, there's pros and cons of both, and I could go on for a long time about that, but I think that kind of summarizes it.
That's kind of the gist of it. And the tax, it only affects just commercial business, no residential?
Nope, that's incorrect respectfully. So what goes on with a TAD is that if I or you or anybody, well, actually, y'all shouldn't own property in a TAD, I'll just say that. If you own property in any of these TADs, you should make it known, and we'll talk about it later. But assume I own a piece of property in this TAD. I don't pay any additional taxes or fewer taxes. A TAD does not have anything to do with my property taxes. I could be a single-family homeowner and be in a TAD. There's TADs that are full of single-family homes and some that have 0 single-family homes. It doesn't matter either way per the law. So it's only about how those parcels grow, whether they're in value, whether they're residential or commercial, and that's what funds the TAD.
Thank you, I yield.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. Can we zoom in on, let's do the North TAD first, is that okay? Can we look at, specifically, I was wondering if the properties off of Naybell would be included?
So,
there's the echo.
I generally know these parcels. I can't say that I could tell you every little thing on every parcel, so help me out, but
It's over on the west side.
So the west,
and we have a list. I mean, there's a list with parcel numbers and names. I don't have it with me tonight. We can circulate it for sure.
Gotcha.
But I would say that I think that the best use of our time is not necessarily to look at individual parcels. I can answer those questions at any time, but I think that the general sense is, are we on the right track? Is this sounding like something you want to consider? If you have a question about a very specific parcel, I can get back to you tomorrow with that answer. I just don't know that I'm going to be able to answer, a lot of questions about individual parcels at this podium tonight.
Okay. Well, and then for the South TAD, I know, you said that you don't have information about individual parcels, but can you shed some light on how you determined which parcels on Willingham would be included? Because the industrial area surrounding the recycling plant isn't included, it looks like.
So there's a few things. One is, And again, there's no real science to this particularly, and what could be in and could be out. The biggest science is if you put a certain site in and it tips you over 10%, then you've got to figure something else out, right? So we could have any of these parcels in, we just have to stay below the 10% cap. So if we put things in, we have to take things out because we're right at that cap. So again, we got to work on that. But the key here is, do we think that this parcel is either a priority site for economic development, meaning not just that it's ugly, but that it has the potential to get redeveloped fairly soon, and a TAD will help that, and so we're going to put a TAD there to help it get redeveloped. Or if there's a parcel that doesn't look like it's going to increase in value because it's not going to get redeveloped, probably, and it's just not, it's maybe it got built last year. It's probably its highest value it's ever going to be. That's not going to be helpful for this TAD because it may not increase in value and it's not going to get redeveloped. It doesn't need an incentive. So there's some sort of criteria about when it's built, what's on there, can it be redeveloped, will it be redeveloped? All of these things sort of are the filter that decide this. But again, there's not anything that we are dead set on having in there. Personally, as a consultant, you tell us, this is your plan, not our plan, except that we've heard Owens, Illinois site needs some help. Look at vacant sites and look at empty buildings. And then we're really doing the filtering that I was talking about.
Okay. And what about properties that are like known hazardous sites? Would that be a good?
Potentially, yes. I mean, brownfield sites usually are good TAD potential. Now, it's only not because they're going to help with what I was just describing, but usually a brownfield site, especially if it's certified brownfield, it's kind of going to have a tax abatement anyway, but it might need a TAD to add to the capital stack to get it redeveloped. I mean, there's a lot of ways that could go. So I would say, without knowing exactly what site you're talking about, it's probably okay to be in there as a brownfield site, but again, we got to look at the values,
Gotcha. Yeah, I think there's a small site that may be missed, but we can talk about it later.
Yeah, and I would say this, if this is piquing your interest, A, we want to make sure you get this presentation, if that's okay. I think that's fine. B, if you got me like actual parcel numbers somehow, like if you could say, here's a parcel or 10, I know I want to be in there. If you could tell me those parcel numbers, or vice versa, here's 10 that I don't want in there, and here's the parcel numbers will save us having to, look at a map, right? And so that could help between now and the next time we see you. If you give us parcel numbers, we can react in the plan.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. And I know nothing about property development, so this may be a really stupid question, but I'm
No stupid questions.
So are TADs typically sort of very project-specific sort of focused? Because this feels notional or aspirational.
Right. Yep.
And what's the norm and why this approach?
Thank you, it's a great question. I give a presentation to new development authority members around the state specifically about TADs, and what I tell them is the law does not categorize TADs, but we KB, because we've seen just about every TAD created in Georgia, we have categorized TADs. Under the same law, using the same thing, there are corridor TADs, there are area-wide TADs, and there are project-specific TADs. Those are KB categories, but those are basically the three TADs, types of TADs in Georgia. There's logic behind all of them. I see the trend moving more away from corridor TADs because they're too notional and aspirational. That those corridor TADs passed many years ago now, and we helped pass some of them. The idea was, here's a struggling corridor, we're going to have a TAD so we hope people will come and use it. That hasn't worked all that well in most corridor TADs. There are exceptions. So what I would call this is an area-wide TAD. And what I would say is that in an LCI plan of which you have here, it's always telling cities when they pass an LCI plan to do implementation and use economic development tools to implement them. So I think when you have an LCI plan, having a TAD attached to it is a very logical thing to do because it helps you implement that plan. The other area I don't think is in it, I know it's not in an LCI plan, it doesn't really have a master vision forward necessarily. That might be one reason you don't want to work on that in this TAD. Maybe you just want to have the one that focuses on what we know is a priority site and your LCI plan. And maybe you consider that one next year or something, I don't know. You know, you can do it that way. You can only have, if you decide, you know, the north side is not what we want to work on this year, it's too controversial, you guys can't figure out if that's a good idea or bad idea, but you know the south side is what is, we all agree on that. Maybe you just have one TAD. And that's why I also think, just for y'all's sake, just to have two TAD plans, and you know, you can approve one and not approve another one if you want to do it that way. But that way, when it comes time to vote next month, you know, you're not wrapping these two things together, right? You could just say you can approve one or the other. So I'm going to move forward with that idea unless I hear from y'all differently, that we're going to try to go with two TADs, two separate TADs that you can assess on their own.
And 2 more points. So from what you just said, it sounds a bit like the TADs are sort of a tactic for implementation of the LCI.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, they can serve lots of reasons, but yes to that.
Okay. And then, what was my other point? So in a situation like this where there's only sort of one specific project and the rest we're hoping for, worst case scenario, nothing happens for years. Like what, is there a downside? Is there an expiration date? What?
Yeah, again, all essential questions. So there isn't necessarily a downside to passing a TAD and never using it. I mean, the downside is that the increase in property taxes inside that TAD gets captured into a TAD fund and not into the general fund. So you are wrapping that property tax increase, not the base value, because that's all going to the general fund, but so it's staying over there, and if you never use it, then it's just sitting there. And then when you dissolve the TAD, because the council can dissolve a TAD just like you can create one, as long as there's no obligations against that TAD, we can talk about that later. You can dissolve it, that money just flows back into the general fund. No harm, no foul, I like to say. I'll give you an example right now, probably over, but City of Alpharetta is considering a TAD tonight. We wrote them a TAD plan in 20-something, I can't remember, few years ago for the redevelopment of North Point Mall. They had a developer, the TAD was going to help move the North Point Law redevelopment along. The developer didn't deliver. Like, they didn't come to an agreement. And so that TAD, they then dissolved that TAD. Well, tonight they're looking to put it back because they've got another economic development priority. So just to give you an example, the TADs can come and go. As long as you don't commit to paying out of the TAD fund, you can get rid of the TAD.
Councilmember Butler.
Hey, Jeff, how are you doing?
Hey, good.
I have a couple of questions too. Let's start with my last one first. The Northport Mall example. So help me make sure I'm understanding correctly. So Northport Mall right now, under the TAD, is taxed at X.
Just so we're clear, it's not under a TAD yet. It may be. It depends how that, if that
Let's talk about when
down.
it was.
Say again?
When it was.
It was. When it was in a TAD, yes.
So per my understanding is, then we are capping our income at X on Northport Mall. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
You're capping the amount of money that flows into the Alpharetta General Fund when they put a TAD at North Point Mall.
Okay.
So all the funds, the property tax funds that flowed in from the mall continue to flow in. The only thing that's in motion to go a different direction is the increase in the growth in property taxes, right? And so the idea would be there, it doesn't have to be here, but it might be for the Owens, Illinois site. TADs can often be used to bond, to leverage, to bond off of, right?
So we're on the same page?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So the extra income, which
Yes.
would be why
Yes.
the increase in taxes does not go to the general fund.
Right.
It goes to your capital stack.
It goes into the TAD fund.
Okay.
And then you can pay, then the city, you all, or whoever your redevelopment agent is, probably be you control the purse strings to that TAD fund. And if there's a bond against it, then you tell that TAD fund to pay back the bond. But you can sit on those TAD funds and pay it out in grants if you wanted to. Some cities do that.
So when we did the Walmart TAD,
Yes.
where did the TAD funds go?
If it was set up correctly, now, wait a minute, just so I'm clear, that's a TAD that does not exist anymore?
No, I'm sorry. Walmart is
Yeah.
in the Cordes TAD.
Okay.
So that increment went to pay $9 million of bonds for infrastructure to support that development.
Okay. So we're on the same page so far.
Yes. Yeah.
So my question then becomes, the properties that you have chosen. Now, if I own a property in Willingham and it's occupied, what's my incentive to increase the value of that property?
Well, I mean, if you're a commercial property owner,
And I'm on Willingham right now and I'm making widgets.
you may be in a TAD and you may never need it per se, right? So you might be making widgets inside of a TAD on Willingham and you just pay your property taxes and you don't know whether you're in a TAD or not if you're not paying attention, right? Like you're just paying your taxes. Now, if you're a property owner and you're making widgets and you say, I would like to maybe think about, I don't know, whatever improvements I want to make that could be public-facing improvements, some improvements that the city would love to see. It could even be a facade improvement along a corridor because you're in a cool old building, but you haven't been able to fix it up. But you're in a TAD. Well, you can decide to give, to give out grants out of that TAD fund, potentially. City of Gainesville does this all day long. They're making small grants out of their TAD fund because they haven't necessarily used it all to bond again, to pay off a bond. They just let it grow and grow and grow in their TAD fund. Now they got $1 million and now they can pay it out, do things with it as long as they spend it inside the TAD.
Thank you. I have one other question. If we place properties in a TAD, are we able to legislate community benefits?
Great question. Thank you. I love that question. We should. You don't have to, but we should. You should, I think. I'm your consultant on TADs. I think you should identify how you want to do that, think about how you want to do that. Let's talk about how you want to do that. I would say 90% of the TADs in Georgia don't think about that per se, but 10% think explicitly about that, and that's either done one of two ways. One, inside the TAD plan itself that we're writing. We're moving fast on that right now. We can do our best, but really what I propose is policies and procedures that you set up with this TAD. After you approve the TAD, in 2026, you say, we're about to use this TAD, let's have policies and procedures, and that's where you can define community benefits and how you're going to use it.
An example of that, at Camp Creek, part of the bond proceeds for the Camp Creek bonds went to pay for the fire station at Camp Creek Business Center. So that was a community benefit that was built into the development agreement with the developer. So yes, you can do that.
Thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, and I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to say the same thing. That because of the Camp Creek TAD, that's how they got the fire station at Camp Creek because that was part of the plan. So when you talk about the TAD and you want to bring in a developer, you put things in there that's going to be beneficial to the city and that's going to help the city. And one of the things was the fire station. And also there is a police precinct at Camp Creek as well that was part of that whole deal. Having said that, I may have missed it. How many TADs is it? Is it 1 or 2, or can we vote for 2?
You can go for 2, north and south. That gives you a little bit of flexibility to do another one if you wanted to.
Okay.
I'm really just proposing this to you. I'm trying to get a feel for, which direction you want to go. 1 TAD, 2 TADs, 2 plans, 1 plan. I've given you sort of the max option as I understand it. And as it stands, I'm writing right now to the max option, and I'm listening for you to tell me anything different.
I think probably it would be best to probably do 2. The Camp Creek Marketplace TAD was a huge success.
Agreed.
And when you talk about redevelopment or trying to help an area, it kind of helps when you have a TAD. Just like with the corridor TAD with Walmart. And I think it starts from Cleveland and it goes downtown. Yeah, it goes downtown. So from Cleveland Avenue to downtown, to right here downtown, is part of the corridor TAD, which is good. So I think probably doing 2 would be very beneficial to the city.
No, I went out, Councilmember Ziegler asked a question. I know that Willingham is in there because of, like you said, the LCI that ARC and Kimberly Horn did, but just wanted to make sure that Central was in there also on the backside of Willingham, and I think that it is, but I can follow up with you on that.
Yeah, please, if you could, please do, because it'd be best to get it sort of nailed down, not up here tonight, but I think it is.
All right, and thank you so much for your presentation. So I'm just going to probably put it on record that I would support the 2 TADs. Number 1, it's going to be beneficial to our city. It's the opportunity to redevelop a different area of the city. And being that it comes right off of 285, it kind of reminds you of that Camp Creek Marketplace. We get traffic, and those are booming, that's a booming area. It was one of the high-performing TADs in the state of Georgia that I'm told it competes with Atlantic Station. They are running neck and neck. Well, we finished our TAD with Camp Creek. But the question that I wanted to ask you was something that always puzzled me. During that process, Atlanta was able to come in and get another portion of Camp Creek. All of this, all of this is in East Point, correct? No one can.
This is all in East Point, yeah. There was that situation with Princeton Lakes that happened. But this is, yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted. I'd like to support the 2 TADs.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that I'm also in support of the 2 TADs. For the southern portion, we're almost planned out. We've got the LCI, we've got the path that goes right through it, we've got the Flint River project that goes through it too. So there's a whole bunch of plans for that area. For the north, that's another area that feels like it's about to turn. We've got Rosie's, we have Arden's Gardens, Impact Church, things like that. And we're right off the interstate and it's a very large artery into the city. But it's just that there's not a whole lot of help in helping this area redevelop. And also right when I moved here into the city spent about $1 million in sidewalks on Oakley. So there's a lot of money that we've already invested in that area, even though it may not really feel like it right now. But I think that all this would help that area. Thanks.
So I'll wrap up with a couple comments. I think if we are going to do it, we should do them now together, the 2 TADs, because if it's not done now, there will be no increment available for development in this area until 2026. So it delays having an economic development tool available for a whole year. And having it doesn't mean it has to happen, but you can have it and not need it versus needing it and not having it. And as it relates to that, I guess this decision you need tonight is whether or not we want to do both, a north and a south. And then the other decision is whether or not there'll be one redevelopment plan that covers both or two separate redevelopment plans. I think what you said is that you recommend two, one for south and one for north. And you said these would be an area-wide TAD. The one thing that sounded attractive from them being together was they could support each other, right? Like increment from one could go to the other. That sounds a bit enticing, but, you know, in reality, who knows? If they're separate, in separate plans, then the south is the south and the north is the north. You can press your mic again.
Shoot, sorry. Yes, they're fairly large areas, so I would say that these are, you know, regular-sized TADs, you know, and there isn't really a regular-sized TAD, but this is, I wouldn't call this big, I wouldn't call this small. I think it makes sense as each as an area of focus.
So there's two actions or two decisions that is being requested tonight. One, do we want to do a TAD south and a TAD north at the same time, or do we want to separate them? And so we've heard from, I think, 3 people that said two to get, like, both now, not one now and one later. So that's the first decision. Do we want to do one now, one later? Kind of by consensus. 2 and 2? 2 and 2? Do we want to do both now or one now, one later? Both now, both now, both now. Okay, so there seems consensus on that. The next question is, do we want to have one redevelopment plan for both, that encompasses both, or a redevelopment plan for south and a redevelopment plan from north? And it sounds like the consultant is recommending that option of one for south and one for north. The consultant is recommending that we have a redevelopment plan for south and a redevelopment plan for north, and that they can do that and get them both to us to still stay on this schedule.
For north, is different than what south. You see what I'm saying? Because you don't want the same thing for both, so you would do two.
But he's recommending both. What would, let's hear a little bit more from you around, not the litany, like not the dissertation on pros and cons, on one that does both versus one for south and one north. But if you can kind of give a little bit more, like pros and cons of those.
Right. So one thing is, you know, let's just use Owens, Illinois. I know we're talking about them. They might be listening. I don't know. I really don't know. But if they were to use this TAD, the likely way, or what I see around Georgia on big sites like this, is that the developer would come to you and say, you know, yeah. Sorry. That does seem better. Sorry. Okay. Nope. So, it's a good mic.
If people are watching, they probably can't hear you.
Sorry.
So, yeah.
So basically, Owens, Illinois is going to try to figure out how they're going to grow their property. So Owens, Illinois is going to try to strike a deal. If you have a TAD, they're going to come and say, let's use this TAD. And they're going to tell you how much increment they're going to create by doing their redevelopment. That's going to be potentially what might be on the table to incentivize them to come and build infrastructure on their site. So, they're potentially going to go out to do a bond with that. The bond market is going to like it if there's more increment that's coming from the TAD, but not just their site. So that could be a good thing. The bond market also might not care. That's not guaranteed that that's going to help them in the bond market, but that's one idea that it might. So the main thing is, in terms of having two separate ones, it really is about focus. Right? We're going to take this money that is being created here and we're going to dump it right back into this area here and do it in two different places. As opposed to the north side subsidizing the south side or vice versa. It gets a little hairy, so I would say the operations side of it could possibly be tripped up down the road if you're trying to do more than just help Owens, Illinois.
So, your recommendation?
I think the two plans are going to help your predecessors make these TADs work. I mean, your not predecessors, your future use. What's the word? Successors. Thank you. Your successors, I think, will appreciate two separate TADs and working on two separate things and not mixing them.
It doesn't prevent them from complementing each other, though.
It does.
Complementing meaning like there could still be a strategic plan of how these complement each other and not compete with each other.
Well, let me say this. Sorry. I would say that the way it's going to set up probably is that you're not going to be able to spend the money separately or spend the money from one into the other because we're not going to be able to connect them. So you're only going to have one redevelopment plan. You're setting up two separate TADs within one redevelopment plan. I think I may have been unclear about that as we're sitting there talking. I apologize. But in that plan, you have to sort of talk about these as if they're one, right? Yeah. And so that gets a little hairy, and it's hard for you to decide how to spend the money that way when you've got two separate areas, and we have to sort of try to fuse them together in this plan. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So, the consultant's recommendation is that we do separate plans for the two separate TADs. We're okay with that. So then I think, Madam City Attorney, although this isn't the final decision and there has to be a public hearing, so maybe we probably shouldn't have a vote. We should probably do this by consensus and then allow them to develop the plans because we need to make sure we're not voting prior to a public meeting.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think the goal here is just to give him some direction on what to bring back for your public hearing and final vote.
So I just want to be clear, the direction is a South TAD, a North TAD, and a redevelopment plan, a separate plan for the South TAD and a separate plan for the North TAD. Everybody's on the same page? By nod. So then we need to talk about next steps. Public hearing on December the 8th at 6, I think is what we're looking at.
Yes.
The 8th is a work session night, that's why we're saying 6, because it would be right before the work session, and then we would, as we finish that, roll right into the work session meeting. And it's a meeting night instead of trying to do a new night, and the time that they need to make sure we provide notice in the paper about the public hearing.
Yeah, you'll need a public hearing for both plans, I think.
Yeah, so we'll advertise 2 separate public hearings for both plans. December 8th at 6. We will need a special call meeting for that. I guess we could go ahead and vote on that tonight. Or not, we don't need a vote to do a special call meeting. We could just set it with, I think it's 3 people in the notice, but we also could do that tonight if we want to. Good question. So the question is, are we just doing a public hearing on the 8th and then voting on the redevelopment plan later? Or are we doing on the 15th? Or are we doing the public hearing and vote on the 8th?
Don't we have work section on the 8th?
So in the past, this mayor and council has done both in the same meeting. So they've had them vote following the public hearing the same night, which you can decide to do or not. It's up to you.
I mean,
the recommendation is to have them the same night.
okay. So recommendation is that but that's also, the decision does not have to be noticed. The hearing has to be noticed, correct?
So the hearing has to be noticed, and it's going to be a special call meeting has to be noticed.
Correct, but what I'm saying is we have to give notice of the public hearing. We can decide to make the decision that night or on the 15th. Like, we don't have to notice.
Well, so the notice needs to say when the vote is.
Oh, okay.
So the law requires 36-44-7 says, you shall cause the time, date, place, and purpose of each such public hearing to be advertised in the paper at least once during a period of 5 days immediately preceding the date of each public hearing. So if you're going to have 2 redevelopment plans, I recommend you have 2 public hearing notices that will list the time, date, place of when you're going to have the public hearing. And then within 45 days after the public hearings, then you guys can vote and have a meeting to vote on the approval of the redevelopment plan. And the local legislative body shall cause the date, time, place, and purpose of the meeting for the vote. So you put in the public hearing ad, not just the time, date of the public hearing, but also of the meeting where you're going to vote. So put both.
So that means we need to do either a 5:30 for one and a 6 o'clock for the other, or a 6 o'clock for one and a 6:30 for the other, and start the work session after, right? Because we have to have separate, so the work session would have to change on, so we do 5:30 and 6, then we can keep the work session at 6:30. If we do 6 and 6:30, we need to provide notice that the work session will start at 7. Right, because we have to do separate dates and times for each one.
Just need 5 days, so your date of December, based on when you have to get it to the paper, that gives them time, because you gotta give it to them a week before they'll
Right.
run it.
But when we do it, we need to set one, like, we can't say at 6 o'clock, we're gonna do a public hearing on both. You're saying we need to set a public hearing date and time for each.
I'm not opposed to you saying that we'll have, you just need to list both redevelopment plans, even if they're at the same time.
Oh, okay, okay, so we can do 6 o'clock with both redevelopment plans. Okay,
And then
You can
6:30.
do one notice that has both of them.
right, one notice that has both of them starting at the same time, at 6 o'clock. Okay. And then the work session will start at 6:30 after those.
And you're gonna vote at the work session.
I mean, that's what the discussion is right now, right? Around whether we are, because you said we have to advertise when the vote is taking place.
You have to advertise the public hearing and the vote.
Correct. And so,
So you can have one notice that says all of those things are going to happen December 8th at 6 o'clock.
okay. Councilmember Atkins and then Councilmember Shropshire.
Yes, I just wanted to say, I'm sorry. That's right, they turned their mics off. You're correct.
Oh, I do
yield.
have your initials down, JB and TC. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Cummings, and Councilmember Atkins, and Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, Councilman Atkins, I appreciate that. And thank you, Councilwoman Shropshire. There are a couple of concerns that I have. We haven't discussed how we're going to do community benefits. We haven't discussed how we're going to do bonding, how the bond proceeds will be, what other benefits that we want to have, and what are we incentivizing? Because right now, it was very easy to say, okay, we want to put a Walmart here, or we're going to do the Camp Creek Marketplace. That's the part that has reticence and makes me uneasy, because I understand the aspiration of it, but what if somebody wants to use those districts and place something that we don't want there? That's what my concern is.
So the resolution that creates the TAD designates a redevelopment agent, okay, who will control, make all decisions for the city and county. And in the past, the redevelopment agent has been the mayor and council. So all those decisions are reserved to the mayor and council after the TAD is created. So after the TAD is created. So just because you create a TAD doesn't mean anybody who has property in the TAD can take advantage of it. They have to enter into an agreement with the city to do, they have to come to the city to ask for the ability to take advantage of it. So all those decisions are decisions that you all have the power to make after the TAD is created. So the TAD basically, so creating the TAD just gives you the tool which is in your power to, in terms of how it's exercised.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my question, for the TAD South that you're recommending, that's in the Opportunity Zone area as well, correct?
The state opportunity zone?
Yes. It's federal.
Yeah, well, there is, the whole thing is not in a federal opportunity zone, but
I know the Owen, Illinois property, and that's a lot
Right.
that touches that.
yeah.
So that is an Opportunity Zone.
I had to double check the map, but I believe so, but
Okay.
certainly can
All right, I just-
find out real easy. And again, I mean, those are, the way we see that is that a TAD is an economic development tool, an opportunity zone is an economic development tool. So when they are on a property, that it signifies to y'all, to your constituents, and to the development community that those are sites that we want to work on as a city with the development community.
Okay, thank you, I yield.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say a couple of things about doing everything on the 8th of December, and also hearing that it's been done that way before. The 8th is a work session. It is also the same time as the ECG annual meeting, and so we had a work session last week. I notified the clerk I wasn't going to be here, and I think several other council members were here. There was no meeting. And so I think that it may be important to find out from other council members who plans to attend ECG, because we could be planning for a work session and a vote on this, and we not have a quorum. So I know that I've registered for that meeting, and so the other piece to that is there are times when I find it to be a bit disingenuous for us to have a public hearing to hear from the public and then want to take some of their considerations, because this is a big deal, a TAD is, and then not always having enough time to incorporate those things should we decide to do that. So I just want to bring up that point, make sure that, I don't know if all council members know what their schedules are going to be in December, but also if we're going to hear from the public and there's some things that they are vocal or adamant about, I don't know if there will be harm in us voting at the December 15th meeting to approve the TADs and the redevelopment plan. So I just wanted to say those things.
So as to your first point, I'm very appreciative of you bringing that to our attention so that we can adjust the schedule if we need to, and that we'll work to make that happen. What was the second point that you made?
Public hearing on the 8th and the vote.
So meaningful input from the public. I have drafted a suggested public notice for consideration by the city attorney. And one provision that is not required by the law that I have suggested she might want to consider is a sentence that basically says, the plan that we'll be discussing will be available for inspection at the city clerk's office beginning X date. It's not required for you to say that, but we can, if you want to facilitate public involvement in meaningful discussion at that public hearing.
And if we do that, Mr. Johnson, if there's enough other suggestions that we may not have considered, and Mr. Koski needs enough time, if it's the will of this body, to include that, and we're not able to do that in the committee of the whole on that evening, because they may be able to get the document prior to, have a whole lot of questions and some concerns, and then we may want to take those things into consideration.
Right.
So I'm just saying that if we have a public hearing and the idea is that it's for us to hear from the public and consider their concerns, trying to do all of those things on the same night, I find to be disingenuous at times. It's like, we're doing this because we're meeting the letter of the law, but we're going to go ahead and vote on this anyway.
So it's your decision. I mean, we can have it at the same night or not.
Councilmember Shropshire?
Thank you. So, I guess so we're all on the same page. So we're going to have a public hearing on the 8th and then vote on it on the 8th before work session.
So that's one option. The other option is to have the public hearing on the 8th and vote on the 15th.
So let me ask you this. Can we have do we have to have it on the 8th? Can we have it on the Tuesday? Or find out if everybody's going to be here
Who's
on.
going to ECG?
So if it's only me, then you'll have a forum, so you can do the public hearing.
And ECG is usually in.
What dates is it?
The dates are the 7th through the 10th.
And I forgot it's I-20?
This said Chateau Elan.
Mm-mm.
Oh, Reynolds.
It's I-20, going towards Lake Oconee.
So I think the other, then it shifts to, although Councilmember Atkins is going to ECG, it sounds like he definitely wants to be a part of the decision on this. And so if we do the public hearing on December the 8th, that still moves this forward, and then do the vote on December 15th, everyone would have the opportunity to be a part of the vote.
Yeah. And generally, I mean, 2 TADs, 2 redevelopment plans, we decided on that. I was a huge proponent for that, so you're just going to fine tune that and present it so the public hearing can move forward, to your point, Madam Mayor, on the 8th. I don't have a problem with that.
I'm still in. So.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Here's my question. Do we have to do it on the 8th? Can we do it on the 9th? Because what happens if people have
It's through the
questions?
10th.
Yeah.
It's the 7th through the 10th.
Right. So there wouldn't be any value in changing it to Tuesday because the meeting would still be going on.
The
And
7th
so-
through the 10th?
And we already have a work session scheduled for the 8th, and so it would really just make sense to do it on the 8th.
So, 'cause here's what I'm thinking. We're gonna have a lot of items on the work session. It's gonna get pushed to 7 o'clock.
The work session would stay at 6:30. They both can be advertised for the hearing at 6. So I was corrected on that. So we would have the public hearing on both TADs and advertise them for 6 p.m. on December the 8th. Our work session would then start at 6:30 or thereafter, so we keep the same time for work session. Then on December 15th, we can have, do we need to do a special call meeting, or that's a regular meeting? Can we just say it's
The meeting, so they'll just appear on your agenda. It's just that we will advertise that
that's
the
when the decision-
redevelopment plans will be on your agenda.
that the decision for that will be on the agenda?
Yeah, that is to be considered.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm fine with it.
So everybody's fine with December 8th public hearing, December 15th vote? By consensus, we're okay with that? Okay, so you all can go ahead and advertise with those dates. December the 8th will be at 6, and December the 15th, the meeting starts at 6:30, and public hearings are at the top of the agenda, so. That's right, it's the, it'll be an action, correct, because we will already have the public hearing. Thank you. So it'll be on the agenda. All right, do you need anything else from us?
I was just going to
sir?
say that the two presentations I made about TADs are both on this desktop right here. And so if you want to see what has been done, you may want to share at least some additional educational things around the community, however you might want to go about that. Just because there's like, TADs are hard to get, like the public doesn't often deeply understand TADs, and that's fine. But someone who wants to, you know, I'm just saying, if you want some help understanding TADs, we can help you with that education.
So maybe, I think on the economic development section of the website, there's already information there about TADs, maybe,
Okay,
maybe not.
Good,
And
then
so-
there you go.
No,
Got
no,
what you
I'm
need.
saying we can
Yeah.
add those presentations there, because there may be a desire. I think there's a logical landing place for it. Thank you. All right. Oh, Councilman Martin.
I just want to ensure that, I just want to ensure that, to Councilmember Atkins' point, that we advertise this heavily so that the constituents are involved and they know about this decision that is about to be made. That's it.
Date 2025, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will be introducing Director Reeves to walk us through this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeff Reeves, Director of Public Works. We wanted to come through this line item and do a presentation, just quick. I know it's late in the evening, to do a quick presentation and answer any questions you may have in reference to where we are on the litter program. November work session. Number 544. And it's working up now. All right. And I'm going to go through, there's some areas that we probably had on some of our other presentations, so I'm going to get to the beef of it. Also, I have with me Mr. Keith Hood, who is our field superintendent, who actually works directly with our legal dumping litter team, and also he works with our leaf vac collection program. Of course, these are the departments that are all involved in the litter program, and right now, several of us are working together to tackle the problems that we have with litter and illegal dumping. Of course, some of our signage that we have, we'll be increasing signage around the city. With our litter patrol team, we have our program coordinator, Ms. Clay. We have our 10-person litter patrol team. Actually, it's about 12. We had a couple other individuals we use from other departments that are working with the litter team, and then we have an administrative assistant who's working directly with Fulton County Schools. As we say, we're connected with Fulton County Schools. We have had a few meetings with them. I think our next scheduled meeting should be the end of this month or right after Thanksgiving or something like that. I don't have that date right now. But we're working with them. We've contacted all the elementary schools in the city. We had some response from about 4 of the 7 or 8. We have additional signs that we're posting around the city. We're monitoring the legal dumping locations. Again, our litter team, we're collaborating with enforcement, education, marketing, city media, IT department, collaborations, inspections, courts, litter patrol, protected legal areas, and inspections. These are the schools that we have contacted directly with the litter program. Tri-Cities has responded back to us, and I believe Briar Hills and Ace or Hilliard have actually been the ones that have responded back to us. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. During some of our meetings with the Fulton County Schools, these are some of the things that we talked about with them in reference to community cleanup events, education campaigns, video competition, Dr. Spot program, recycling drives. Fulton County School Partnership, these are some of the things that we've talked about with them. Our projects, partnership with businesses, East Point Communications, incentive programs, marketing, environmental clubs. Some of the flyers that we pulled off and our administrative team has provided. In our local partnerships, we are actually working with the Atlanta CID. I've been meeting with them. We're doing a collaboration with all of the municipalities in the city. We've had a few meetings, so we have our monthly meeting scheduled by Atlanta CID. Actually see at the end slide here, our last meeting we talked about tracking trash bags through a Go Vocal app that they're developing. Some of the other things that they talk about, gateway routes and local municipality cleaning, discussing swags and things that are sort for the upcoming World Cup that's coming up. So one of the campaigns that we'll be discussing in our next meeting is some campaign beautifications. And that one of the campaign slogans was beautifications is the goal. That's what they came up with. Some of these are some of the areas that we've found as our litter dumping locations. All these areas have been cleaned up as we go along. See certain things, a couch, chairs, just all sort of things just dumped alongside the road. Back of the truck is some of the trash that they picked up on different locations. So you see that, so we work in collaborations with sanitation, so our staff tries to pick up what they can, but some of the other heavy bulk stuff, we work in collaboration with sanitation and their sanitation code enforcement staff. This is an area, something that we're doing, has been some of these paths that we found, certain areas, you'll see we're putting up the poles, we're kind of stopping them from getting back and forth in between those areas. Last spring, right before Park Lane closed, our staff went over there and we took some of our machinery over there and they just did some education out with the Park Lane School, which is now closed. But this is some of the things that our staff involved with students over there. Some of the location that you see where our staff is picking up, that's not trash we threw out there, that's trash we're actually picking up, and that's maintained weekly. Some of the other locations, Camp Creek, in the middle of Camp Creek, we're actually collecting litter all the way through both sides and in the middle media area. This looks like Stone Road. We have litter, we have issues with the litter overall by the filter plant on Headland, so that's one of our projects that we have to maintain as far as litter is concerned. This is the MARTA pedestrian bridge, one of the sides of it. We are actually dealing with also in the area you see underneath the steps, there's one of our unhoused individuals living over there. MARTA bus stops, someone mentioned it this evening. We try to go around those bus stops and pick up trash around those areas. As you see, is we not only just kind of pick up the leaves, we try to have staff go and blow sidewalks to get some of the pine straw and litter off that's on the road as well. Last month, October, we had collected 20 plastic trash bags. Illegal dumping routes, we inspect 30 a week, twice a week. They collections by 10 collections that are heavy stuff that they said by Public Works and Sanitation, chairs, couches, mattresses, and heavy items. We get items, we get requests from C-Click Fix. We worked C-Click Fix last month, picking up heavy items that were reported. This is just part of our East Point litter team. Take East Point, Litter Patrol Legal Dumping Program. Any questions?
Thank you so much for your presentation and update. Any questions, Councilmember Atkins?
Yes, thank you so much. Okay, so when it comes to these illegal dumping sites that, where people keep going to them, are we putting in barriers, like physical barriers, to prevent them from coming in and dumping, for example, like the dead end of Lyle in East Washington?
Yes, ma'am, we're working, if we haven't put them, we are putting in those poles to keep people from entering those areas to dump.
Okay, so the thing about like Lyle Avenue is that it's a lot of kitchen trash.
Yes, ma'am.
And so if you were to just put in poles, I would think that people would just walk down with the trash. Because, that whole area is vacant and abandoned.
Talking about Lyle off of Harris?
Yes.
Yes, so with Lyle off of Harris, what we're trying to do is we're working on, now that it's becoming where the vegetated cover is becoming dormant, we're gonna go in there and try to clean all of that out. We've been working with talking to our economic development to see if they can get someone who wants to come in those properties or properties owners, see if we can get them. We went back and looked at some GIS, and there used to be houses down through there. Mm-hmm. So that's the area that we're trying to get some redevelopment at. I'm sorry about the poles. We're not putting poles down there. We actually, it's kind of, because there are some houses down through there, and the sanitation trucks and the fire trucks have to be able to come and turn around in that cul-de-sac. So that's why we're not closing it off. Gotcha. But we're working on, and we have been started cleaning the vegetation that is overgrown. Our tree division from electric has been working with us, as they can. And so now that it's dormant, we're going to do a lot more going down through to clean it up.
Okay. And what about partnering with the police and getting a camera down there?
We're already doing it.
It's there?
We're working on it. The police have they have a project that Chief has introduced to our city manager's office that working on that exact thing. So we'll have some, not his cameras that he uses to do tags, but he has a program that he's working on right now.
Okay, thank you. And then, I don't know if y'all have seen this, but on C-Click Fix, I saw it, and then I had a resident contact me, and I went and investigated it myself, and there's like hundreds of tires, maybe up almost it's a ton of tires up in the trailer park in East Washington. It's a lot of tires, like maybe almost 1,000.
And the reason we haven't been called on that, because it's in the trailer park now, would be private property, but they haven't called us. We haven't seen it ourselves in reference to going in there and doing anything, because that's something that we probably have to get with code enforcement, to get with the property owners in that trailer home community and have them get that cleaned up.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And I remember back when we had first talked, and I think that we were talking about getting a slogan together, and then promoting that, getting some energy behind that.
Yes, ma'am. It's Tri-Cities High School is really excited about that, and we have talked, and we'll be getting back with them. I think our next meeting, I don't know what the date our next meeting, I believe it's coming up this week. My administrative person handles that, but Tri-City has been excited about that, and the two elementary schools we talked to, they're both excited about doing that as well.
Okay, great.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, and you had touched briefly that, because this really kind of touches a lot of different departments. And so when you run into unhoused people who, are in situations and, you kind of find them while you're picking up the trash and things like that, are we are we contacting, like Yolanda and things like that?
We're working on something with Yolanda right now on a project that she had that was causing some litter in one of our Virginia Avenue areas. And so we had some contractors that should have come out today to give us some quotes in cleaning up that area. We have that location and another location off of Headland that we will be working with working with Yolanda.
Okay, gotcha. And also, off of Norman Berry, there's the gas station on the corner of Irene Kidd and Norman Berry.
Right there in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, someone always puts their mattress right there up top.
Mm-hmm.
We just asked them to move it down a little further if you could, but
Yeah.
yes, ma'am.
If only they wouldn't just bury it in the bushes.
Yeah,
you know,
right
They
there.
can just.
Yes, ma'am. It's visible right there by the gas station, so,
Mhm.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I know that you've been talking to the chief about cameras and things like that. Because I know that there's some other areas as well that keep getting hit. Like, you had in your presentation, corner of Pine and Bayard. Do we know like what the barriers are to getting those put in or anything, or?
The cameras?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess we can talk about it a little bit. It's kind of like he's going to be using the hunting type cameras that they're going to be posting them around different areas. So he'll have them strategically put in some of the areas that we recommend to him or his code enforcement. You got it? Sorry. Chief has a project that he's doing with some type of hunting cameras that we're going to be working with him and his code enforcement team to put in those lake that we're having some of the problems with the heavy dumping.
Okay, I'm sorry, our
That's why I
mics
was
just
going in
keep
and
turning
out.
on.
Yeah, mines keep going in and out there.
Okay, and, I think that's it for right now. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Reeves, for your presentation, and
Yes, sir.
also Mr. Hood, thank you for your service in helping to keep our city clean. Councilmember Ziegler asked really a lot of the questions. My questions, in addition to putting up the bollards, if we were doing cameras as well, I would imagine that the bollards are probably more expensive. And so you talked about signage, and so the signage talks about penalties. So do we know how much we're collecting from illegal dumping? Because if we're not using the technology, the signs to get license tags and all of those things, then we're just using our tax dollars to keep going out picking up these folks' illegal dumping. So do we have an idea of how much we're collecting from some of the illegal dumping?
That would be something that probably Chief would do in his presentation when it comes to the citation, but he just recently cited someone from dumping, so that the cameras did catch in one of our city parks. But going back to, you saw them as bollards, we actually make those. So we take old poles some of the old metal poles that haven't been used, we cut them and then we fill them in with concrete. So we're just recycling.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And MARTA bus stops. When a bus stop is within a municipality, is it our responsibility to make sure that those MARTA stations are clean, or is it MARTA's? Because I believe that it's on MARTA's property. And so are we cleaning up those stations that MARTA should be cleaning up?
Well, yes, sir, we are. I mean, we're cleaning them up, and MARTA comes through. We right now I guess just last Friday, we just reached out to MARTA about that because someone reported to us or asked about us about those cans being emptied on a regular basis. So they were coming through every week or a couple times a week, but we're really not seeing that like we've been normally seeing. I know trash is not increasing that much unless somebody's taking over there, but we are seeing an increase in those trash cans at those locations. But we do go around and clean them up and put them in the trash cans and take them away in the bags if possible.
Yes, so that's what I heard that you were doing that. I'm just wondering if it's MARTA's responsibility, because now we're doing their work.
Okay, so Keith, who used to work for MARTA, just let me know that the contract is being renewed, their cleaning contract, so that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Even though MARTA, we actually doing their work, we just don't want to leave it looking like that.
Absolutely.
So they lost their contract, so they're in the process now of getting another
So
contractor to.
in the meantime, when they're not paying a contractor, will they pay us as their contractor to clean up? Because these are East Point City taxpayer dollars, and we're doing MARTA's work.
Yeah. we go clean it up.
Okay, I wanted to ask about MARTA, the cameras, the bollards, and I think that's it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you, and thank you so much for your presentation. And the first thing I want to say is I would like to see a schedule. Can you go back to the slide where you have the group of people that's the litter pickup team? Thank you, and that's a great-looking team. But on Monday, there was a mattress on Ben Hill Road that stayed out there until Thursday when I got home from work, and I actually sent a text to Mr. City Manager and then sent an email to Ms. Tyler because the mattress was out there the entire week. So I think that what will be important is a schedule as to when you all are going out with your litter pickups. I will also, and this is only a suggestion, this is a large team. I've mentioned this before when we've talked about the litter and just picking up the litter and how they do it in Alpharetta with just a limited number of people. I would like for us to possibly consider, Mr. City Manager, breaking this group up into teams so that each ward probably has 2 people with a truck going out 5 days a week to pick up litter, or however that may look in the future. But I think that if we have a weekly litter pickup and a schedule, that would be beneficial to us as residents and just people of the city. The second thing is GDOT. Sometimes when you exit the expressways in East Point, they are filthy, especially at the Camp Creek Marketplace location. It's just a large amount of trash, so I would be interested. I know that GDOT comes out every 45 days to cut and pick up litter, but what conversations are we having with GDOT? And whose responsibility is that median and those exit ways, the ramps everywhere in East Point, Headland and Delowe, Washington Road, Camp Creek Parkway, Stanton. I don't know what other exit ways that we have, but I'm just not familiar. They can't come to me right now. But I would be interested to know what kind of relationship that the city has with GDOT. Litter just continues to be an issue in East Point, but I would just especially be interested in knowing if we divide the city up, like we have the 4 wards into 4 quadrants with a schedule for litter pickup 5 days a week. So, thank you.
To address what you just mentioned, just support to my team, because they work pretty diligently, especially in Welcome on Ben Hill area. The mattress that was reported, we did report it to staff, but staff, when they got Ben Hill, they went to another Ben Hill location, which was within the city, which had 4 mattresses, and they reported it to, it was probably somebody put out for bulk pickup. So they didn't go to that location, but once that location was, you sent that email out that next morning, probably by 9 o'clock that next morning, that 1 mattress was removed. We talked to our staff. Their staff worked there that week. They didn't see it, but we told them if they see mattresses and things of that sort, they report it to another team, because we have a different team that goes around picking up bulk pickup other than our litter team. But we definitely be monitoring that. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for your team, because I do see them out there picking up the litter and the trash. And we talk about it all the time. And they actually pick it up. I'm going to keep saying it. How do you educate people to put litter in the trash can? You showed a picture of the waterwork. It can be clean every day. But on Sunday, trash seemed to find its way right across the street. Between Saturday and Sunday, trash seemed to find its way. I think maybe working with the code enforcement, work with the owner of the plaza, and make them clean it up. I have been in the car and I have seen people just throw paper out the car, throw food out the car, and we got cameras. So if somebody is watching you can actually see the people just throwing the stuff out the car. They just drop it in the street like it's nothing. So I see them doing the work. It's just the education piece of the people who are throwing the stuff in the street or just throwing it on the sidewalk. Men of intelligence clean up the off-ramp of 166 all the time. 2 hours later, it's almost as if they never cleaned it. They never cleaned it, but they keep it clean. It's just the education piece of educating people to throw the litter in the trash. And it's just, I don't know what it is. They throw baby diapers in the Wayfield Plaza right in the parking lot. They throw food bags, chicken wings, and so working with the owners in making them clean up, because I see the paper that managed to find its way over in the water, over where the water treatment center is. It can be clean Monday through Friday, but Saturday and Sunday is full of paper.
So, and thank you for that. And I know Councilmember Cummings had been working hard with Kroger's in the Atlanta side because it was impacting some of East Point where their litter was coming from out of their parking lot. So we kept thinking that it might have been coming off the parking lot, but because of that location, I talked to the manager at the Wayfields, because I think what is happening with that particular location, when the trucks come out of that parking lot, they're coming out after they empty the trash, they're coming out and apparently might not be closing it, and that's how that trash is blowing right up on the filter plant, because Melissa's team gets out there and picks it up. She has a person out there picking it up. We have a person out there picking it up, and then some days you don't see it at all. So that's what we were trying to see if that sequence of that truck picking that up might be causing that problem. So we're kind of we're monitoring that. But the educational part is where we're starting with the children. And we'll be, hopefully, I thought I would have it by now, and I apologize, you all, but we would have something coming down the hatch real soon in reference to the children education of the children going into the schools and creating that video and coming up with that slogan that we were trying to work with.
I just wanted to add Resurgence Hall. It is a state charter school in East Point at the old, what was the name of that church on? It's on, yeah, what was it? East Point Christian Church, right across from Ace Hardware. Like, they renovated that church that was there. So that's a state charter school. It'll be I don't know if they made it a K-8, but on your school list, if we can add them. I know, I think that's the only one that was missing.
And we work with them on some other projects. That's a good one, because they probably will be excited about working with us too. Thank you.
Yeah, if we can add them, that'll take care of all of our traditional public schools, public charter schools by the county, and also state charter schools in East Point. Okay. All right, thank you all so much. I think you have the next one too, Mr. Reeves. Proposed gateway and wayfinding signage design.
So we're going to move that.
Okay.
We want to get the company that came up with this project for us, and we wanted to bring it back to mayor and council again. So we want to get that company to come and do the presentation. So hopefully we can get them here in December. If not, we're just going to do the presentation ourselves.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Senior insurance enrollment was pulled. Multi-generational recreation center update, RFP design update. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll have our Director Pinkett come up, and I believe he also has representatives from Cooper Carey.
Council B, looking at the agenda items, I think items 9 through 13 might be able to at least go to consent. And we can amend the agenda to put some items on consent. and then approve consent. Nine through 13, it could potentially be 16, 17, 17 is $1.5 million, no. 16, 18, or 20. No, 16 and 18, 20 I want to discuss. Which one? Yeah, we talk about that one. So 9 through 13, and then consider also 16 and 18.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Very excited to give you an update on what we've been doing over the last several months. I have with me Ms. Sophia with Cooper Carey. Tonight, we'll be talking about a lot of the milestones, talking about timelines, the topography of the land, the surveys, and how this amazing facility will fit on this property. I'm going to turn it over to Sophia to take you through what we've been doing over the last several months.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity to provide the update on the multi-generational facility. We're going to, as mentioned, he shared the agenda, so we'll just keep moving. This is where we are and what we've accomplished. So the text in the light gray is what we've already done. We're right now in the phase we're working on programming workshops, programming reports, and cost model established. The things on the yellow, the deliverables, are yet to come. All right, so first thing is the site. We recently received an updated survey. It was provided for us at the end of October. And with that survey, we were able to verify some things on the site that we had some concerns about. And so what you see here is the dark green area, which is the first key there, is the buildable area. This area is limited by the gas line easement that you see through there. We cannot build over the gas line easement. There's also the required setbacks by the City of East Point, 40 feet off of Ben Hill and 8 feet on the access road. And then the major concern for this site is the flood hazard area. Most of the site is flood hazard area. So there's no building entity can be built there. We could have supporting columns in that area. What we have to do is make sure whatever we build does not change the pattern of the flood zone. So in no way can we definitely move it to another property, right, where it'll change the water and the way that it runs on another property. We have a creek on the site, and the creek has a buffer zone as well that we cannot build on. And you see there that we're going to put the sports field. The sports fields can be placed in the flood area, and the playgrounds can be placed in the flood area. And so something else that we've been doing is looking at every space specific to this facility and making sure that we're dialing into that space and understanding what it needs. And so these are the program, this is an example of some of the program clarifications that we're working on. And at the same time, so since we've received this clarification on the site survey, we've started to look at options on how this can fit on the site. So as you recall, the dark green area is the only area that is buildable. And you can see sometimes in some of the orientations, the building overhangs the dark green area. That would be a cantilever, and there would be some columns in that floodplain area, but these are the things that we're studying. So it is a tight, buildable area. And then the pool, I wanted to just bring a little highlight to the pool. That is something that we have yet to work out on the site. So one of the things that we are strongly considering is where to place it. We were hopeful that we could place it in the floodplain, but we cannot do that. It has to be in this buildable area. And so, as you can see, we're limited with where the building footprint works. We're not saying that it cannot be done, we're just letting you know that it is challenging and it is something that we're still working through. All right, so some of the due diligence required on this project was a site survey, which we have received at the end of the month of October. A flow test, which is important for fire suppression system in the building. So we've received that as well as the Phase 1 environmental report, which just let us know if we have any concerns, environmental concerns on site. Okay, and then so I think one of the things that is important to the overall schedule for this project is how the project will be procured. In other words, how the construction team would be procured. And there are two processes for procuring the construction team. One is a hard bid approach. In the hard bid approach, the documents have to be completely done. And once they're completely done, then we would put out a solicitation, we would submit the documents, there would be a bid submitted, right? And then the bid would the bidder would be selected, right? Construction contractor would be selected. We see the timeline for that, for the documents to be completed, would be August 2026, and the bidding process would start there. There is a second process, and I think this was initially suggested when we were pursuing this project, that it would be construction manager at risk. For the construction manager at risk, they could be they could be procured and on board by March of 2026. Considering that the procurement would start next year for the CMAR, construction manager at risk. And once they are on board, so they don't need the complete package, this is really looking at them as a service. Some of the things that they would help us with is cost estimating. The other thing is sequencing of construction. So once the construction manager at risk is on board, then we would have the liberty of releasing separate packages. One of the packages that is typical for this process is a land disturbance package, where they would do clearing and grubbing, and they could start that early summer as we continue working on the documents. And once we complete the documents in August, they would start the building construction. Another benefit is that sometimes there's equipment that's long lead item equipment, such as mechanical equipment. Mechanical equipment can take as long as a year to procure, so as soon as they are part of the team, we could get that design wrapped up and they could start ordering on that as well. So this is the overall project schedule. Held up a little because of the survey itself, the survey that was received. Surveyors have a long lead time. Sometimes once you get them under contract, there's still several weeks that you have to wait before they can go out there and get the survey done. So we are in November and we are in the schematic design phase. We look to complete that schematic design phase beginning of January. A lot of it is detailed here, but overall, the documents for this project are scheduled to be finished in August of 2026. All right, so that's our brief presentation. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Councilmember Mitchell.
Excuse me. Yes, thank you for your presentation and all your hard work. I just had a couple of questions about the floodplain zone. If you could go back to that for me for 1 second. And I know you noted you were planning on putting a sports field on that, maybe? Do you have any concerns, I know just playing like baseball and football and like the integrity of the field if it gets flooded, and then you have a lot of people with cleats running, if that makes sense?
Yeah, so there is some concern, and so one of the things that we would do with the field being there is propose a drainage system, so that when there is a heavy rain, you won't have to wait a long time for the fields to dry.
Okay. Also, I think it was one of the later slides, you were talking about the August 2026. I kind of want to, this one right here. Is there, and that's when the bidding process will start? If I got
So
that
there are
right?
two processes that are proposed for acquiring a construction team on this project, right? So the first one is the hard bid process, which would start August 2026. If you select the construction manager at risk process, that could start the beginning of next year, and therefore the construction manager could most likely start land disturbance by the summer.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Okay. Well, thank you for your presentation. Okay.
Yes, thank you. I'm over here. Over here. It's okay. Sorry. It's okay. So the creek that goes through this property, is that Camp Creek?
I'm not sure what the water body is called.
Okay. Are we doing anything to highlight that area, like the creeks itself?
In other words, to make it part of the design feature?
Yeah.
It's something that we could consider.
Yeah, because like we have, Brookdale, we have a bridge that goes over the creek, and then, at Sumner, we have like the path kind of goes around it. It'd be a really nice feature to, walk along it, and I know some of other areas, they have like those picnic benches that swing. That would be kind of nice.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah,
something-
all of that could be considered. We're in the very early stages. We know that one of the things that was going to be incorporated were walking routes on the site, so that could be part of that.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. And then the other thing too is, so even though, a lot of this isn't a floodplain, a lot of parks are made for floodplains. And so, I like that there's sports fields and things like that, but, are there any, is there a playground? I mean, it looks like there's a play area, but we need to draw on families and things like this to this area. Like, what kind of, outdoor activities are we planning for this?
So we do have a playground shown there, and then another small thing that we're looking at is the pavilion, right?
Okay.
I forget some of the other exterior, but I think most of that, and then the walking trail that we discussed. Was there anything else of interest?
Yeah, so, for drawing families, things like that, and there's a pavilion, people like to have family reunions and things like that at pavilions. Is there going to be like a power source there?
Yes, I think that's something that could be worked out.
Okay.
Anything in the floodplain, anyway, we'll do our best to maintain it. Yeah, it's going to have to be waterproof and water resistant.
Yeah, okay. And then, so these dark brown areas are parking and site circulation. So where will parking be?
So parking is not shown there yet, but it is something that we are working on to lay out the site. So everything will probably be tightened up on the floodplain. We didn't present any parking layouts. Let me see if I don't think the other ones show any.
It's not in this one.
Yeah. But it's something that we are working through. I will say that we do have some concern as far as providing the parking that is required by code for the city of East Point, and so that's something that we do want to talk about, maybe getting a variance on the amount of parking that's required for this project. And I don't know if there is the possibility of parking at the Georgia soccer park behind, as a supplement.
Okay.
Is that okay?
So I know that, let me slide right for a sec. I know that we're working on a tight timeline, but I do know that Georgia Soccer Park has more than enough park spaces. We should have, hopefully, if we go with the CM at risk, with us being able to actually get some type of movement on the property, I think it'll open up the discussion if we did need an extension on the backside of the initial MOU that we have. But I definitely would hope we could probably get into some type of communication with Georgia Soccer Park about having access to their parking on days they're not having events. That would be our hope.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tarkin, for your presentation. Councilmember Ziegler did touch on a few points, particularly with the 2 natural waterways on there and thinking about intergenerational recreational programming. So making sure that we would have nature trails and, utilizing any and all of the features on the property, particularly if we're compromised with the amount of buildable space on the property. So as much as that we could do outdoors for recreational programming would be just as good. The footprints that you have in the billable area, 1 story, what would that square footage be? Because I'm trying to figure out, just get an idea of what those blocks represent and how large is that mass, really?
Yeah, so we're still working on all of that, right? So that's one of the reasons why it's more diagrammatic. But the only thing that could reasonably be on a second floor, so the overall square footage is about 100,000 square feet for all of the building program, right? But the only thing, most of that is gymnasium. And so with the gymnasium, you can put it on the second floor, you can, but there is additional cost relative to the structure, right? If you put it on the second floor, significant cost. One of the things that you'd have to be concerned about is, because the spans, so for a typical gym, the spans are quite long.
Right.
The trusses are about 5 feet deep. If you were to put something on top of it, the trusses might have to be 10 foot deep, so you're paying for 10 foot of square footage that you may not be able to use. We could be creative and get you to use it, like put some administrative spaces or something like that, let's say, in that area. However, the next thing the structural engineer has to work on is making sure that when
Push.
Oh,
Yeah.
did I run out of time?
Lights, I have your order.
But when there's a game above, that you won't be, feel the bouncing below, right? So there's a lot to work out. It's not that it can't be, but it will increase the cost significantly if we were to layer the courts, right? So the only thing we can layer are like the yoga studios, the multipurpose spaces, the administrative spaces, and that's a smaller part of the program overall. So there's a small portion that can be 2 stories, and we are looking at that seriously, right? But the gyms will have to be on ground level.
So when you talk about 2-story, because you mentioned cantilevering, a part of the property, a part of the building, and so that's why I also then went to a 2nd story, because we would cantilever that and support it in the floodplain with the, what did you say?
Yeah, so the part that so the reason why I use the word cantilever is because the other thing about this site is that it has a major elevation change.
Okay.
Right? So there's the corner where the site is located. Let me see if there's a way I can use a pointer. Yeah, so right here is like probably the highest part. That's the highest part of the site. And then from there, in both directions, it slopes down. So it slopes down from here in this direction, and then from here in that direction, right? So if you see right here, the floodplain is going under that building, and that building is cantilevering over.
Because of
right.
the topography.
Yeah, because the
Gotcha.
topography is going down.
So not knowing just topographically
Mhm.
how that was, when you said cantilever, I immediately thought of a second story.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And that,
No, go ahead.
that's the only way we can, well, not the only way, but that is the best way if we are going to build in the floodplain, to cantilever over and allow the structure to touch the floodplain. That makes the least impact as far as changing the routing of the water, right? If we were to actually build in the floodplain, then we would have to get a variance for that, and that could take a long time.
And speaking of the gymnasium being on the first level and what to do, maybe stack perhaps an indoor track that is atriumed so that you could, you know, even with the span of the truss, it won't interfere with that, but we get utilization above the gym floor for programming as well.
Absolutely, and that's one of the program desires, so we do have a track designed for the second floor, programmed for the second floor.
All right, we talked about the nature trail. Construction management, the construction management at risk. With that particular option, we could, to your point, start moving dirt before August perhaps, and with the, to go out for the first option with the hard bid, we would have to wait potentially till August to be able to start any kind of land
Start the
disturbance
bidding,
or
and so then it would be
so not even land
about 60
disturbance.
days later before you have the contractor, and maybe 30 days later before they start doing any work.
Land disturbance,
You
okay.
know, yeah.
All right. Thank you, those are my questions.
Thank you. This is the soccer complex, correct? Yes. So, Mr. City Manager, let me ask you something. What are the plans for the city auditorium? I know we talked about possibly looking into doing both. So what are the plans for that as well?
So there was a presentation, I believe now it's in September, that I gave a little outline on how we can tackle actually all three, because I also included the old City Hall in it as well. And that would all feed into, I think we had our advisement from our financial advisor, who identified roughly between 42 million to the high 60 to low 70 million of various projects that he believed at that time that we had the capacity to do and still maintain a AA rating, as which what we were working with before. A lot of that has to do with our audits. We got 2023 wrapped up, and we're working now with Mullen Jenkins to get our 24 audit wrapped up. By the time we will have our 25 audit, which goes to our end of our fiscal year, so that either will have been started or have been getting close to wrapped up. So that will get us right on time, which would be critical for getting a bond issue out to look at all these projects. So certainly we can, you know, zero in on one, but we certainly have the capacity to take on two and potentially even three, with even talking about the old library, which is a smaller project, but could also be added to the auditorium project. So I think there's room there. We just have to strategically manage those projects and keep an eye on what we're trying to achieve.
Okay, because I think it would be best to include that as well, because I know for quite some time, the city auditorium has always been on the conversation. And I think they started because the building was in very disrepair. And they put a roof on the building to stop it from leaking, to preserve what they can. And I think it would be very wise for the city to go ahead on and try to get something done with that, because it is a revenue generator, especially with Ballethics being here in East Point. And they usually have to go outside of the city to do their ballet concerts. And it wouldn't just be for them, it could be for anybody, but the fact that they're here and they could utilize that space as well. So it would be very wise if the city start the conversation as to looking at how they can redo that building to get it up and running.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rogers?
All right, thank you. Number one, I wanted to say thank you so much for your presentation, but what about, I know we're in the floodplain, so two things came to mind. A rainwater capture system. Most people are using that as an opportunity to capture water, put it back out there into the universe, but a rainwater capture system in hydroponic gardens. I did my first one as a science project like a couple of weeks ago, and it was amazing. So we could look at that as we can look at those opportunities as possible designs in the floodplain. Parking. We should be able to partnership with parking with the Georgia Soccer Park. I mean, they've been here for quite some time. Parking, we should be able to share that parking. Any soccer season, you can go out there to the park and it is packed. It is packed, so I would like for us to continue that partnership, Director Pinkett, and if we need parking, then we should tap into the Georgia Soccer Park. My only request, it's really not my only request, I would like to see a coffee shop, but I mean, who would have that in their rec center, right? But a sensory motor room for special needs children in the area and for anybody who's on the south side of East Point. A sensory motor room, we have quite a few students and children in the area that have autism, and we also have Core Bridge. She has a facility in that in the marketplace. It's an autism spectrum center, Core Bridge, but a sensory motor room. We could look at that. The other thing I wanted to say was I know that there was discussion about a pool, and Mr. City Manager, the increase of what it would be for the facility to have a pool versus not. If you could just get me those numbers and just get the members of council those numbers, because that is a decision that needs to be made with the pool. How much space will it give us more without the pool versus with the pool? I mean, that's something I would be interested in. That's it. That's all I have for right now.
Thank you, Councilman Butler.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought that was rhetorical. Go ahead.
The rainwater capture system and the hydroponics, is that doable?
Yeah.
The rain capture system, I believe that's very doable. The hydroponic system, I'll have to do a little diving and make sure that that's doable there as well. The square footage of the pool right now is planned at 5,000 with a deck of 3,000. And then there is about 2,400 for the locker rooms and the restrooms associated with the pool, 2,400 square feet. So all of that is part of the pool construction.
Thank you. Councilman Butler?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So, I think we should have a coffee shop. I agree with no, I'm not kidding. We have to imagine what this is going to be like for 30 years in the future. We need to be very creative in how we shape and design that. And I want us to be, I'm not looking to build another basketball court, especially not two. We can have one, but this should be a place where young people can commune with senior citizens, someone can grab a coffee, and then they mentor kids and pay their utility bill, something, if it's going to truly be multi-generational, where we have kiosks that can, we need to think bigger, not in terms of money, but in terms of scope of services, right? And the whole point of this was to bring in a pool. We can't even start talking about a rec center without a pool because we haven't had a pool in a generation, and the reason why we lost pools was because of racism. The conversation to me is a non-starter if a pool is not in it. I'm looking for something that is affordable, but architecturally unique, with programming that will attract tourism and broaden kids' minds. My fraternity, for example, would like to do science experiments with robotics and things like that. We need to start to think about how do we really, let me give you a good example. Libraries were originally made for books. People don't digest information that way. So the challenge is for us to reimagine what is the purpose of a library, by still holding true to spreading knowledge, but now you added, we don't use the Dewey Decimal System anymore, right? So I don't want us to create a Dewey Decimal System recreational center. And so I think that we can be creative in how we approach this, but it should be a place where people want to come and gather and experience and share this space with one another. So it is an attraction, especially for our residents on Ward D, and then how we monetize that. You know, people who are from East Point, they get in for free or at a discount, and then other people come in and they pay a premium.
One of the things that we want to make sure is that the city of East Point knows that an investment was made in them. And so one of the things architecturally is that we make sure that anyone that drives down Bell Hill will know that a new facility is there. And we know that's the moment to celebrate the, let's say, the forward thinking of East Point. I think that the use of the facility is unlimited, multi-purpose. There's a lot of different things that can happen in a gymnasium besides basketball. We know basketball, we know volleyball, but there's still opportunities for fairs to happen there, even robotics competitions, right? So it's endless. And as part of this, we made sure that we visited visited and did research on a few different facilities. And what we find is that for food and beverage, they're often outsourcing that.
Yes,
right? So they have a vendor that comes in and takes on that responsibility. And so we're providing a space for that, as well as power for that. And then the other thing that's really popular is food trucks as well, right? And this site would be prime for that as well. So both of them would be an option depending on the activity going on in the facility.
Kind of to echo what Sophia was saying, probably about a month and a half ago, I spent probably about 3 days in Ohio at the Teams Conference, and this facility is taking into account everything that you just said. We did not want to build a cookie cutter rec center, but my time in Ohio, I was able to see what people are doing nationally to bring in tourism. So a lot of the design cues that you mentioned are in the plans. And a small scale, we're doing a lot of those things now with robotics, STEM, working with seniors. So the scope of what your desires are will be in the project, in the programs. But that is the train of thought that we were doing. But in Ohio, it was a conference for all of tournament directors, spend time to look and see how we'll be able to market East Point, market this facility to attract national tourism. Like Sophia said, volleyball, pickleball, it's tournaments for everything. So having this space in multi-purpose rooms, I think we'll be able to reach what your desires are.
Thank you very much. One of the things I would like to see too is in some of these, I would like to volunteer my time to teach martial arts to kids. So if we had a room that was, it doesn't have to be very big, it just has to be a room that's set aside where we can put mats on the ground and then, we go at it, that's what I'm looking for too, and the flexibility of it, Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. So I agree with Councilmember Butler on the swimming pool aspect of this. And you mentioned in your presentation that there were some challenges. What are the specifics of that, other than just what we've already talked about, sort of the space?
Yeah, you have limited square footage to place that thing, the pool. And then one of the things when people go to the pool, I guess people have but you want a little sunshine. And so because of the other buildings there, that's another challenge, is making sure that there's sunlight on the pool, right? We haven't completely figured it out, and we haven't exhausted all opportunities on that, but it is something that we just wanted to make sure that you are aware of.
Does it seem doable in some configuration at this point?
In some configuration, yes.
You don't sound very hopeful, but take that for now. And then I got the impression that you're potentially looking for guidance on the hard bidding versus CMAR. Is that correct? And if so, are you looking for that from us, and on what timeline?
We're proposing that to you as a delivery method for the project. It's not something that we would do, right? It's something that you would do, but considering that the schedule is important, it is a way to get us moving a little faster.
Okay. And so when would that decision need to be made?
I don't know how quickly, but I say beginning of the year, for sure.
And by
January
whom?
2026.
By whom? Like council or city manager or?
However procurement happens, so it'll be through procurement. Maybe I should be quiet.
Well, I'm experienced with both types of approaches that was presented. I think the critical piece is going to be getting our audits done, so a lot of that is going to depend on how fast we can move, because we're not going to even be able to really look at bonding without those audits being done. And really just the 24 audit needs to be wrapped up. The 25 is in its natural course, and so that's to be expected to be started after the fiscal year closes. So that's not going to hold any bond considerations up, but certainly 24 would, and so we need to get that wrapped up. That being said, I think the obvious advantages, and I thought the presentation covered it well, but one of the things that is a benefit to a contract manager at risk, I don't know what you call it in Georgia, but one of the benefits is you get a lot of insight on the costs, because the contract manager, who is actually out in the field, in the industry, and closer to real-time estimates, can really help you zero in on putting together your numbers, and in some cases have relationships with contractors that are giving real good numbers, whereas a hard bid, we might be right there or we might be off, which might mean we might have to go out to rebid. So that could actually slow down the process. So I kind of lend to contract manager at risk, because we get solid numbers and we get a little bit more guarantee to have a process that is real in line, and not run the risk of having to rebid or shop bid or doing any of that stuff, since timing is of the issue. That's a certain consideration to add to the observation that was already presented. But I think for us, it's not so much how fast we can move on this piece, but how fast we can wrap up those audits, the audit,
And then I think first of the year, March at the latest, fits right into the line, and I think that we'll have our audit wrapped up around that time, from what I understand.
Okay. Thank you. That was it.
Yes, thank you. Two things. One, I'm going to echo the sentiment of my colleague, Mr. Butler, and then also just piggyback on my colleague, Mr. Friedley, regarding the swimming pool. I think that it would be a disservice to the citizens in the city of East Point for us not to have a swimming pool in this facility, given the fact that we don't have a public pool for the general population of East Point within the city of East Point, and also given the fact that more black and brown children die from drowning than their counterparts. And so I think that we need to be teaching water safety and swimming for our citizens here in the city of East Point, and give the residents an opportunity to have a public pool because we don't really have one in the city at the moment. The thing I wanted to say is that I'm excited to hear about all of these plans. The only thing that I am challenged by, and I know my colleagues hear it a million times, is structured citizen input. And this goes to Mr. City Manager. We had a kickoff rejuvenation, if you will, of boards, authorities, and commissions. This city has a Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. So just as you're presenting to us, it would be great to say, we presented to the board and they like these ideas. And so I'm hoping that if my colleagues have not made an appointment to that body, that they would do that, because we are now in the process of doing something for the people without the people, and so we should include them in this process as we go along.
Actually, I've started doing those meetings. We had one probably a month and a half ago. We're trying to get the attendance up, but we actually are scheduled for this coming Thursday, believe it or not, at 7 o'clock at my rec center. So we'll be doing the third Thursday of every month at 7 o'clock for any of the appointed new representatives on that board. And we'll still work with, although it can't be an official forum, a quorum, I'll say, we will be including those people in the conversations.
Yeah, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate that. And I'll make sure that my appointee, I'm not sure if he's been notified or attending.
Yeah, we send out emails and my secretary calls to confirm.
Okay. I'll just follow up with my appointee because I know that he's been wanting to get engaged.
Okay.
And just make sure that he is receiving that information.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I know we've talked a lot about the swimming pool, and knowing that in addition to the gymnasium, both of those are very hard architecturally to put in the same building on a plot of land like this, where it's small and you also have all the different elevation challenges. In the event that, and I'm just going to put this out there, in the event that it may be easier or what have you, maybe we could pull the pool out of this location and put it at John D. Milner, because that was the site of one of the ghost pools that was shut down during segregation and things like that. And it would be great to put a pool back there, and then, basically we would restore the wrongs of what happened in the past, and then we would still be able to have a pool in the city of East Point, but then would maybe unlock this area for some other things that we may want to put in that rec center. Gymnasium, coffee shop, martial arts studio, I'm not really sure, but whatever it is, there's a lot of ideas for this particular area. And with such a small space, just to have the most impact for our public dollars, that may be a plan, that just putting that out there.
Yeah, we plan on exhausting all possibilities with the space. As Sophia mentioned, they're taking a deep dive into that, but we are already kind of looking at, I don't really want to get to a plan B plan, but we're going to try to exhaust all options on this space, and then we'll have that conversation about if we have to go a different location.
Thank you so much for your presentation. This site map, dealing with the topography, is very helpful. It's interesting that after years of community meetings about this site and designs and all of that, this fundamental step of topography didn't take place earlier because the conversations of what could potentially go here could have possibly either been different or guided more, right? Like with the floodplain area on this site, there's very little buildable space. When you marry that with the gas line easement, it becomes even more challenging, right? And so I think this one slide has probably been very helpful and would have helped guide, again, those discussions and community meetings that have happened over years about, an Olympic-sized pool and the different desires for this site. I mean, I definitely think there is a unanimous commitment to including a pool of aquatics within our parks and recreation offering. This site just looks like it's going to be extremely challenging to potentially get what had been envisioned. Let's just say it in that way. But it's good to know and to be able to move forward in an informed manner and really think about how we maximize and utilize this space to build a recreation center, not only for now, but the future and the future of recreation and the innovation that is within the parks and recreation field industry as it relates to providing these types of amenities to our community. So thank you so much. We will move to our last presentation. Councilmember Butler.
Madam Mayor,
Oh, I didn't see your light on. Councilmember Shropshire.
if before we move there, we have 2 residents here, can we move that item up? Because it's pretty late for them.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to get through presentations. I didn't think we would be this long. That item is, I'm assuming, item number 19. It sounds like some promises have been made, so it would be nice to inform the rest of council as to what this recommendation or promise has been. So,
And it's supposed to also have on here, and I don't see it, waive the Rule 26. Do we have to do that before we can even talk about that?
waive Rule 26.
And it's not even on here. It was supposed to be on here.
Yeah, I don't, what's Rule 26? I don't have my rules up.
Reconsideration.
Oh, motion for reconsideration? I don't think that passed.
Because we're going to talk about something that was voted down.
So, Madam City Attorney, and now I'm tracking. It's been a minute. So we can go to item number 19. I think that's the last. And then we can go ahead and talk about consent items. Let's talk about consent items because we're going to have to make 2 motions around that. Are we okay with item number 9 being placed on consent? Yes. Item 10? Yes. Item 11? Yes. 12? Yes. 13? Yes. 16? Yes. 18? Yes. I think those are, no, I didn't have questions on 20. Okay. Any other suggestions on consent? If not, we'll 17 is 1.5. Yeah, 1.5 million piggyback. Probably need some discussion on that one. And number 14, there's discussion that someone has indicated for that one as well. So we will make a motion to amend the agenda by adding those items to consent, and then we'll need a separate motion to consent. But right now, we can go to item number 19. Can we get a motion? Well, no, I don't know if we can get a motion to open the floor because, Madam City Attorney, there was a motion made at a previous meeting, I can't remember which one, to approve paying the $3,000 difference to resolve this matter. That motion did not pass. There's a motion of reconsideration that did not pass. And we have a rule that says items cannot be re-entertained for 60 days once they are voted on by council. I gotta pull up my rules. I can't remember which rule that is right now. But Rule 26. And so, I guess maybe, and I'll defer to you, the city attorney, do I need to allow the floor to be open for discussion to see what the recommendation is? But this is an item that has already been entertained. But I don't know what the promise or recommendation is this evening.
The only other fact that you missed is that there was a motion at the last meeting to determine whether or not there was an extraordinary change that would warrant the re-entertainment of the motion, because Rule 26 requires that for the council to entertain a motion within 60 days, in less than 60 days, there must be an extraordinary change that would warrant that. But extraordinary changes must be approved by 2/3 vote of the council. So at the last meeting, I do believe it was,
I wasn't here for that one. Maybe it was November
I
3rd.
think it was the meeting you weren't here. Right, because the last meeting was no quorum. So at the November 3rd meeting, there was a motion to determine whether or not there was an extraordinary change that would have needed 2/3 of a vote. That motion failed.
I'm confused then. If there was action that was voted down, motion to reconsider failed, then there was discussion at November 3rd meeting about whether or not this can come back in less than 60 days, and that decision failed for lack of extraordinary circumstances. How do we get here tonight?
I do
Can I-
believe, oh, yes, feel free.
Okay, so I think this may be able to take a shortcut on what I think is a discussion that's coming our way. So this item is about my recommendation. I think logistically, there's some things in my recommendation that's going to take a little time, and I can go into detail on that. The time might fall right into the limitation that the council has to actually do something with my recommendation as far as the votes that's been taken so far. But there's some exploration that I would still need to do that could affect the amount of the repair that we need to essentially do a CCTV camera view of the pipe. And we have that equipment that is actually broke, so we're going to have to contract that out, and it's going to take a little while. So we may be right on the same time frame anyway, but I think the council can still hear the recommendation and go through that process because it's not asking for action per se outside of letting me know to proceed or not.
Let you know to proceed or not because all three motions and attempts have failed. So this is on the same item.
Well, it's not going to be proceed to actually fix anything at this point, but to continue the exploration as we see CCTV the pipe.
Madam City Attorney, is that still considered action on this item? Like, I mean, from operations, know if he can continue to investigate, but like, I don't know how this council gives any directive on an item that's been voted down 3 times, 3 different ways. Oh my goodness.
I think what I'm hearing is that Mr. Jones has a recommendation. Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah. He has a recommendation on, unfortunately, I'm not sure what, because he's also saying he needs to do more investigation, so I'm not really sure.
Continue with the investigation,
So the recommendation is to continue with the investigation?
which, yes.
So I don't think it requires action by the council if that's what he's asking to do.
Because the investigation is part of the ordinance, and that has been a process that had started.
So you want to send us an email?
It's in the write-up right here.
Okay. So, but there's no action we can be taken tonight? Doesn't sound like.
It doesn't sound like you're ready to take on the waiver, so we can start this process, and it will determine how much the actual end result repair will be, which then it can come back to the council, and I think that might be satisfying your timeline.
So it's not that this council does not want to consider the waiver. Our rules don't allow us to consider any further action on this item until 60 days. So I see people in, I don't know if they
How
want a
many days
motion
are
for him
left?
to open the floor for discussion.
So unless there's extraordinary circumstances, you guys can consider it. But here's the thing, we went through this at the November 3rd meeting, is that the process is that once the investigation is done, the staff gives their information to the city manager. The city manager then has a recommendation for the council to make a determination as to what happens with the repair of the individual's property based on any stormwater damage, right? If the investigation is not complete, then I don't think it's timely then for us to hear a recommendation. If there is a recommendation that's going to be given, then it's 2 votes that need to happen prior to you considering it. One is a Rule 26, as Councilwoman Shropshire said, to reconsider the vote that failed at the last meeting. And you have to have an extraordinary change to determine whether or not you can reconsider. An example of an extraordinary change is that now the city manager has a recommendation. That could be your extraordinary change, that 2/3 of the council would need to say, we have now new information to consider to determine what to do with the property. And then you would have to vote on whether or not you can reconsider the motion that failed less than 60 days ago. I think we are probably close to 60 days when that original motion failed. I would need the clerk to tell me when the original motion came on the agenda, when Councilwoman Shropshire made the motion and council comments to approve the waiver of the $3,000. We're likely close to the 60 days.
So if I'm not mistaken, that would have been the October 20th council meeting. I think the reconsideration and re-entertainment is being used interchangeably, but reconsideration has to be done during the same meeting, so we're dealing with Rule 26 for entertainment, re-entertainment. So 60 days from October the 20th is around December 20th, which would be after the December 15th, the 3rd meeting of the council this year. So it would require a special call meeting if that is the case, or unless there are extraordinary circumstances. Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Atkins, and Councilmember Shropshire, and if there's going to be discussion, somebody needs to open the floor for discussion on this recommendation or whatever the city manager wants to present. Councilmember Mitchell.
Oh, so we have to open the floor to discussion. I had a question on what we're talking about now.
Yeah, I was trying to get through the procedural part of it, so if there's a question on the procedural part, okay, go ahead, Councilmember.
So,
Actually, I was still in, but for some reason, it keeps kicking everybody out.
Yeah, the order I have right now is Councilmember Mitchell, Atkins, and Shropshire. I'm not, I didn't look at it.
I think I got kicked out, and then I turned it back on.
Oh, okay.
okay. So I almost lost my train of thought. So I believe, so the first vote, this is still on procedure. So I know we were reading through the ordinance and we were looking for, this is for Madam City Attorney, if I remember this correctly, we were looking for the process, the appeal process, and then it came out that the city manager was supposed to make a recommendation that we could accept or deny. So my question is, if he never made the recommendation, what exactly did we vote on the first time? And then is that still valid since? Okay. So I would say, so we can come up with our own recommendation. So according to the ordinance, it's assessed and then the city manager makes a recommendation. I'm guessing that was our recommendation and not one particularly from the city manager?
That recommendation, I believe, came from Councilwoman Shropshire to waive the $3,000.
So that was,
That's the motion she made.
so that was kind of her wants, I would say, not necessarily procedural. We were supposed to, I guess, and you make a motion at any time, correct? Or to waive, I would say anything. But does that affect the procedure of the city manager giving us a recommendation? And that's voting on that.
Came back because we went through the ordinance and we established that was the correct process. And so we were waiting for the recommendation, so when it came back at November 3rd meeting, I think in that piece of meeting, I misstated things, I don't remember exactly, but I think at the November 3rd meeting, we thought we were going to get a recommendation. But there wasn't a recommendation at that time.
So I know, so if it's, I guess my understanding, so I can make I'll make a motion to waive or this, that, and the third. However, according to our processes, it has to come, so you can make a motion at any time for anything. So how does that affect the recommendation of the city manager? Because that particular motion was voted down. Did that affect the city manager's ability to give us a recommendation and
He
us to
can
vote?
still give you one. I think that the recommendation was probably to try to induce council persons to vote in favor, right? Like you guys were wanting to hear from him because the motion solely by Councilwoman Shropshire didn't pass, remember?
Right.
And so we went through the process of what the ordinance says. I believe Councilman Freely asked me, what's my recommendation? And I said to follow the ordinance.
Right.
Right, and so we went through the process of what the ordinance said. And if I remember correctly, the consensus was, let's get the recommendation from the city manager, right?
Per our ordinance, yes.
Exactly, and hopefully that would have moved the council further along to have an informed decision as to what to do with this particular property.
Right, so I still think we have to wait on the recommendation before we can make a decision on.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay. So that's my thing.
So can we talk about it, but, because I'm hearing that I can't even bring it forward without going through the Rule 20.
That's why I wanted clarification.
No, what I said was if they want to have discussion, there needs to be a motion to open the floor for discussion. That's what I said.
Can I
Madam
chime
Mayor.
in? Because I can tell
Count-
exactly what happened.
Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Atkins, and Councilmember Mitchell, were you done?
Yeah, I think they got the gist. So I just wanted really clarification on what was the first, how the first motion we voted on affected the actual procedure of the city manager giving us a recommendation. Is that in?
It didn't.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Here's what happened. It was brought October
So
to
this
be
is still procedural, not on the recommendation?
Yeah, procedure to be voted on. It was voted down. Then at the next council meeting, which was November the 3rd, I think, it was brought to waive Rule 26. That was voted down. And I remember saying, when they said to let the city manager bring a recommendation, I said, we're going to still be in the same situation because we're not going to be able to talk about it because to waive Rule 26 failed. So they put it on the agenda anyway. And it was supposed to have waive Rule 26 because I said it, because in order to have that conversation, you're still going to have to do the same thing. So what I'm hearing is now, basically, we still don't have a recommendation, and you won't have one until the end of December. So we still can't talk about it because the rule was never waived unless it goes on the agenda and we waive the rule now.
Councilmember Atkins, there can be a motion to discuss the item. Action on the item is the procedural discussion. I wasn't at the November 3rd meeting, and so it sounds like you all, there's a desire to follow the ordinance, which requires a recommendation, but based upon what the city manager said, he's not even ready to make a recommendation tonight. He's still investigating. So I'm going to go to council member.
To be
I'm going to
clear,
go
I
to
can't
council
make a
member. I'm
recommendation.
talking.
I just want to make
I'm
sure
talking.
while you're characterizing what my position is, that it be actual succinct to what the position I have. So I can clarify.
And so you felt the need to talk while I was talking to be able to say that.
I can clarify that.
So when there's a motion to open the floor for discussion, you can talk. But while
I
I'm
can't
talking,
clarify that.
But while I'm talking,
It's late. We almost.
so as I was saying, there is the procedural discussion, and if there is going to be a discussion about any recommendation substantively from the person who's the city manager, then there needs to be a motion for discussion about that. I'm going to Councilmember Atkins, and then if no one else chimes in, I'll go back to Councilmember Mitchell for a second round.
I have a question of City Manager Jones and then a question of the city attorney. Mr. City Manager, is it that you do have a recommendation for us to hear this evening?
I do.
Okay, and so, thank you. Madam City Attorney, is a motion, a proper motion in order to make a motion to hear the recommendation, the city manager's recommendation for 2424 Greenwood Circle in order?
You know, this gets more confusing by the minute, so I'm not sure. And I'm not sure because of the rules that are in place by city council. This is not about the subject matter. This is about the rules and applying y'all's rules to y'all's actions. You've got a rule that says you can't reconsider within 60 days unless there's extraordinary changes, and you have to make a decision on whether it is an extraordinary change by 2/3.
Right.
Okay? You also got a rule, Rule 2, I brought that up to y'all on November 3rd, that says any rule not provided for by the city charter or city ordinance other than Chapter 2, which is where the council rules are, may be temporarily suspended by a vote of 2/3 of all members during a single meeting and shall not be repealed, altered, or amended unless by concurrence of a 2/3 of all the members at 2 consecutive regularly scheduled meetings. That reads to me that you can't waive Rule 26.
So let me ask you this. It is my recollection that we've never taken action on any recommendation from the city manager.
I agree.
So why would that even be an issue? The action was taken on a motion made by Councilmember Shropshire that failed. And so this is, in my estimation, a completely different action because we've never heard the recommendation from the city manager.
That's a great way to look at it to bring this further along, and I can agree with you.
So I move that we hear the city manager's recommendation for 2424 Greenwood Circle.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Jones.
Thank you. So so just to give a quick synopsis, so on October 10th of 2024, the East Point Water Resources Department Stormwater Division received a complaint and looked at, regarding the sinkhole, went out and looked at a sinkhole for Mr. Willie Jackson's property. Upon that, conducted an investigation that identified that the city would participate and it would be eligible to participate in the Community Assistance Program for Stormwater Management. So that recommendation required 1/3 participation from the city, which was based on a administrative directive, not the actual ordinance, but it was a practice administrative directive. And so I come on board, this was around March, this comes to me understanding that the administrative directive was kind of impressed to me that it was actually part of the ordinance, not really being familiar with the ordinance, accepted that, and didn't realize until, I think it is October, until being in open meeting where we discovered that actually the ordinance reads that the city manager can bring forward a recommendation. And so until up to that point, I was looking at other ways, other programs that could satisfy the $3,000 difference and to meet the particular need. After realizing that the best approach was to use this approach, which is actually go through the recommendation process, staff with me did some further investigation. We realized that the pipe that we had initially thought was taking runoff from the road wasn't actually, so it's still a bit of a mystery. The fact that this is important and pertinent is that it could drastically affect the type of repair that is done. So if the line can be abandoned, then all we would have to do is collapse the line, fill it in, and that would be drastically different in price than to bring in a new line and keep it flowing. So we really needed to do a CCTV telescopic search of the pipe to understand exactly what that pipe is doing. All we can tell at this point that there's some flow in there. We have no idea where that flow is coming from, but that investigation is pretty important to know how much this repair will be. So my recommendation is yes, the city repair it, but then to also do the due diligence of finding what type of repair is going to need, which it requires further investigation with a CCTV process. Now, we plan on doing that anyway, because we got to kind of understand what this pipe is doing. So it's something that we would have to do anyway. I was essentially trying to just use the logistics of actually bringing on a contractor, because that particular equipment the city has, but is broken at this point. So we would really need to contract out. Don't know really how fast that would be, especially with the holiday seasons and all. So I really believe that we would be able to probably do that and still meet the timelines that we've all been talking about. That being the case, my recommendation, one way or the other, we have to look at what that pipe is doing, and we have to address the pipe in some fashion. My recommendation is that we move forward with a repair not to exceed the $9,000 that has been initially identified, but then allowing us the room to investigate to see if we can collapse the pipe versus replacing the pipe.
Councilmember Atkins, are you still in?
So your recommendation is to move forward with the repair, not to exceed $9,000, but we, at this point, don't really know what's causing the sinkhole. Is that correct?
We don't know what's causing the sinkhole is the pipe collapsing and corroding. So that part we do know. We just don't know what is that pipe being used for.
Gotcha.
So I think we initially thought, like last week, that it was taking water from off the road, and that was the flow. After going back out, realizing that it's not coming from there. So we still need to understand where it's going and where it's coming from before we can make the recommendation of collapsing the pipe and abandoning the line, or understanding that it's still of some kind of useful use, and then replacing the pipe and keeping it operational.
All right, okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we accept the recommendation of the city manager to explore what's causing the sinkhole and to allow him to make the repairs up to $9,000.
Second.
Discussion.
Is there a second for discussion?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Discussion.
Discussion, so.
Now, hold on a minute.
Oh.
Councilmember Butler still in?
No, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell and Councilmember Shropshire.
All right, thank you. So I guess my question is, I think the original, to Mr. City Manager, I think the original issue was, even though this project may have cost $9,000, the concern was the $3,000 that the resident had to pay. And I think in your recommendation, it was said that it would not exceed $9,000. That would be the only change I would make to that, is if we can make it at whatever it takes to make it at no cost to the resident, I think is kind of the real issue here. And if it does exceed $9,000, I think the city should, cover whatever, whatever that is. That would be my kind of amendment to that motion when it's made. So with that being said, is there a motion on the floor? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yes, there is a motion on the floor to follow the city manager's recommendation not to exceed $9,000.
So can I make a friendly amendment to that motion to cover all costs associated with this repair? I'm not sure if he included $9,000, but that was part of the recommendation. So I guess that would go to Councilman Butler. Would you accept that the city cover all costs associated with this repair?
Oh, you mean cover 100% of the
100%,
$9,000?
yes. Well, not, no, if it's over $9,000, so whatever it comes out to, that is covered.
So a blank check?
That's the issue now. Because like you said, we don't know how much it's going to cost, and then we're going to be sitting right back here. It costs more than $9,000.
Yeah, our early assessments were $9,000. I firmly believe that it's going to be less than that, but
okay.
I understand your amendment, and I would say if the council has any concern, like this is a blank check, I think was mentioned, if there's some 20% or something, some percentage that if it goes over, you want to hear about it again, I can certainly bring it back.
That's good.
Obviously, if it's over $25,000, which is the limit of my discretion, then I would have to bring it back to council anyway.
So I think the spirit of your recommendation was to, since you think it's going to come, you firmly believe it would be under $9,000. That's why I just think, because if it is over and there is some type of cost just because it goes on over $9,000, then we're going to be sitting right back here. So, Madam City Attorney, what would be the best way to word that? 100% of the cost up to a certain amount, or? So what do you think is just a totally outrageous amount that it could get to? I know 25, you have to come back anyway, Mr. City Manager. So what, 15 or 20? I don't know. Something that's not going to happen, I would say. I know.
Yeah.
Not to exceed.
I kind of, from my conversations with staff, we felt really strong with 9,000, but let's just say 15,000.
Okay. So the friendly amendment is to cover all costs not to exceed $15,000 for this repair. That would be my friendly amendment.
Councilmember Butler, do you accept the amendment?
If my colleague seconds this, then yes, I will accept.
Who seconded? Madam City Clerk, who was the second?
So Butler made the motion to accept the city manager's recommendation, and Mitchell was the second.
Oh. Can the person who making the friendly amendment second the motion that they're amending?
My recommendation is that you vote on the amendment and then get a second on the amendment. And then you vote on the amendment, and then you add that to the main motion and then vote, so that this friendly amendment stuff is just a little weird to me.
Okay, so the city attorney is suggesting, Councilmember Mitchell, your motion is to cover the 100% of the cost not to exceed $15,000. Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second, but I have a discussion.
Seconded on that motion. Discussion, Councilmember Mitchell.
Oh, no, I'm out, thanks.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, and I'm glad that we are at this point, and it's back to the point where we were, what is that, October 20th? When I originally brought it and said, just go ahead on and the city go ahead on and waive and pay the $3,000 to add it into the $9,000, and then brought it back to waive Rule 26. So we're still at the same point where we were in October, and we could have been past all of this.
Thanks. So, Mr. City Manager, let me get this straight. A year ago, there was an assessment made, presented to this resident, created all of this, and now that assessment is not accurate. So it may not even be a stormwater pipe?
We believe it's a stormwater pipe. I think part of the challenge is when the subdivision was first developed, those maps aren't available to us. They're not showing up on our maps as a public easement or anything like that that we could track. So that's where the CCTV really makes an important impact, because if by others needing to rely on that pipe for some reason, we need to know that before we say collapse it, or if we're going to replace it, then at least we know what it is actually providing for the residents. So we really do need to kind of do a little bit more, and I think typically it would have been done earlier, but our equipment, we didn't have the equipment, and no one contracted it out. So I've pretty much said, hey, let's contract that out, let's find what this is, and we'll do that first before whatever repair we wind up ending on. But that's kind of where we are there, so it's a little bit of a mystery.
Right. And you're saying that your expectation is that this will now cost less than $9,000?
I believe that is probably a good candidate to be an abandoned pipe, but certainly I'm only making that assessment because we can't find any connection to it, and I initially thought it was at least bringing water runoff from the street that we've pretty much have said that is not happening. So we're trying to figure out what's going through there.
So we're not at all in the same place. We're not even in the same place we were a year ago, because it's a whole different scenario, essentially.
Potentially, I mean, again, yeah. I mean, yeah, in a lot of ways, yes, it is.
Because the repair that we were voting on in this original motion doesn't even necessarily need to be made.
I don't know if we know that until we actually get to televise.
So we don't know it.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. It's guesswork right now.
Okay. Thanks.
City Attorney, you had something?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know we're saying that this may not even be a working pipe, just a dead pipe or something, whatever you want to call it. I know Director Esther, Miss Melissa, I'm sorry, they did some sort of initial investigation. Can she let us know if that is a good pipe, or if it leads to the home or anything, or? Do you know, can I ask, I'm sorry,
I think SMSC basing this recommendation.
yeah, just that, what you're making, your recommendation off of, because you think that it may not be a pipe that's even in play with regards to this residence, so it's something that you could possibly collapse. So I'm asking, can the water and sewer director, can she confirm or deny, or it does require more investigation?
Well, certainly, you can ask her up, but this is based on her report, looking at that something's flowing through there, and I think initial assessment that it was a good candidate to be water from the road. We've then went back out again based off of most recent discussions and said, well, it's not coming from the road, but something at least has been documented as flowing through there. So again, and the initial recommendation was to replace the pipe, which is a whole different experience than collapsing the pipe. So and the cost would be considerably different if you're basically abandoning the pipe. But if there's some flow in there, we need to know what that is. And either way, it's not a city pipe. It's not a city easement, but it could be having some public purpose. So we just don't know until we actually televise it, which I think would have been a part of the process before if our equipment was available to us.
Okay, cool. So we can't confirm or deny tonight?
Right.
Okay, all right, I yield.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I think I want to hear from the water and sewer director about what would be the best way to abandon the pipe or replace the pipe.
Ms. Echevarria.
Yeah, something like that.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. So the original recommendation was just to do a point repair. There is no city water from the street flowing through the actual storm pipe. The storm pipe serves Mr. Jackson's property and the property next door. Typically, when you see privately owned stormwater systems that were built outside of the easement or right-of-way, the builder did that to properly drain the property. So more than likely, the water that we are seeing, and it's a very small amount, is to serve Mr. Jackson's downspouts from his actual impervious area to his roof to make sure the property flows properly, because there is an adjacent creek that runs through the property. Right where you see that the pipe terminates, the cause of it was tree roots, that's all. There was a tree that was removed 10 years ago, and the roots beyond that began to grow, and they just separated the concrete pipe. You can see from the outfall pipe the separation of the roots, and the camera did go through, but we can't push a camera through a blockage. So we only went to the point repair, but when we can look over the top of the hole, it was just from tree roots that separated the concrete pipe. In terms of the flow of water, that's going to be very difficult for me to tell you where the water is coming from. A lot of drains could have been covered, and we see that often in stormwater conveyance systems where people either paved over it, grassed it over, and not really knowing it. We may not ever be able to find it. But in terms of any city storm drain physically coming off the street, going to the pipe, it does not. It does not. So again, we did everything we could. We went as far as we could in the pipe. We used pipes data from 30 years ago, current data, to map it. And again, that pipe serves the neighboring property. So collapsing the pipe and abandoning it is not an option because we don't know what that's going to entail to take. So my recommendation was just a point repair, and at the time of that estimate, the total pipe repair was $9,000. To be honest, if you vote to take the city manager's recommendation, because of the time frame, you're probably looking at a 10 or 15% increase in that price from the original estimate from the pipe in October of last year.
Councilmember Shropshire. Councilmember Mitchell.
So even with that being said, so that's why I kind of wanted to include a little extra breathing room, 10 to 15%, in case, because I know you guys are still working on it. So to my colleagues, that's kind of where we are. Then we do have a backstop of $15,000 if it really gets out of hand. I mean, I'm tired of dealing with this. I'm pretty sure he's tired of dealing with this. I have seen the big hole in his yard. Let's just wrap this up. Thank you.
Councilmember Atkins.
Ms. Echeverria, I'm sorry that you sat. I have a question of you, please. I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly. This pipe, is it a city pipe?
No.
And it is not water from a city
Storm
right-of-way?
drain, no.
It is on private property coming from the impervious surfaces on the private property and was installed by the developer to help
properly drain the properties.
The properties.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson's and the next door neighbor's property.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Freely.
So it's not a stormwater pipe?
No, but it serves more than one property, which is
Right.
why in my initial report, I felt like it would qualify. It's just not serving one specific property, it's serving two properties.
But isn't the kernel of this whole discussion that it's a city stormwater? No.
No, it's kind of, so how the pipe goes is the water is being dumped from the two neighboring properties, but it runs parallel to, and it's trying to get to the creek. So the way I look at it always is it a community benefit? If the pipe is abandoned, you can have more flooding that will impact the city infrastructure and the city right away. So that's why my recommendation is not to abandon it, just to do a point repair, to continue to have the pipe functioning as the original builder intended it to, because with the varying water conditions that we currently have now, I really can't tell you that or promise that to you. So that's why the recommendation is do a point repair. It does serve more than one property, but the sinkhole is on at the terminus of the pipe as it leaves Willie Jackson's property, and where a tree was removed and the roots continue to grow into the line.
Right. Okay, so now I'm confused because the original was an assessment for $9,000 to repair the pipe.
Yes.
Mr. Jones' recommendation was to collapse the pipe, which would cost less. You are now saying that is not possible because it serves another property.
Correct. I
So
have
what
a
are-
picture and a property profile to show you that. It serves more than one piece of property.
So what is the recommended repair?
It's just a
I've heard
point
two.
repair, right where the sinkhole is forming. We would cut out that bad section of pipe, put new pipe in there, and that's it. It's just a point repair.
Okay.
And like I said, when we look in there, it's just tree roots. The tree was removed 10 years ago, the roots continue to grow, and it's a caused separation of the joints in the concrete pipe.
Okay. So, Mr. Jones, did you just misspeak in your description of the repair, or was your understanding that it was different repair?
I hold on to my original recommendation that this needs to be CCTV'd. I understand what the director is saying. I actually got different information, so this is new information.
Okay, you're
So-
talking about the diagnosis.
Yes.
Versus the repair.
Right.
So you
and-
want to do a diagnosis before
Correct.
deciding on the repair.
And so there's a range. So and certainly if this is the outcome that is only two properties, then that could be, that could be the right assessment to do. But I am not confident that that's the full measure until we actually look at it. And I have not gotten any kind of information that said it's been CCTV'd already. So that's new information.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, Ms. Echeverria, Director Echeverria. I'm sorry. promise this is going to be my last question. I just want to go with, you're saying, you talked about the tree roots, but you also talked about the pipe being clogged or blocked, right?
Yes, with tree roots.
So do we know that this is the only place? So my question would be, if we do a point repair, how do we know that there are no other tree roots along the pipe that will cause the same separation? Or do we know that?
There are any along the stretch. I mean, tree roots do grow into the joints of the pipe, but this specific pipe, there was a tree near it 10 years ago that was removed. And again, from the pictures, that's all you see is just tree roots. The pipe itself is not cracked. The separation of the joint and the tree roots are the ones that actually, you can see it. When we looked at the terminus of the pipe, you can see in it. And when we try to put the camera through it, that's all you see is tree roots. It's not like a complete collapse or deteriorated pipe where you see it completely crash into itself. It's just the separation of the joint. So again, the recommendation just was to do a point repair.
And that's the only place along the pipe
that we could see. Yeah, so keep in mind when you do CC and TVing something, it's only to the point where you can't get past the break.
Right.
Because we would risk damaging our camera or somebody's equipment further. So we go as far as we can go. But with the information with the tree root, we went back into GIS records and pulled up to see if the property had changed. And then when we looked inside the pipe, that's all we see is tree root damage. And that was in the original report that I sent out a few months ago. It was tree root damage. But in terms of, again, it's just not served just Mr. Jackson property, it's his neighbor property next door.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Stay right there. Mr. City Manager, who gave you that recommendation, what you just recommended to the city, to the council?
I can tell you, staff, Deputy City Manager, Public Works Director, we've all went through this. Public Works Director went out and looked at the site, realized that it wasn't connected to the road, and the report I had that the CCTV equipment that we have has been broken, and that we needed to get that CCTV through a contractor so that we can have a full diagnosis. So the information of what Director Echeverry is presenting was not presented to me in any of the staff work up to this point. So this is new information.
So let me say this. You took recommendation from the Deputy City Manager and Public Works. And Public Works said that it wasn't run off from the road. And you have the water director who has a degree in this, but you take recommendations from people who don't? Help me understand that. And no, wait. But she stood here and said that it serviced two properties. So if you abandon it, then you're going to potentially harm the other property. And I've been saying all along, when tree roots grow up in the pipes, it messes it up. You have leaks everywhere. So at this point, let me ask the city attorney. So,
Do I respond to?
Wait.
Okay.
So, Madam City Attorney, in the ordinance, we don't have to accept the recommendation of the city manager. Because at this point, I would rather accept the recommendation from the water and sewer director who has more knowledge of what's going on. And if she has the camera and it went down there, and if it's telling you that this is the problem, then why you're not listening to her? So, Madam City Attorney, do we have to accept that?
You don't, but I do want to bring your attention that his recommendation was twofold. It was the monetary and it was the request to do further
But it's already been
investigation.
voted on to pay the cost. So it's up, now it hadn't been voted on, but
It
it was,
hasn't been.
a motion was made to pay up to $15,000.
That was the amendment to the main motion.
So if we just say we're gonna take the recommendation of the water and sewer director who has a degree in the situation, then just repair it.
Her recommendation, though,
She said just
is not-
repair it.
But it's, right, but you still gotta talk about the money. That's the whole
But
reason
see,
why
we
this
can,
came
we
up.
can vote to pay the whole thing. Just repair it. Why are we even going through this?
That was the recommendation,
But why are we going through it?
So,
because the ordinance requires it. The ordinance requires the recommendation to come from the city manager's office. The ordinance requires the recommendation to come from the city manager's office.
So here's the real challenge. Here's the real challenge. Councilmember Shropshire, here's the real challenge. Here's the real challenge. Is that we're making recommendations or accepting a recommendation that's really not a complete recommendation, because based on the city manager, he says more needs to be done. And Mr. Jackson, I can assure you this is my comments are not about trying to get this matter resolved for you. I understand. And there are other residents that have similar stormwater situations too. So whatever decision we make tonight impacts you as well as other residents. And I appreciate your patience in coming back and being at several meetings and being patiently waiting with us through this. The challenge is whatever decision we make is going to be applied in future cases. And right now, it does not sound, from what the city manager has said, is that he's clear as to what needs to be done. But that we should write a blank check up to $15,000 to cover it. What if that's not enough? Because right now, we have the water and sewer director saying repair it to a point. She says she has images. She said she got pics, so I don't know how you get pictures of a pipe or drain without some tool going in there to take the pictures. Now, I don't think she has a reason to lie about seeing pictures to determine what's needed to be done on your property and providing a report almost a year ago about this. I know you've been dealing with this for a while. But the challenge is right now is there's one side that's saying collapse the pipe and abandon it, and it serves your neighbor. So not only could it impact your neighbor, it could also re-impact your property. There's also repair it to the point, like do a point repair, right? But I don't know if there's enough information tonight to be able to make the decision to go to where it seems like at least the majority of this council wants to go, which is to get that done, to get this situation resolved. In initial comments from the city manager, he said he needed to explore and investigate more. I think we're trying to put the cart before the horse, and unfortunately, if a decision is made tonight, you'll probably have to come back to another meeting, because there's no certainty as to what needs to be done. And so I know you've been to at least 3 or 4 meetings, and we want to try to get this resolved, but there's a level of, sometimes haste makes waste, and there seems to be a level of expediency to this matter when there's at least 2 or 3 different recommendations as to how this should be resolved and what cost impact that may have. So, Mr. Jackson, you can come up. I see you want to raise your hand and say something.
You almost there. You almost have it.
First of all, I want to thank the city council and the mayor for taking over and
Press the mic. It's a button on that mic. Press it one more time. There you go. Oh, do it again. It went out. red.
Okay, I want to thank all of you for taking the time and the effort to go ahead and put this under your consideration. This problem initiated last December, and my wife and I, without me going into a lot of drama, my wife recently was diagnosed with cancer. I'm 100% service-connected disabled. One of the problems with me coming up with $3,000, we're commuting back and forth to City of Hope up in Noonan several times a month for her treatment. Again, my neighbor, there's some extenuating circumstances, is no neighbor. The house is up for sale or whatever. No one has occupied the house in over a year. Problem is, my yard, I live on Greenwood Circle, and it's a beautiful neighborhood. People keep up their property. We've been keeping up our property. This has really been a perplexed problem. I'm embarrassed for people to come by even to visit. And they look at the problem, I got a sinkhole that's extenuating. The whole yard is destroyed. I realized all of the confusion and the debate that's going on, but I just need my help and my property fixed. And I appeal to the council, if you can go ahead and come up with a reasonable solution to this problem, it would be highly appreciated. With that being said, it's back in your hands. But again, I thank all of you, particular Councilwoman Shropshire, for taking this under, seeing the magnitude of this problem. I want to thank Councilman Butler for his effort, and the city manager, as well as the rest of you. And I can see how this is a real problem for the city council. I don't feel good about this, that you have to go through it, but it is what it is. So I'd appreciate whatever you can do to go ahead and resolve the problem. I would highly appreciate it. If anybody has any questions for me, I'll be happy to take them, but that's my statement.
Well, again, we appreciate your patience in allowing us to try to work through this. I know it's been taxing, and I know you're dealing with a lot. I think there is definitely a consensus to try to resolve it. The question is how. And it sounds like there's more information that's needed to be able to give you an assurance as to how it will be resolved. It sounds like there is a desire to cover whatever that cost is, right? So that there won't be a cost allocated to you. The question becomes, what is that cost? And what is the right way, the best way to repair it or fix it such that it doesn't compromise your property again or the neighboring property or anything in that area, right? And so I think that's what you hear, this discussion is trying to figure that out in a way that also prevents you from having to keep coming down here and being patient and waiting on these decisions. So thank you for being here this evening, and your wife as well.
And again, I thank all of you.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. So we're almost there, y'all. I don't understand what we're arguing about, the way the ordinance is written. Staff, give the city manager, we went through this, spent the whole meeting doing this. Recommendation has to come from the city manager. It cannot come from staff. That's the way the ordinance is written. We just literally sat here and talked about this for 3 meetings. So whatever information is presented to him, he makes the best decision. If we want to change the appeal process, we can also do that. However, the recommendation has been set. Even through that, when the sewer and water director came up here, and she spoke about there are 2 different ways to handle this. She said there might be a 10 to 15 cent price increase. Thus, that us making the backstop $15,000. I don't know what all this extraness is about. We have your solution it's sitting right here, but people trying to blow it up. So what we need to do, we just heard this story. We just heard both of their situations. If we want to change the process after that, if we want to start a committee and appeals board, we can do that. Since this is setting some type of precedent. But tonight, they've been dealing with this for a year. You just heard his story. We sitting right here. So, thank you.
Councilmember Butler.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I call for the question.
So the question has been called on the motion to cover the cost of the repair not to exceed the $15,000. It's not on the original one yet. The question on the floor right now is that by substitute motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The original motion, Madam, and Councilwoman Shropshire, I'm coming to you. Madam City Clerk, what was the original motion?
Accept the city manager's recommendation.
It was, Councilmember Butler made the motion to accept the city manager's recommendation, and Mitchell seconded.
And Mr. Jones, what is your recommendation? The money has been determined.
The recommendation is to fix the repair at no cost to the citizen, and after the city is comfortable with diagnosing what that problem is, the type of repair will be appropriate.
Councilmember Butler, is that what you made the motion on?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I call for the question on that
No,
motion.
you can't call for the question. I'm in for a discussion. You're
I'm
trying to avoid me from speaking.
I'm still in, Madam Mayor, thank you.
So the question has been called, Madam City Attorney. There's one in for discussion. Councilmember Butler, the maker of the motion, has called for the question on the motion I think was restated, but can the discussion be entertained, or do I need to call for the question and then allow a motion for discussion on the item again?
One of the FAQs in Robert's Rules of Order provides that must the debate on a motion stop immediately as soon as any member calls for a question. The response. It is a fairly common misconception that after the debate has continued for some time, if any member shouts out question or I call a question, the debate must immediately cease and the chair must put the pending question to vote. This is simply not the case. Any member who wishes to force an end to debate must first obtain the floor by being duly recognized to speak by the chair and must then move the previous question. Such a motion must be seconded and then adopted by 2/3 of the vote or by unanimous consent. It is not in order to interrupt the speaker with cries of question or call for question, and even if no one is speaking, it is still necessary to seek recognition.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. So, I don't have I want this situation resolved. And I think everybody up here wants the situation resolved. I would rather, and city attorney, just because the city manager makes the recommendation, we don't have to accept the recommendation. We can always make a motion to go with what we feel that is best. From the water and sewer director who said replacing the pipe. That's all I'm saying. So if we can because how long is it going to take? Because apparently we have a camera. Do the camera work that we have? Can come out and look at it. Okay. So, and you said before it went down, you have pictures.
Every pipe, you can't always televise something because the camera, once it hits the blockage, you're not going to risk the camera itself. Mr. Jackson's property, where it terminates into the creek, there's a head wall. We can see straight through physically via visual inspection where we took pictures, the hole to Mr. Willie Jackson's property, the sinkhole where the light is beaming from it, and then we also went into the pipe on his property. So we have visually see roots. Either way, we can see through the pipe because right where it terminates at his property is exactly where the headfall and the outfall of the pipe is. So again, CCTV, yes, we CCTV storm drains that we have no inlet or outlet to or no head wall. We CCTV sewer lines. Those are things that we may not be able to have access to readily. But if we can go and see the pipe physically, we're looking at the damage, we're looking at the separation, we know where the pipe is at and we took the measurements. So I can tell you exactly what we're looking at. So that's why I just recommended the point repair because it's difficult for me to know why they put the pipe there to begin with, okay? So again, in my expertise over the last several years, typically when a pipe is placed there, it serves the property owner. But it's a good serve, right? Because typically your property, you may be in like a bowl-like fashion or the contours of the land are higher than. So when it rains to prevent the properties from flooding, it just drains into the pipe. A lot of storm conveyance systems also now, you'll have downspouts from the roofs draining into these underground systems so that the property does not flood. So again, you're saying what's going through it? It's some water going through it, but we can see the pipe from the outfall to Mr. Jackson's property. The sinkhole is right near the terminus of the property. So we can see visually through the pipe at the end and see visually through the sinkhole on Mr. Jackson's property.
So what happens if they abandon the pipe and I'm assuming they would just fix the yard?
It's not my recommendation that you abandon it because it's connected to the property next door. And I'm telling you, there is a creek.
Oh, I know it's in the back.
Correct. And so a lot of the storm pipes that we have now are because the builders piped certain areas, okay? And not every single tributary creek is actually mapped. We don't know. Some of them are springs, for instance, that they just piped in order to build the property. And I don't want to get too sciencey here. There are three types of waterways. It's one, a perennial, intermittent, and ephemeral. Ephemeral only has water in it after rains. Perennial has water in it all year round. And intermittent streams only will be present seasonally. So if we're going through a drought, it may not have water in it, but it's still considered a state water body. And that's what I'm saying. We don't want to abandon the pipe itself. My recommendation is just to do the point repair of the sinkhole on the property. Because again, I do not know what the original intention is. And even televising, we still may not be able to get that data or see it. But again, because of the contours and the lay of the land, it probably is to prevent the properties from flooding every time it rains.
So,
The restated motion by the city manager actually doesn't commit to a path forward. It says he will look into it. I think the original one committed to a path forward, but the one that was just stated before, I asked Councilmember Butler if that was his motion, which is the one should be in the record. Madam City Attorney, as an actual motion on this, says that the city manager will look into the repair and how it should be repaired and doesn't commit to either option, which I think is helpful in that, you know, if there was a report done a year ago, there's been investigations into this, and there were pictures taken, you know, I'm sure they're somewhere available in a record. I would hope that any discussion about this would have included that simply by either asking the director or getting the information. I don't know how you make determinations without that. But for Mr. Jackson and Mrs. Jackson, the motion on the floor right now is for the city manager to further investigate and determine how the repair should be done. The motion that was approved previously said that the city would cover 100% up to $15,000. And so tonight, there's not a, if this motion that's on the floor passes, there's not a commitment as to what will be done. It's just that whatever needs to be done, the city will cover 100% up to $15,000. What does that mean? If it's more than that, they're gonna have to come back, right? If it's $15,001, they got to come back. But it gives the authority to the commitment from the city to cover up to that amount at 100%. And if this motion passes, he decide after further investigation how to best repair it in a way that it doesn't temporarily relieve what you're experiencing, but more of a long-term relief of that, as well as not impacting neighboring properties. Ms. Jackson, come on up. Come to the mic for me. Ms. McCullough, if you could press the button for me.
Right here. Every day it seems to be sinking more and more. And it's scary. Because I just don't let this suck us in. You know, so it's really scary. That's what I have to say about it.
Well, we'll hope I think the desire from this council is that it gets repaired as soon, the longer it takes to repair it also, the more it can cost, right? And so I think there's incentive both ways but to make sure it's repaired in the best way.
Yeah, it's been about a year. It'll be a year this
December. We're almost
in December.
Yes, ma'am.
When it first happened. I broke my hip and I was in the hospital. I went to the hospital the next day. It had sunk in. And so it's been that way, and it's getting worse.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Martin Rogers, we just had the city attorney read on calling the question. There's somebody else in for discussion. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Madam Mayor. Sorry. So remember when I read the call for the question, it talked about that it's wrong, that it just ends the debate. It doesn't just end the debate, but that whole thing about what the previous question is, it said that you have to then take a vote on whether or not the debate can be ended by the call for the question, but it requires 2/3 of the voting members in order to cut off the debate.
Councilmember Martin Rogers has discussion. Was there a reason call for the question? So is there, there's a question's been called. Do you all want the question called at this time? All those in favor? Oh, there's a motion to call for the question. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor for calling for the question now and ending the debate without Councilmember Rogers talking. All those in favor? All those opposed? Roll call. It's roll call. Roll call.
Councilmember Shropshire? Councilmember Freely? Okay, I'm sorry, I need to find one, yeah, okay. Councilmember Atkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Ziegler. Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Butler. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
No. I didn't speak one time.
It's 5, motion passed.
How many?
5.
Need 6.
6.
So
Okay.
Councilman Martin Rogers.
Yep.
Thank you, and I'll be brief, but I've heard the discussion, and I do want this repaired. I think everybody else up here wants this repaired, so this is what I'm going to ask, is that if we move forward with this, the city manager needs to come back with a timeline, and he also needs to include every recommendation possible that includes our water and sewer director as well as a part of the conversation. Like, that's the only thing that I would like for us to consider. We need an actual timeline as to, okay, November 20th, we are going to do this, but we have to have some deliverables. He's been experiencing this a year. We've heard from him and his wife. And meanwhile, time is continuing to tick, to tick, to tick. That's all I wanted to say because I'm grateful that I'm allowed to talk. Thank you.
So the city manager has asked in his restated motion that he be allowed to explore and investigate and figure out what is the best way to address the situation. If it's placed on the upcoming work session, then we can get an update at that point, instead of trying to go through another amendment. But I can imagine by then we'll probably have a lot more matters to discuss. Any discussion on the main motion of allowing the city manager to further investigate how the repair would be made? I'm paraphrasing, but that's the gist of it. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those in favor? Councilmember, so that's not 5. Councilmember, you sitting right next to me. Atkins said he doesn't know what the motion is. Can you read the motion, Madam City Clerk?
I'm sorry, I just made a couple motions.
The last one that the city manager stated.
Okay.
Councilmember
Sorry, I was writing down a lot of stuff. Okay, all right. So that was Redmond who said that? That was Redmond who said that?
So for right now, if you didn't write it down, I'm going to go back to the city manager. You can, before doing the minutes, please get the verbatim motion from this previous statement that the city manager made. Mr. Jones?
As I recall, the motion was to give the city manager the authority to pursue repair after further diagnosis up to the amount of $15,000, choosing whatever repair is appropriate once that diagnosis is complete.
Yeah, so it's the motion minus the 15,000 because we've already approved it. Councilmember Atkins, are you?
The motion minus the $15,000.
Because that's already been approved.
Yep.
Yes, and the ordinance does require the execution of a release, discharging the city for any damages claims for damages, actions, or causes of actions past and present, and relieving the city of any future responsibility in the premises. That's per the ordinance. All those in favor? Oh, Councilmember Cummings, were you still in for discussion?
No.
I'm in for a discussion. I am. I'm sorry, but I just need a date, like what
Councilmembers,
what
we
date will
don't
he come
have
back
a
with this
date right
information?
now. We don't have a date right now. He's going to look into it. Huh? Go ahead.
I thought Mr. Jones, when we were talking about the 60-day discussion around reconsidering the motion, I thought he said that his expectation was that his investigation would be done by then. So I think that provided a general timeline.
60 days.
Yeah, but we're not on the 60-day track anymore. So what I was saying was that it can be placed on the December work session to have a
Okay.
discussion and get an update.
Okay, because he seemed to think around December 20th would be a reasonable time.
Yeah, but our last meeting is December 15th. In December, unless we're calling a special call meeting.
That works for his recommendation.
Yeah, so that was when he was thinking we were on a 60-day track. You all have already taken action now
So December
to
8th.
authorize him. So, I mean, we could just put it on, yeah, like,
What now?
all those in favor?
Oh, yeah, December.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for your patience this evening, Mr. and Mrs. Jackson. We're just on item number 8, and then we need to put these items on consent. And then, we'll have a couple more items. That's what I just said. Item number 8 is the presentation. Councilmember Butler. Not yet. After the presentation, we're going through committee reports. I'm assuming none. I'm going to ask if items number 9 through 13 and items 16 and 18 can be placed on the consent agenda. We'll have a motion to place them on consent if that's the desire, and then move the consent agenda items, and that will leave items 14, 15, 17, 20, 21, and 22 for discussion this morning. Councilmember Butler.
Yes, Madam Mayor. What I'm bringing to the council today is to ask for consideration that we may consider legislation that really piggybacks on what Atlanta's doing. After having a conversation with the city attorney, you would have seen a draft ordinance and the Atlanta ordinance. There are a lot of people in the city that are suffering because of the government shutdown and because of SNAP benefits. What I'm asking is the council come to some kind of agreement together where we would give a brief reprieve so people can catch up from the loss of wages and loss of SNAP benefits. I ask that we have a moratorium on evictions and utility cutoffs, but the city doesn't own any property, so we don't have any jurisdiction in evictions, so we can't stop private people from making evictions. But I ask that the council give a brief moratorium on utility shutoffs so that we could give our residents some relief.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. I think the fundamental premise of this action is not really respectfully making any sense. The federal government has fully been reopened. SNAP benefits have been restored and are currently being dispersed. The justification presented for this emergency measure is no longer valid. Secondly, we have no financial analysis whatsoever on how this proposal would impact city revenue or operations. We do not know how many residents would be affected, how long the city would be expected to absorb unpaid balances, or what fiscal consequences would be for our utilities, staffing, or budget obligations. If implementing a policy without understanding its financial impact would be considered irresponsible and expose the city to unnecessary risk. So I was just saying, I think if the government was still shut down, people were not receiving their full SNAP benefits. If there was an emergency measure for this, I think this would be a great suggestion. But seeing as though none of those are true right now, this is not something I could support. Thank you.
I was just quickly perusing this. I'll say one, we don't have an ordinance before us tonight to be able to implement. Nevertheless, or also in the administrative order that was just given to us from the Office of the Mayor and Administrative Order, Office of the Mayor of the City of Atlanta, says, whereas to further help mitigate the negative impacts on those who may suffer considerable financial hardships as a result of the disruption to federal benefits, it is my desire to issue this administrative order to request that governmental and quasi-governmental entities to which the Mayor of the City of Atlanta has appointment authority and which provides subsidies for the development and provision of housing opportunities to institute a moratorium on residential evictions and filings through January 31st, 2026 until the cessation of the federal government shutdown or until the restoration of SNAP benefits, whichever shall occur first. So based on that statement, currently there's not anything in place in the city of Atlanta. It says Section 2 in the therefore clause that the Atlanta Housing Authority, Atlanta Beltline, Inc., Fulton County, City of Atlanta Land Bank Authority, Invest Atlanta, Partners for Hope, and the City of Atlanta's Department of Grants and Community Development are called upon to institute a temporary moratorium on residential evictions and filings in city-owned, city-sponsored, and funded housing units and housing developments which shall remain in place through January 31st, 2026 until the cessation of the federal government's shutdown or until the restoration of SNAP benefits, whichever shall occur first. If I'm not mistaken, the government shutdown ended on Friday was the
Last Wednesday.
13th, so last Wednesday, the 11th. The government shutdown ended on November the 12th. And so this says that this would be in effect until the cessation of the government shutdown, federal shutdown, or restoration of SNAP benefits. I think those have been restored, but maybe the shutdown ended first on November the 11th. And so this is no longer in effect. As mentioned, the city of East Point does not have any housing properties or governmental entities to which we have appointment authority that provides subsidies. And so I think there are just a couple of things if you all are considering on this evening as to modeling something that the city of Atlanta did that I think is no longer in effect, and the fact that we don't have anything before us tonight to be able to actually adopt. Councilmember
Excuse me, Madam Mayor,
Freeman.
we do have an ordinance. There is an ordinance. I just want to put that in there.
I don't have an ordinance. Has
You
anybody
can check your
received the
email.
ordinance?
An ordinance was sent.
Yeah, I was just going to point that out. Councilmember Butler did email it earlier.
Did it come
I guess.
from legal or from Councilmember Butler?
I believe it came from Councilmember Butler.
Okay, has
I know-
it gone through legal? City Attorney, have you reviewed an ordinance for us to consider for tonight?
I did see the ordinance that Councilmember Butler put forward. There are some issues I take with it. For one, it does talk about the evictions. I think you guys, both of you already acknowledged that we don't have any properties that we would be able to enforce that with. The other issue was that there wasn't an end date. Moratorium needs an end date or a length of time that it would be in effect.
So, I'm trying to find the ordinance. I haven't seen the ordinance, so I'm just trying to find the ordinance. In order to take action on the ordinance, there would need to be a waiver of the first reading, which requires 2/3 vote of council, and then action on the ordinance, but I don't know if others would like to speak. Go ahead, Councilmember Mitchell.
So as I stated earlier, Rule 15, Madam City Attorney, would that apply to this? Okay. So I think it was mentioned earlier that Rule 15, if we're going to take action on this, it would have to go before a work session. If we really do want to take action on this, I just highly suggest we discuss it first. Something on this magnitude, and it sounds like it's flawed as is, and I think the ordinance has to be in its final form before action can be taken on it. And I think we're pulling it up now, but if it's indeed flawed, and if it indeed needs to go to work session before we take action on it, I find that to be a procedural issue. And if we want to, we can put it on the next work session. That could be a motion also, which I definitely think, since we have no statistics on how this is going to affect our finances, how many people it's going to affect, I think this is not something that should be taken lightly. So I guess, Madam City Attorney, once your computer charged, I would let them know.
I have it.
If Council Rule number 15 applies to this.
Rule 15 provides that council members may place an item on the agenda, provided the item has first been to a work session or presented to council for discussion at a prior council meeting, and all associated paperwork was submitted to the clerk's office by the established deadline. I think you mentioned Rule 16 about every proposed ordinance shall be introduced in writing and in the form required for final adoption.
Yeah, so for what I'm just hearing, it's not in its final form.
But I don't think this is an ordinance. I think it could be passed by resolution. That's the only.
Would that require a work session, or? Well, since we don't have any statistics in front of us, I would highly recommend we put this on the work session. I yield.
Councilmember Freely.
And also, Councilmember Butler, this appears on the agenda under presentations, as a presentation. Was your desire that there be action taken? Were you introducing the idea? What was your thought?
Yeah, we had some people that were going to come and testify to their situation and why it was needed, but the facilitator got sick and couldn't come. They were going to talk about why this would help them, and it was a young lady with the 5 kids, and it was another person, so they weren't able to make it.
Okay. So I don't know, Madam City Attorney or Madam Mayor, what are the options when there's a presentation if Councilmember Butler wants something more done tonight?
Unclear of the more that he wants done tonight. If it is adoption of a resolution on an action by council, that I'm still trying to pull up, I don't know if everyone else has seen it. As mentioned, there was created in the public space an expectation that we would be considering a moratorium on evictions, which we don't have the authority to do. And so we find ourselves here tonight, even with it on the agenda, still saying that, and maybe creating unreasonable expectations in the community about what we can do or what the desire or the willingness that we have to help, right? We have the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment that's helped over 350 people who are experiencing homelessness become housed, who help with utilities assistance and have been helping people address even the situation in Malibu Point in those complaints. So there is a structure and staff in the city that has been helping people on an ongoing basis. I think we can't deal with evictions. The question about whether or not we would deal with cessation or suspension of utilities. I do know I spoke with the East Point Housing Authority, and they set aside additional funds. Their board set aside funds to help people with food assistance in the event that it was needed, and no one has requested those funds from them as of my conversation with them. I think it was either Thursday or Friday of last week. And so I don't know that we have the information as to what challenges may be existing and what the budgetary impact is. I will say, though, during COVID, we suspended utilities disconnection for probably over a year or two, if not longer. So if there's that ask for that, like I said, I still haven't pulled up the ordinance. It would sound like, resolution. I don't know if it's a resolution or an ordinance, but whatever the document is, that will be something that would need to be discussed by council. We do have a rule about things that require action, and the impact of this. But those are all options for this council to, I guess, Councilman Butler's council to consider and make a decision tonight. And Councilmember Mitchell has raised the fact that Rule 15 requires items, action items, agenda items, items to be placed on the work session before being voted on. Councilmember Mitchell, I'm still trying to pull this up. I
Yeah,
don't
so
know
this
why I
is a
can't
question
get
for
my
Madam
emails.
City Attorney. So a resolution is a formal expression or a strong opinion. I see, is this administrative order that was passed out, would it have to be in ordinance form? Would this have to be a law that was made?
So it wouldn't be an administrative order like Atlanta, because Atlanta has a different form of government than you have. The mayor wouldn't have the authority to issue that like Mayor Dickens would have had, okay? So you guys would have, the council would have to pass a resolution, and a moratorium, we've done moratoriums before, have been passed by resolution.
Okay. But, so either way, like I said, what is the emergency? I think we about 2 weeks late on this one, guys, especially if we're gonna suspend utilities. That's a major source of resource, but if that's still the council, even if we can vote on it tonight, which I don't think we can vote on it tonight and be following our procedures, so that will be on my colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we just passed something tonight. There was a motion made by one of my colleagues tonight that had not gone to work session. And to talk about things having to go to work sessions, then that will be a violation of our long established practices that we've done. There have been many times when we've brought things to the floor to pass a vote. From the colleagues that we've had the conversation about is trying to really give relief to some people who are in need. And the spirit in which this was crafted was to get input from everyone, the pros and the cons, in terms of length, what would we be doing? It wasn't a sole decision. It was drafted in a way that we can all give input, with the recommendation being between 30 and 90 days for this body to come together to say, we're willing to give relief temporarily to those people who are in need. Regarding the SNAP benefits, they have not been restored, although the government is back open. People have not been given their benefits, and they have to wait because their benefits were cut off in November. And one of the mothers that we talked with lost her benefits it's late. But there are people who are hurting, and we're just trying to give them some relief. And it doesn't have to be anything that's permanent or long-term, but just a means to help people to catch up during the holidays. From our experience through COVID, the mayor's right, I think it was 18 months, maybe 24 months, where we did restrict the turnoff of utilities. The data then showed that, yes, some people would take advantage of that, but once we reinforced our turnoff, then everything turned back to normal. Those people who pay and caught up, they caught up and they paid. And then we had the same percentage of delinquencies as we had before COVID. So I'm asking that this esteemed body consider giving some of our residents some relief through the holiday so that they can come back, catch up because of what happened at no fault of their own.
So I finally received the document. Thank you, Councilmember Freely. It actually is written as an ordinance, not a resolution. It mentions evictions, utility disconnections, and notification, but I think that notification goes to the evictions. Again, the Atlanta administrative order that was shared as a model said that it would be effective until one of three things happened: January 31st, 2026, the cessation of the federal government shutdown, or until the restoration of SNAP benefits, whichever shall occur first. And the government shutdown ended on November the 11th. So this administrative order is no longer in effect in the city of Atlanta. The question is whether or not 5 people want to sit here and go through an actual amendment on the record of an ordinance that was drafted by Councilmember Butler and sent to the city attorney, who said she's looked at it and had a couple questions. Or if there's not 5, I mean, it's 122. And we still have at least 6 more agenda items. And so, Councilmember Mitchell,
Can a motion be made to put this on work session?
if that's the motion.
I'll make a motion that we put this agenda item on our next work session.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Councilmember Butler.
Madam Mayor, I ask that we discuss and come to a conclusion today. To have people wait another week, which would further push us behind, I ask that the council consider whether we want to do 30 days to the end of the year or until people really get their benefits back. But for us to wait another week and go through work session kind of defeats the point of the entire motion at this time.
Well, actually, it'll be like 2 or 3 weeks. Like, we don't have any more meetings this month. We didn't have quorum last week. And they could have been discussed then. That was a work session. On November the 3rd, the government shutdown was going on. I wasn't here, but it could have been discussed then. So like, we are here on November 17th. The government shutdown has ended. The model ordinance or administrative order that's been shared with us is no longer in effect because the government shutdown is over. And there is a motion on the floor to move this to which would actually be the December 8th work session. That's the next work session. It's been moved and seconded, and we are in discussion. Councilmember Butler, you have anything else? And Councilmember Atkins' comment?
Yes, ma'am, I do have something else to say. I ask that we not approve this move to the work session. I ask that we come to some situation where we can vote it up or down today, and we'll know whether we want to help the people of East Point or not.
Yeah, and I figure it'd probably be framed in that way, and we help the people of East Point every day through the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment. I think it's unfair to put council members or colleagues in a position where it's being pitted as to if there is no decision tonight or if there's a desire to think about this further, that's a lack of willingness to help our residents when consistently there have been investments into making sure that happens by giving over $1 million in utility assistance, helping people get housing. I mean, I can go on and on and on. We do food distribution every week in the city. Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Butler, when I saw this on the agenda and you reached out, I was in favor of this, but for the fact now that the government is back open, and I also did due diligence and reached out to a few folks who work for the federal government, because I do know that just because the government reopens, you don't walk into the office that very day and get your back pay. Many of them have said that they have already received their back pay. So their back pay is already there, and the benefits as it relates to staff, some of them have already said that they've started to get those back as well. So to the extent that there is still a need, I think that need has decreased, because while the government has reopened, they have gotten their back pay, if not all of the agencies, most of the agencies, as well as their benefits. And so I'll just say that. And so because of that, I don't know if we really need to take any action on that, because they've gotten their back pay already.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the question that I have about, I know the evictions that's out. With regards to the SNAP benefits, I know SNAP benefits have been restored. And I know now the question is about the utilities. And the question that I have about this is, are you saying no utilities will be turned off, or what does it look like? And, just to see if there's an issue, if my bill is, I don't know how long we're going to have it, how long it would be, the services would be, how long we would go with this, 30, 60, or 90 days. And if there are no utilities being turned off, and if you have a $200 bill a month, you do November, December, and January, now they're at $600. So I think if there are some residents that have issues, we definitely, and I would think if you're being responsible that you would, call and make some sort of arrangements. But to say, and as you and I, we've had a conversation before, to put it out that we aren't going to discontinue utilities, you'll have some people that'll just take advantage of that situation. And I don't want it to be where in 30, 60, or 90 days, they have these massive bills, because now we got to figure out what's going to be the process to have it repaid. And like I said, I don't have a problem in assisting, doing some form of assistance, but I think it should be some sort of qualification where people were directly impacted with the, as a result of the government shutdown, or if there are just some sort of issues that they call customer service. Because I don't know what the call volume was like. Were there more people that were calling with regards to utilities being, having an issue in paying their utility bills, as opposed to we just go right across and just say we aren't going to turn off any services. So I think there should be some sort of qualifications for, residents that, that may have some issues. I don't, like I said, I don't have a problem in not assisting people, but I just want to make sure that we're capturing the right group of people in this moment for what it is that you're proposing. I yield.
I would like to make a motion to withdraw my motion. I would like to withdraw my motion, I'm sorry.
I haven't called.
I'm sorry.
I haven't called the question, so I think you can just go ahead and withdraw it, right, Madam City Attorney? I have a.
And furthermore, like I said, I stated this earlier, we don't have the motion, well, I don't think anybody's read this motion, and so this is my question to the city attorney. So if we would make a vote on this tonight, would it be on the motion that is presented in our packet or agenda? What we'd be voting on?
Or you could do a motion to approve it with the changes, but there's not a motion on the floor, so y'all are not properly in discussion.
Okay, so I think I said this earlier, without any financial data on how giving a moratorium on everybody's utilities would affect the city's revenue, affect our basic needs for the city to function. Just, I think a haphazardly thrown together ordinance that has huge implications is not the most responsible thing for our city council to be doing right now, unless y'all want to talk about it in a work session. But either way, I'll withdraw my motion. Yeah.
I have a question, Madam City Attorney, based upon the, what was emailed to us and that Councilmember Freely forwarded to me. It indicates.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
you're going to have to get a motion to open discussion.
Oh, can I get a motion to open the discussion?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. This says there should be a moratorium on the disconnection of utility services, including but not limited to water, electricity. We don't do gas. It says in gas for residents who are unable to pay their utility bills due to the effects of the federal government shutdown. If we put in a suspension of disconnections, can we basically say it's only for certain residents and not for others?
I mean, you could, but that's going to be an administrative issue of trying to figure out who that impacts, that customer care. Then it's going to have some method to determine who it impacts and who it doesn't. So probably is not the best approach.
Councilmember Mitchell.
I'm still in. I'm sorry.
Mr. Jones, did you have something? That's from way earlier.
Well, I didn't have anything, but I think the city attorney does raise a good issue. We haven't fully digested how staff would carry it out with that type of level of specificity. Did I say that right? It was close.
Specificity. Got you. Yep, got you. Specificity. Anyone else in for a discussion? This item. Reports, I'm assuming no. Council.
I do want to say thank you to the Human Resources Committee members that did meet on last Thursday. I had an emergency at work, so I was not able to log on, and when I logged on, it was too late. But if you all are available this week, I'd like for us to consider having that meeting this week. I do know that we have the evaluations ready for 3 of our direct reports, and we do need to move forward on the evaluation for the city attorney. So if you all are available on Thursday, I'd like for us. I'm sorry, who?
For the city attorney.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. So if you all are available on Thursday,
I don't think we finalized city attorney.
that's the one that we need, right? That's what I said.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were saying actually do it.
Yes, I said the remaining, we have 1 remaining. We have completed 3 of them. If you all would like to meet Thursday, we can, if it meets your schedules.
Any other committee reports? Can we get a motion to move items 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, and 18 to the consent agenda?
So moved.
Madam Mayor, I move that we move agenda items number 9, 10,
So moved.
11,
I
12,
said that.
13, 16, and 18 to consent.
I said so
Is there a
moved.
second, Councilmember Shropshire?
I said so moved, but
Second.
I second it.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Now can we get a motion to approve consent agenda items 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, and 18?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. We are now at item number 14. The motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Mr. Jones.
See if we still have. Yes. We'll have our interim director for solid waste. Excuse me, the name is escaping me right now. Well, right? Yes, thank you. Whitehead, walk us through this item. Thank you.
It's fine. 1:30 in the morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm sorry. Making me look bad.
Sorry,
1:30, I'm sorry. Good morning again, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Robert Whitehead, Assistant Director of Solid Waste, and I am here to propose a cleaner city with an efficient route change. The reroute is a strategic response designed to enhance our ability to provide effective and efficient service. This approach is implemented with the goal of strengthening collaboration among various departments within our organization. The mission of Solid Waste Department is to promote a cleaner city by enhancing performance and improving collaboration among all departments. Here are a few reasons for the reroute. New landscaping where new homes and apartments are being developed, operational efficiencies like overlapping routes, and daily revisits over the same area. By adopting this rerouting strategy, we aim to optimize service delivery processes. The collaboration between departments is essential to achieving seamless operations and ensuring that all service objectives are met in a timely manner and order. This map shows the current garbage routes. Looking at this map, you can see how we are overlapping the city and revisiting areas we have cleaned. With the back and forth of these routes, this results in increased fuel consumptions, wear and tears on our vehicles, and accelerated depreciation of these vehicles. This map shows what we are proposing. That is, eliminating constant overlapping and crossing over the city, and how we can help reduce fuel costs and vehicle wear and tears. Here are the current garbage routes for Monday. As you can see, solid waste trucks must navigate the city multiple times, increasing the risk of spreading trash already on the ground. Additionally, the trucks needs to make 2 trips to the dump, resulting in solid waste traveling more than 3 times throughout the city. This is Monday's recommended route. We'll streamline operations by concentrating on one ward at a time, making it easier for the solid waste department to manage and reduce unnecessary crossing throughout the city. I'm excited to share that by congesting the routes across East Point, we can improve efficiency and effectively tackle trash distribution. Streamlining our routes not only helps reduce waste scattering, but also keeps our beautiful city clean and vibrant. For Tuesday route, we have organized a new plan to congest all routes, which will help us manage sweeping the city more effectively. This approach allows us to stay organized and efficiently handle all the trash in front of us, ensuring that we can clean as we go. As we leave the solid waste yard, the map shows we need to navigate through sections we've already serviced. The solid waste goals are to minimize any extra work for our colleagues in other departments. Wednesday route have a lot of promise to show. They clearly demonstrate our commitment to cleaner cities. Each service areas have been thoroughly covered without any unnecessary backtracking, highlighting the impressive progress made. Just look at the transformed service areas that already was serviced. As we reflect on our journey, all we can see is forced progress. Excuse me, I'm sorry. We're excited to revisit some of the routes we previously serviced, opening the door to significant improvements. By reevaluating our routes choices, we can boost efficiency in the solid waste department. This now shows that we need 5 garbage trucks instead of 4 we use throughout the week. Using extra units diminish progress in other operations within the solid waste. The new Thursday route offers an exciting opportunity for the future of solid waste. Our analysis indicates the addition units is not necessary, and we have observed significant improvement within the solid waste department. The rerouting provides benefits not only for solid waste, but also builds excitement among other departments. It allows all teams to service the city of East Point efficiently while avoiding overlapping in areas that have already been serviced. We are optimistic about the positive impact this will have. The discussion of reroutes emphasized the impact of fuel consumption on solid waste collection. In the first chart, we present the fuel consumption for our regular routes. The second chart shows the results from a test run we conducted comparing the efficiency of the 2 proposed routes. The data from the second chart indicates that we can achieve fuel savings by implementing the new routes. You might agree that fuel savings are more efficient and proactively demonstrated to our commitment to a cleaner city, but there are software packages used in other cities that can further the goal. Through the stronger partnership across departments, we anticipate improvement in both the quality and efficiency of our service. This strategic initiative is fundamental in building a more unified and responsive organization. While many cities reassess garbage collections routes every decade, the city of East Point has not yet explored the option. Rerouting these services is an essential step towards our vision of transforming East Point into a cleaner city that we can be proud of. Thank you. I went fast.
Thank you so much for your presentation this morning. Councilmember Stroughton.
Thank you. So, how many garbage trucks do you currently have?
We're running 4 routes right now. We are running 4 routes right now, Monday through Wednesday. On Thursday, we run 5 garbage routes.
And how many do you want to run on this new route?
It'll still be 4 routes.
So you still be running 4 routes?
Yes, congested all into one. So instead of us crossing over the city as we do right now, we're trying to start from Camp Creek, which is one ward, and we're going to sweep the city over towards the dump site.
So you're going to start at Camp Creek on Monday?
Yes, ma'am.
And put it, so, I don't think that's going to work. Because we started out with twice a week garbage.
I'm not understanding. We only do it once a week pickup.
I've been here, and I remember when we used to get twice a week.
Oh, okay, I wasn't here.
Went out. I'm sorry. I remember when we used to get twice a week garbage pickup. And then they went down to once a week. And now you want to change it and you want to get Camp Creek first, but leave all the residential in between. I really don't see a need to change the route. I think it really, because if you're gonna run the same trucks that you run, because they used to pick up trash 5 days a week. And when they went to 1 day a week, they changed it and they used Friday for anything that they missed is the reason why they changed it. And that's how it was set up. So I guess I'm not understanding it. And how did you determine to start at Camp Creek first?
So what we're trying to do is start from the furthest of the station and work our way to I'm sorry. We're trying to start from the furthest from the station and work our way back towards the dump site. So that way, on Thursday, we're right up under the dump. We're not coming back across Camp Creek or anywhere in the city. So what we're doing, instead of coming across the city, we're sweeping the city. So that way, once we finish Camp Creek area, we move into the next area, to the next area. So by this way, if you look at it, go to the beginning. If you look at it, we're constantly going across. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So one is putting wear and tear on the equipment. Two is fuel. It's like burning fuel for no reason, when we can start from the furthest and work our way back into the station.
But you'll be doing that anyway.
No, we won't.
If you miss people, you'll be doing that. I mean, what do you do on Friday?
Then we'll be doing the same thing. We'll be going back out, collecting whatever we miss, if we were to miss anything.
But you something is going on with this thing. Friday has always been where you miss. You're still putting wear and tear on the trucks. You're still doing that, and to change it,
She want to talk about it. That's his specialty.
I'm not understanding why you want to change it when it's been like that for maybe about 20 years. And next, I guess you're gonna, and from what I'm understanding too, I don't know if this is coming down the pipeline, but y'all feel that for seniors, if they have people living in the household with them, y'all don't want to come get their trash. Y'all feel that they can push the trash to the streets. I hope that's not the case.
No, it's not the case. So,
okay, but
do you want me to
get back
explain
to the route? Yes.
seniors, or you want me to explain the route?
No, I want to get back to the route, but
Okay.
you said that's not the case, so then we don't even need to talk about the seniors not being able to push their trash to the
No,
street.
because you said the seniors pushing it, which
No,
we
no,
have
what I
people
mean-
going in the yards to pick up
Exactly,
that.
that's what I'm saying. From my understanding, also that it will eventually come forward that if a senior have someone living with them, then y'all are not going to pick that trash up.
So, since we're on that part that you're bringing up, when it come down to the senior program is supposed to be for disabled seniors, not seniors with their kids living with them or whomever. So if it's have someone in there with them, of course they can bring it out to the
But
curb.
you can't determine that. You can't.
You
but-
ain't
but-
letting me speak. You
wait,
asked me
I
a
hear what
question,
you're
I'm trying to
saying,
explain
But
it.
you can't determine that
Okay.
if,
So y'all, it's what time is it? It's like 1:48 in the morning, so we can't talk over each other. So let the councilwoman finish, Councilwoman Sharpshire finish. And
Yes,
then,
ma'am.
I don't know if you gotta take notes or whatever, but then you can respond to all our comments at once, and then.
No problem.
and here's the thing. You don't know if that person is temporary or not. You don't know if that person is leaving, going, you don't know that situation. So to feel that because somebody living in their household, they can push the trash down. What if that person's not there today, you come pick the trash up? Then how the trash gonna get down? But that's neither here or there. Let's talk about these routes. So I really don't see a need to change the routes because you're putting wear and tear on the trucks anyway. And then to start in Ward D, I'm just not understanding that. I'm done. I mean,
Okay, I mean, I can't answer that. I can't answer that. Again, if you look at the map, this is a recommended date for Monday, okay? So, let's go back to the previous one, before that. This is how we're running right now. And this is how we run all week. We're crossing all over East Point. When I first came to East Point, that's the first thing I heard council members talking about. We want to clean the East Point, okay? We're trying to make it to a point where when we're setting these routes up for, if I have to go and do backyard service, I can have that, everybody in that one neighborhood and not crossing over East Point the way it's looking now. But, map 2, please. That's 3 or 4, go back, there you go. If you look at this, we're just starting from the furthest. Everything that we're getting now, it starts from Camp Creek. And if you look, as we move along, all our garbage is gonna be in front of us. And everything that we do in front of us, all we can do is look back and say, what a great job we did, and keep going. And see that on next week. It still will be that Friday. If we miss anything, we can come back, the same service we have on Friday, we can come back and service that. And then with us having Thursday where we got to put out 5 equipment, that'll still give us that day where we can have that boom truck come out, pick up illegal dumping, where we can say, okay, we can put 2 boom trucks out instead of just saying we're going back over East Point. And at the same time, we're talking about a litter crew that'll help Public Works do the same thing. All of us coming in the same neighborhood and we collaborating together as a team. From what I heard since I've been here, they want us to work as a team, and that's what we're trying to do. So with the way we got this map running, you will see solid waste, you can see the Department of the Public Works, everybody coming, litter crews, the whole 9 yards. It's just a matter of putting it together, making it happen. So me coming across back and forth, all I'm doing is keeping this city with litter.
so let me ask you this. You will have to come back and forth anyway, because at some point you have to dump the truck.
No, we would lessen the routes instead of having 2.
So you don't have to take it to the transfer station?
Madam Mayor say I have to let you talk. You have to let me talk too, please. So,
I'm just asking.
ma'am, okay, ask me, I'm sorry.
So you, once the truck fill up, how many times do you dump the truck?
Well, in our process right now, we're dumping it twice, and that's because we're going back and forth. Again, even if we do come across this twice, we're not back and forth through the whole week. We're only in that area one day out the week. But right now, we're back and forth through the whole week, entire week.
So where would that move Monday's trash day?
Monday would change to Thursday. Thursday is just, we would have route change. As you can see, Camp Creek is a Thursday route right now.
So basically, you're flipping the route. So everybody on Monday is gonna move to Thursday, and because Camp Creek is on Thursday, you wanna move them to Monday.
It'd probably be the whole entire city
in
changing.
the residential, because Monday is mainly residential. The Monday that's your bulk of your residential. That's throughout the city. That's Ward A. And I know touches some parts of C. So now you want to tell those people, oh, we're going to put you last. Because you just said your Monday trash pickup is going to move to Thursday, and your Thursday trash pickup is going to move to Monday.
Respectfully,
Assistant Director, could you explain the colors? Because I don't think you explained the color difference. That might clear up some of the confusion.
Okay. So yellow right now is Monday. You have Ward D, 1, 2, see the number 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's gonna be Monday. The green is gonna be Tuesday. No, stay where you are, yeah. The purple is going to be Wednesday. The red is going to be Thursday. But as you see, we swept the city.
Now go to the other map and show those same colors. Those are the same customers.
So as you can see, yellow is at the top, that's your Monday route. The purple, see, it's purple scattered throughout the maps. So we go all over the city instead of us being congested in one area to clean the city. Right now, we're just all over the city. Then you got yellow Monday, purple is Tuesday, green is Wednesday, red is Thursday. Again, we all over the city instead of being congested, where we can sweep the city. And for us to enable to even start trying to beautify East Point, we need to start to a point where we cleaning up areas, sections. But right now, we just coming back and forth, back and forth.
I'm sorry. Mr.
I'm sorry, y'all. When I look up, I try to write down all the orders and council president freely. You want to drawn out. But you can go there. Let me tell y'all the order. The next order I have at 2:31 or 1:56. Councilmember Atkins, Councilmember Mark Rogers, Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Ziegler. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I don't have you. I'm telling you, it's not staying in order. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to say for 2 in the morning, that was the most impassioned and energetic presentation on waste pickup that I could imagine. So I really thank you for your presentation. I think it seems to make a lot of sense to me. I mean, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and it feels like that's what this is about. So it seems to make sense to me. I understand there's some difference of opinion on that, but thank you for this, and again, thank you for the presentation. It sort of woke me up again after I was starting to fall asleep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Whitehead, for that presentation. I will also further emphasize what Councilmember Freely said. I've heard you speak at neighborhood association meetings, and you are very passionate about what you do, and I appreciate that. I would also say that as the newest member to this council, I've only been through one budget cycle. And in that budget cycle, we got to solid waste, and we're running a deficit in solid waste. My question at that time is that it's okay that we're going to continue to run a deficit in this. What this tells me is that you're looking at how we can be more efficient with our tax dollars, and also to help bridge whatever gap there is in terms of a deficit in solid waste. And so I'm a firm believer that that which is not measured cannot be improved. You clearly have measured the distances, the time that it takes, and been very analytical in this, and I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for doing this work. It looks like if we go with this, my day would change from Tuesday to Thursday. I am okay with that. It is 1 day a week. That's what I get now. But if it's going to save money for the city, if it's going to make sense, not only is it going to make a cleaner East Point in terms of garbage and debris, but also our air quality. However we can reduce routes to contribute to a cleaner air quality, I appreciate that as well. So I just wanted to say that. And my question was really, would days change? But that has been answered. I just want to say thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And thank you so much for your presentation. I just want to say one of my main concerns is public confusion. Like, how do we get this information out to the public? And then my other question is, you do have the data here, but I would like to see the numbers as far as it saving us money with what you're proposing. Like, what were our numbers from last year versus if we go this route with your presentation, what will that cost, or what will those numbers be? And the other question is, or the other observation is, how is this going to impact recycling? With the change with this, how is that going to impact our recycling?
So after speaking with Republic Service, they will follow what we're doing. So they will actually follow the map that we put together. So it would be the same. So they'll change to Monday also. So recycling days are changed to the exact same days we're running.
Okay, and then you'll get me the numbers for the cost. Like
Yes,
if we go this route, what you are proposing with the trucks, and also you mentioned something about the fuel costs. I would like to know those numbers too. How much fuel was spent, like right here? Like what is the 180? What is the 160?
So, I was waiting on you to finish.
Yeah, I would like to know the fuel.
So, what we did, I took weekly fuel consumption from what we're doing now in September, because we was already putting this together. So I took that weekly, and which was $487 on, well, a little more, but on just averaging just that week on each truck, on how much it would cost us just running it. Then we went over that same two routes, which is Monday and Wednesday, which is the lightest routes of what we're running right now. So we took the same two trucks and ran them over the recommended routes that we're asking to change to. And it showed us a difference. It gave us half of what we was running on the previous routes right now. So that's how we came up with the two graph charts of how much fuel consumption we'll be spending.
So what are the measurements from the 0 to 180? What is that?
So the 180 was pretty much like the most gallons we had charged. The gallon charge was up to like 170, something close to one. So the graph put us at 180.
Okay.
And that's Tuesday, which is one of the heaviest routes, or I'm gonna say larger routes. Tuesday and Thursday usually be the largest routes.
All right, and then my last question, are the workers or the community having issues with the current route that's being run now?
No, it's just by me coming in within the years that I came, and I seen the inefficiencies of crossing over and constantly having trucks just run over each other. It was time to show this. I've been trying to do this from day one since I came in here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you so much for your presentation. And I understand what the new process would be. I understand the fuel consumption. So the numbers that you have that are to the left, that's the number of gallons. So you can see the difference in the fuel consumption that we have versus what we're currently doing now to what we go to with this new system. I also understand the concept of starting from the furthest end of the city and working your way through, concentrating all of your vehicles in one area. And that way it allows you to put everybody, like you say, in one area, clean as you go, work your way back to the, the
Transfer station, yes.
The transfer station. So I understand that. And I think the biggest thing also is the wear and tear on the vehicles. If we're concentrating all of them in one area and they're not running all over the city, that is less wear and tear. What's the cost of a trash truck?
One cost for the trash truck is running like $230, $280 is according to
Okay, so
the
we're saying
style
anywhere
we
from
get.
$250,000 to $300,000.
Yes.
Life expectancy, pretty much on just running a truck, just on a
5 to 7 years.
So 5 to 7 years.
Yes.
Running this on this new route, it reduces, like you say, the wear and tear, and it could potentially increase the usage that we have on these vehicles, correct?
Correct.
Great, sounds good to me. I think, like you said, one of the things Councilmember Martin Rogers talked about was just making sure that we let the residents know. I think a good thing would be, of course, all of our social media outlets, and also putting something in the utility bills.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe even something that we put, some sort of mailer or something just to, I don't know, I know people are funny about mailboxes and stuff like that, maybe do some door hangers, but just to let residents know that, your trash pickup day is gonna change to a new day. But I think it's, very important that we let the residents know and expect some people, once it starts, what is your rollout time for this, or?
It was January, but since we came so late, we just gonna push it back. I'm looking at probably fiscal year. I have to speak with city manager on
Okay,
that.
so it's still, so this is just your proposal here and what it is you're looking to do?
Yes.
Well, so far, I'm thoroughly impressed, looking forward to it, and I think it will, like you said, allow us to really see a change, with regards to the cleanliness of the city. And then, like you say, Friday's pretty much your day that it affords you the opportunity to concentrate all of our members from different departments, public works as well as sanitation, to concentrate on the areas with the big, the dumping, the litter pickup. So Friday's pretty much like your makeup day, correct? All right, sounds good to me. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yes. Have you spoken to the residents about your proposed change?
No, I wanted to get the approval from you guys first to see if this gonna be okay, and I wanted to start holding, town hall meetings on it. So that way, we'll let them know when the change gonna come about, because right now, it was just the proposal. And once we get the okay and the yes or the no, then I wanted to move forward.
I would recommend that you have the charrettes with the public before bringing it to council. Have them buy into your proposal and then bring it back to us, because I'm concerned about the human aspect of this change too. You have people that have been here for a long time, and this disruption in the service and their change could adversely affect them, but we don't know if you haven't spoken to them. So my recommendation to the city manager and to your department is to have those conversations first to see what that impact could be, because it may be something that we're overlooking, and that would be my recommendation.
Yes, thank you. Real quick, I love this idea. Thank you so much for stepping into this role and for coming up with something, with a plan to make everybody's life a little bit easier. I just think that this is great. It would be, just like what Councilman Atkins had said, it would be great for air quality as well, because these giant trucks, they do create PM 2.5 and things like that, and with our air quality already being not the greatest, this would help with that. And as far as disruption to residents, it would really just be the first week that the change is made, and then after that, it's kind of smooth sailing after that. So I don't think there's going to be a huge disruption to residents other than just like the first week that the change is made, because then you may have to hold your trash a little bit, a couple days more than what you were used to. But other than that, I mean, this is great and fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation and hanging in there with us. I guess the best thing about going last, they've asked all my questions. But I still have a few, so I guess the first one I did really note down here was, what is your strategy to communicate these changes with the residents?
So one, we was gonna do a town hall meeting.
Okay.
Two, we was gonna definitely do a mail, send it out in the mail, in the bill. The third one, pretty much put it on the web. So we was gonna touch all areas on advertising this change.
Okay, cool. So I love the chart. So that was actually one of my questions, because I think Councilman Freely said it earlier, the quickest way to any distance is in a straight line. So I'm assuming this is in gallons, correct? Are these
Yes.
average gallons?
Yes.
Okay, have you done the same thing with the maintenance of the trucks? Considered the cost of the route, or I'm not
Yes.
sure if you get
Yes.
analyzed, because I'm pretty sure it'll probably be less miles traveled since you're not going
Back and forth.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And how would that, done analysis on how would that affect the maintenance or lack of maintenance needed, and how much money would that save? Have y'all done that yet? Or?
I'm not on
I
that.
got you.
That would be he's not here, but
Yes,
the interim director, what is his name? Alfonso, right?
Yes, sir.
Question, yes.
Just eyeballing it, I think this change will save you about 25%, a 25% change, if I'm looking at this correctly.
Now, if I'm looking,
Because it's like
that
half
would
of-
definitely be a 25 or more change.
Okay, yeah, I'm
It
just
would make a big
eyeballing it.
change,
Because it looks
yes.
like Monday and Wednesday are half, and Tuesday and Thursday is kind of really similar. So, just.
Right. So we did the trial run on a Monday and Wednesday because we had the most time. It was more lighter routes. So that gave us the time to empty the trucks and then go back out and run over the recommended routes to come back in to see how much fuel was saved, and that was the better way to do it.
Thank you. So just being on the Budget and Finance Committee, I've always noticed that solid waste always runs a deficit because you're not an enterprise fund. Have you decided what would you do with these savings, or how would you reinvest that?
So right now, we're trying to come up, we're actually talking about doing 10-yarder mini trucks, extra boom truck drivers. So whenever I have my route, I'm gonna have a route driver and I'm gonna have a boom truck driver just for council members when y'all want to call and say, we got this in the woods or whatever, not in the woods, but on the curb, illegal dumping. Also, we was doing with the roll-off trucks that we have, we plan on having with the apartment complex, we're having extra roll-off trucks. So if we run the regular routes and then we go with the second truck, that'll help us go and put more open tops from residents. Instead of them going to waste management, they probably say, hey, East Point, I need this in my house, how much you gonna charge us? So we'll have a better charge than what Waste Management would do. So that would make us better with the efficiency of money that we bring in.
Yes, sir. So thank you for your expertise, and look forward to working with you. Thanks.
And I would also just add to get in the black, because we're operating in the red.
See, so they even get even. How about that? Even better.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, and I didn't say thank you for the presentation, and thank you for staying this late. Just to clear up one thing, and I'm glad Councilmember Martin brought it up for the cost savings, and Councilmember Butler. Also, attending neighborhood meetings will help as well, and just to share with the residents of the proposed changes. But just to clear something up, sanitation runs a deficit not because of the routes and all of these things, it's because of other things, such as bulk pickup. When people dump, you have to pick it up and you have to take it and dump it to the transfer station or however you do it. That is what's running the deficit in sanitation. And that's what's been running the deficit for quite some time, because years ago, it used to be animal control when animal control was in the budget. So for any council person to sit here and act like, these are cost savings and I'm new and this will help with savings, understand why it's a deficit in the budget before you start trying to take digs at people. Thank you.
Can I respond to that? Oh, okay, all right. Okay, that's fine. I know how to be quiet at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I'm gonna let this go. It's like it's so hypersensitive.
Gotcha. Yes, there's only one other thing too, my friend. Can you have us in writing from the recycling company that they will be willing to change the route to? That needs to be documented that they're willing to do that.
Okay, I will. I spoke with Monica, and she the one told me once we got everything, she would do it. I would definitely get that back to you on the next section.
Thank you.
Or I can email it however you want it.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Thank you so much for your presentation and for being here this morning. It's not good.
Thank you.
It might be a bit ambitious, or somewhat laborious, but I generally get to be at home at the same time that my sanitation workers come by, and they already get out to, get the receptacles. Is it possible? I'm just thinking about, like, this would be, while I understand the goal of efficiency and all that, this will be a major change, right? So, like, I generally put my trash out on Thursday. I might miss Monday, or it might be out there from Thursday to Monday to a couple weeks till I remember, right? And so, given the fact that you all are off the truck and actually walk to the house sometime, is it possible, and this is not what I'm saying is required, but consider maybe doing a door hanger or a fly, like something that can actually get to the resident, right? So, pay my bill online. I rarely ever open my bill.
So I was thinking of that. If we can do door hangers, it would have to be probably like a weekend thing where the team come out and we hit certain
I'm
things.
just
So
saying,
I got you.
whenever it is.
That's
so
what we
that
do.
The goal is to try to get it in the house.
Right.
In a way that people can read it. And if it's too much or whatever, I'm just saying it's something to consider.
Right.
Because utility bill is good. We want to try to hit people as many ways as we can. But that way, right? Because with a change like this, it's going to be a whole bunch of emails.
Right,
It's going to be a whole bunch of posts. It's going to be a lot of things, because we may miss people, but we want to reduce the number of people we miss by not getting notification, meaning they may have missed it in their utility bill or the different ways that we send it out on the website, and all of that's good. Social media, we want to do all of that. So I was just suggesting one other option to consider.
We'll make a way.
Not required, but
We'll make a way.
And how long, right? You mentioned the community meetings, which I think will be great.
Yes.
And probably, have a couple where you have maybe a town hall just specifically about sanitation, but also go to the neighborhood association meetings, kind of make a round for a month, right, or so that just people are aware.
Right.
We don't want to have trash cans all over the city for extended number of days because people weren't aware of their day.
Right.
Change,
Okay.
Right? So maybe the separate town hall, on the weekend and during the week, give people options, but then the standing neighborhood meetings. The neighborhoods that meet monthly are a really good way of getting information out, and also emailing to the neighborhood presidents.
I will.
In that way. So, and the businesses, I should say.
I'll get it done.
All righty. Madam City Attorney, I didn't do a search in Municode, but this date of collection, I don't know that we have the route in ordinance, which days certain segments of the city are being picked up, or just that it will be picked up weekly, which would make it more operational than a council decision. My question is, what is needed from us at this point? Okay. And Mr. Jones, what's your name again? Mr. White? Whitehead. What direction, what were you all seeking from council?
Well, I was just going to say initially, which is fine, I think there's a little mix up. We thought it was just a presentation to get you familiar with it and work up to coming back for it, but it wound up being put on as an action item, which is fine too. We got the presentation out, we heard the feedback. I think initially we were wanting to start implementation next year, but wanted to get feedback and have some time to actually get the word out to the community. So I think it's fair to think about February and March, which would give us a robust opportunity to hit a public information campaign, do some of the good ideas that we got from council, and still be able to kick in somewhere around the last quarter, second or third or fourth quarter of the fiscal year.
Okay. Madam City Attorney. So much for looking that up for us right now. It sounds like this is kind of informational and it's on its path and probably will be brought, I think it would be good to bring it back to council with an update on the plan. I don't know when you all are planning to start the community meetings and community outreach, but I would suggest that that happen at least 30, 45 days before you roll out. And so if it's determined later that something is needed from council from a action perspective, it doesn't sound like there's a budgetary impact. It could be budgetary savings, but not necessarily allocation. Then you all can ask and put it back on the agenda at that time. But I think it is good, and we appreciate you giving us information on the front end. Let us know what you're thinking about. We can help message it and help kind of let people know that this is being considered, so we're all working together around that. So thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, budget amendment FY26, number 1. Mr. Jones.
Yes, our interim finance director, Ms. Cartwright, will walk us through this item.
Good morning, esteemed Mayor and Council. Okay, so this morning I'm going to be going over the FY26 budget amendment number 1. So we're going to be looking at general fund. For revenues, the fund balance will fund the rollover capital for operational expenditure projects for FY25-26 in the amount of $485,000. That's going to be distributed out to communications for renovations in the amount of $75,000. The police department for real-time crime center in the amount of $185,000. The fire department for operational expenditures for station number 3 in the amount of $25,000, and public works for the cleaning contract that was recently approved in the amount of $200,000. We have a revenue to record as an increase of $100,000 for the police red zone, and that's going to fund some of the operational costs for the police department. We have restricted grants. This is the ARPA, the remaining funds of ARPA that's going to be distributed out. It's for $3,495,744. That's going to be distributed out to the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment for home repair in the amount of $88,829. Again, Office of Equity Inclusion for Human Services for $488. Municipal Court, $647,596. Fire Department, $1,276,582. The Police Department is allocated $35,659. Economic Development is $600,000, and Parks and Rec is $846,590. For the Electric Fund, we have the MEAG transfer in of proceeds of $1.4 million. The expenditures will be funded for capital projects like site improvements and transformers, et cetera. The internal fund, we got revenues from capital rollover for $158,000. That's going to be going to customer care, CIP site improvements. And then we're going to be doing chargebacks, allocations across all funds for the amount of $546,592, which is going to be for the Xerox digitization project. I didn't spit that out right. And then the overall total is going to take us from the 247,100,451 to $253,320,095. Do you have any questions? Yes, ma'am. There's an ordinance. I sent it to Keisha.
For Shropshire and Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Can you go back to the screen?
Sure. Which?
Not before, when you kind of, before that one that had everything on it. Go back. That one.
Okay.
So I assume the fire department, is that for the fire station?
The fire, I think it may be going, I don't quote me on it. I would rather get you that information.
Okay. And I know the courts was doing some upgrades.
Yes, ma'am.
And Park and Recreation is doing upgrades to the parks.
Yes, ma'am. And they've actually started expending their money, so that's why we needed to get this completed.
And I'm going to assume that economic development is part of that facade.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I almost want to say, I think that $1 million is part of the fire station.
The $1 million, fire station number 3, I believe.
Yeah. I think that was about it. Oh, and the Aqua Fund is going into the home repairs, the senior home repairs.
Yes, ma'am.
And human services. So at the next work session, can we get an update on the senior home repairs?
Sure.
Those were my questions.
Councilmember Ziegler.
That was actually my question.
Just had a resident ask me about that too, so I wasn't gonna ask it. It was a reminder that we need an update on the home repair and that process. So we could put that on the December 1st agenda should be light, so maybe we can get a presentation then, Mr. Jones.
Yes, ma'am.
Staff is asking for a motion to adopt the ordinance to amend the budget for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2026, in the amount, no, this is the old one. Oh, I'm sorry, $253,320,095.
So moved.
Oops, waive the first reading.
That's what I was going to ask. Do we have to
need a
waive the
motion to
first
waive the
reading?
first reading.
Motion to waive the first reading?
So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Need a motion to adopt the ordinance to amend the budget for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2026.
So moved.
I haven't said the amount yet. To $253,320,095.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next item is item number 17, motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Jones, this is a $1.5 million CIP project, so I thought it would be helpful. We have a brief presentation about what this is, as well as the fact that it's a piggyback off of ECG.
Yes, we'll have Assistant Director Mangrum walk us through this item.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
The purpose of this is to inspect our entire electrical infrastructure over the next possibly 3 years, and we want to continue this cycle. The last infrastructure inspection we did was over 20 years ago. So with this aging infrastructure, we're trying to prevent a lot of our power outages and trying to locate the issues and the problem before they come about. Electric Cities of Georgia, they have a bid book, and they go and vent all the vendors who could possibly provide this service. And we went with osmosis because of the data that they're able to provide for future references. So other two vendors that was in there, they was going to do paper data. That's not, we're doing away from that. So that's why we're using osmosis to provide the data.
Any questions? Staff is asking that this item be approved. Is there a motion?
I make the motion.
To approve the vendor. Go ahead.
I make a motion to approve agenda item number 17.
Councilmember
We have to read
Mitchell
those.
made the motion. Councilmember Shropshire is second. Take second. You said motion again, so just second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much for your
Thank you,
patience.
guys. You guys have a good morning.
You don't have, you have a good day too. I had to be to court at 8:30. Item number 20, a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open. Councilmember Atkins, you on this one?
No.
I have a question. How many proposals did we receive?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. 1 second, please. I'll give you an accurate number. We received a total of full proposals, excuse me, at 2:30 in the morning. One was 70, other was 89, other was 70, and the other was 88. This score was 89.33. Then we also had interviews where they swept the interviews, swept like they got the top scores from interviews. They would have just selected company from the interview itself.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Where are they located? Are they in DC?
Give you that right now. Yes, Councilwoman, they are in DC.
Okay.
Carpy and Clay, Inc. for our federal lobbyist services. I can't, in an amount not to exceed $60,000. There's second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay, I had to count to make sure we had quorum. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is motion open the floor for discussion and possible action on new reports and proof of claims formed by the city attorney's office.
Madam, I was just going to say, I'm actually moving that to the work session. Because this item appears in your ordinance, I need to draft an amendment to the ordinance.
Okay, so we got a motion to move this item to the December 8th work session. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action on food distribution. Is there a motion? Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion, the floor is open. Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to pose a question to the city manager. I know we had a pause last week in the weekly food distribution. I just wanted to make sure that we were on track for distribution for this Wednesday.
Yes, ma'am. So last I checked, and the city clerk might have more information, but last I checked, we have did an agreement with the Atlanta Food Bank. The agreement was required to continue services, and so it went through our contract works, and I believe the mayor was the last signature to be had on that item last I checked. So I'm not sure if the mayor got around to it, and if so, if we were able to get that back out to the food bank. But that's the last piece that we need, and they're ready to go. From a staff standpoint, we're continuing to have support from the police department, the fire department, the Parks and Recreation department, and I've already been contacted by volunteers to also have support there as well. So I believe that we'll be able to get that back up and running once the appropriate paperwork is finalized, if it hasn't already.
Okay, so we don't know for certain if we're doing it this Wednesday, correct? Or
I think it's from what my conversations, all they need to know, they don't need a very much long notice. So if by tonight we know for sure that's good, they're ready to go Wednesday. Even if Tuesday, they're ready to go Wednesday. I think last Wednesday, it was a chance that we could do it, but the paperwork got in the way. So I think we can be ready to go as soon as the paperwork's finalized.
okay, I just wanted, well, if that's the case, we just need to make sure that we get something out to the community, or just to let them know that we're back up and running again with that.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a good point. And I know we have, I've talked with communications. We've even looked at having robocalls go out to get the community involved. But obviously, we need to get that paperwork signed, finalized, so that we can say for certain that the program is up and running.
Receive. Thank you. I yield.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, so I was going to ask about the communication. So you did mention the robocalls. I think that's awesome. You did, I think, mention you have a complete list, or you have a pretty comprehensive list.
Yeah. Communications was able to get a list for us that we feel very comfortable with.
All right, nice. And did you think about posting something on the city website? I know how they put kind of events and reminders.
Yeah, we can make that happen too.
Yes, sir. I think that might be effective. Okay. I look forward to getting back up and going. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm asking this in a very rhetorical manner. Any executive sessions, city attorney?
Wait, before we go, let me just suggest that they reach out to the city clerk. She has the list for the senior who gets delivery on Wednesday from the police and the fire department.
One really quick one. I know. Super quick, though. And that's the real estate.
Okay.
Well, I have one quick real estate.
Oh, for real.
It's very quick. It's very quick.
That's two real estate, one personnel, anyone else? Two real estate, two personnel. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Wait a minute. Okay, I got quorum. Motion carried. Convene. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to approve executive session meeting minutes. I heard a so move and I heard a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. And a motion to adjourn. It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Good morning, East Pointers.